full wide, low, dense, full wide, low, dense, full wide, low, dense.
저는 키형.
다음 질문 이제 갓데드 선수에게 질문 드리겠습니다. 발로란트 경쟁전 중 더 화나는 팀원은 압승풍수고 죽은 아군 이코 선수.
잠깐만요.
그리고 나한테 피닉스 섬광을 던져 죽게 만든 아군 메테오 선수.
저는 한 번 다 했거든요. 근데 경쟁이 아니라 대회 때 당했어. 공식 대회에서 스플릿이었는데 엉이가 압수풍 받고 상대한테 클러치 당했거든요. 난 그 기억 때문에 뒤에 거 못 고르겠어.
근데 경쟁에서 순풍 받으면 잡아주잖아.
아니 근데 지금까지 당한 게 있기 때문에 쟤한테 실제 대회에서 당했고 경쟁전에서 당했고 너무 많이 당한 게 있다 보니까 난 뒤에 거 못 고르겠는데 지금?
경쟁전이라고 생각을 하면 제트는 그럴 수 있는데 피닉스는 그럴 수가 없어. 앞선풍 쓰다 죽었으면 그럴만해.
그리고 뺑도 그냥 벽뒤로 넘기지. 팀백 잘 안 까지. 그건 거의 토르리지.
그지.
나는 일단 팀백.
나도
나도
팀백인 거
피닉스
같아.
팀백 같은데.
기다려봐야 아니 케이오가 팀백 났어. 내가 봤을 때 그게 고이고 피닉스는 거리가 한정돼 있잖아. 깔 수 있는 게. 난 그래서 그게 더 실수라고 생각해. 너희들 당해봤어?
아니 형 대회가 아니라고 이거 경쟁이야 경쟁.
아 쏘리.
표정이
그냥
너무 당했나 보네.
팀백으로 할게.
팀백을 하자.
아
팀뺑이 정배야?
내가 봤을 때 촬영할 사람 3명 됐다 이거.
골랐습니다.
네, 하나, 둘, 셋.
팀백 던진 메테오. 일단 저는 제트 입장으로서 제트는 충분히 그럴만한데 이제 팀백 맞고 죽는 거면은 저는 팀백이 더 기분이 나쁠 것 같아요.
맞지.
그럼 이제 갓데드 선수 하나, 둘, 셋.
앞에 스박은 있고.
아 봐봐. 아니 얘들아.
그러니까 이유는 랭크 게임에서 왕용이가 제트 박은 것 자체가 빡쳐요.
맞아. 아니 이게 이코냐 메테오냐도
그래 이거
생각해야
차이라니까.
되니까, 이게.
나 ZKD 높아. 나 잘해. 개 잘하는데 뭔 소리야?
그럼 이제 이코 선수에게 질문 드리겠습니다. 경쟁전 중 만나고 싶은 팀원은 오늘따라 에임이 좋지만 무지성 돌격하는 TS.
원래 그런 사람인데?
그럼 난데 그러면?
오늘따라 에임은 안 좋지만 오더 잘 따라주는 실반.
아 너무 쉽다.
아 이거 진짜 영상.
아 랭게임이면 에임이 다 아닌가 근데?
샷이 전부지.
아 이거 그냥 필요도 없어요. 그냥.
사냥 맞지? 샷이 전부야.
무조건 샷이 전부야.
하나, 둘, 셋.
저희도 GS 선수
네, 이유가 뭐죠?
경쟁전에서 에임이 깡패이기 때문에 그걸로 다 그거 하지 않을까.
이코 선수 하나, 둘, 셋.
뭘 썼어?
무지성성.
왜 TS 선수인 거죠?
저도 무지성이라서 마이너스 곱하기 마이너스는 플러스.
진짜 많네.
무지성이 둘이면은 게임을 이깁니다. 뭐 그런 느낌?
저희 세 문제 맞추면이었나요?
네 문제
세
맞추기.
문제.
지금 몇 문제였지?
아 더 맞았어.
이미 끝났어.
2문제 맞췄어.
그럼 세 문제 맞추기로 해드릴게요.
오케이.
맞아.
세 문제 맞추기로 해드릴게요.
와 역시.
그럼 이제 마지막 문제 드리겠습니다. 이제 마지막 문제 메테오 선수에게 드리겠습니다. 둘 중 하나만 선택을 하자면 발로란트 챔피언십 우승 연봉 50억.
근데 무조건
어렵다.
50억.
50원 좀.
아니 이게
근데
아 그래?
나는 얘를 알아.
나도 쟤를 알아.
난 잘 몰라.
나는
그거 알아.
나는 챔피언십 우승을 할게. 난 태호 형 믿으니까.
나도인데?
아니 쟤 맨날 나 연봉 20억 이러면서 얘 얘기하면서 나 연봉 20억 찍어줄게 맨날 이러거든.
근데 그게 전제 조건이 챔피언십 우승해야 돼. 연봉 50억을 받으려면은 챔피언십 우승해야 받을 수 있는 거야.
아니야 일단 아니 카메라 꺼지면 50억인데 화면이 있으니까 챔피언십 적어야지.
그래.
이게 맞지.
그리고 만약에 우승 아니고 얘가 만약에 연봉으로 썼으면 추가처럼 더 냈어.
내가 봤을 때 진짜 맞다.
그게 진짜 맞아.
그게 맞다.
자, 다섯 분 이제 의견 들어줄게요. 하나, 둘, 셋.
우승. 챔피언십 우승.
우승으로 정한 이유가 무엇이죠?
설마 같은 팀인데.
모두의 목표니까.
이건 6명이 다 맞아야 돼.
이건 모든 예능 프로 아니죠? 예능이에요?
자, 이제 그럼 메테오 선수 의견 드리겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 알겠습니다. 그러면은 이제 총 8문제 맞추셔가지고 여러분들은 성공하셨습니다.
データディビジョンのシガゼロです。ロールはコントローラーを担当してます。自分のプレイスタイルは、相手にとってうざいことめっちゃすることです。印象に残ってるラウンドはチャンピオンズの時の VS ラウドのアセント攻めの設置後のタイミングで自分が裏見しててアストラホーム入った時にちょうどよく来てめっちゃタイミング悪くて裏取りされちゃってどんどん味方が倒されていって最後 1v3 でクラッチするっていう場面でアストラのスキルめっちゃうまく使えたのでそこがすごい印象に残ってます。注目してほしいところは守りでサイトの中で結構耐えるシーンが多いと思うんでそこを注目して見ていただけたらと思います。お願いします。
どうもゼータディビジョンの黒です。チームとしてのロールは、今フレックスをやってます。プレイスタイルはサポート寄りです。今までで一番印象に残ったシーンはアイスランド JRX 戦の、アイスボックスかな。ショックダーツとスネークバイトのコンボでキルしたシーンは1個前の JRX 戦でボコボコにされてそこからめちゃめちゃ対策をしてみんなで合わせて相手の攻め方とかちゃんと対策した上で決まったのが印象的ですね。注目してほしいところはチームでいろいろロールを変えたりとかしてチーム力を上げている状態なので個人というよりはまとまったチームでの戦い方に注目してほしいです。
Uy, kumusta? Kumusta biyahe? Haba ng biyahe pa Korea, no? Last time nakasama kita sa Team Secret Bootcamp at sa Pilipinas, ah. Ngayon, tara, tutor kita dito sa bootcamp namin sa Korea. Pasok ka! Ito yung hallway na pagpasok sa bootcamp. Ito yung makikita mo. Sobrang normal lang, parang Pilipinas, pero mas malinis siya tignan. Very Korean style. Tapos dito, pwede mo rin lagay yung mga extra sleepers na minsan nyo lang ginagamit. Kami, ginagamit namin yung mga shoes na tournament shoes namin nandito. Ayan, so kakarating lang ng monitor namin, Predator. Ayan sila. So, kinikip pa namin yung mga box kasi in case of baka itabi namin yung monitor for next use. Unang-una pala, pagpasok mo dito sa hallway, ito yung wardrobe area na. So, may katago pa si Dubstep. Hindi, ito yung wardrobe area namin, mga cabinet. Siguro 4 players nagkakasya dito sa cabinet yung mga gamit nila. Nilalagay nila dito.
Kasya nga ako dito eh.
Pero malaki yan, pakita mo. Medyo messy lang, pero
Kaliligo
sobrang
lang eh.
solid.
Nakasigaret na kaliligo mo lang.
Ito, for one person lang to. So,
Medyo magalo, pero
4 yan. So, almost 4 players na iginabang sa mga wardrobe namin. Tapos, sa tapat naman ng wardrobe, meron tayong 2 room. So, check muna natin to. Come in. Sheesh, hello.
Hello, welcome to Korea.
Nice setup.
Yeah, I got the new desk.
Sheesh. Ito, tignan nyo naman ang setup ng coach. Secret Lab Magnus.
I looked up to get the table, so nothing I can complain about.
Tara, dito tayo sa kabilang room. Ayun, itong room naman na to is for Team Secret staff. So, dito nag-stay yung mga content team ng Team Secret. Pagka may guest, ganyan. So, ikaw, baka gusto mo dito? May isip or two. Naririnig nyo naman. Tara.
Hey, yo, what's up? Welcome to Korea. Ano? Tara na. Dito na, punta na tayo sa kitchen. So guys, kita nyo naman, kitchen. Oh, sobrang ayos, di ba? Tutor ko kayo sa kitchen. So this is number 1. Oh. Yung mga food namin, yung mga loots, yan. Mga loots namin to tawag to kumbaga stash to para pag nagutom, grab lang. Tapos, guys, solid. So ito, mga stock namin to ng food, and this is our ref.
Ready ka na?
Tapos, ayan. Yung stove namin, may may exhaust na siya, may on ka lang dito, and yun. Dito yung parang secret recipe, adobo. So, yan, makikita nyo, ayan, dito tayo papasok sa laundry area. Kumbaga parang siyang dirty kitchen dapat eh. So, yan, medyo messy pa guys kasi may naglaba pala. So, yan, tapos may stove na rin dito eh, tapos dryer, pero ang alam ko hindi na siya gumagana kasi luma na. So, yan guys. And then, pasok tayo sa kwarto. Hello! Yan, guys. Yan, sorry, medyo magulo guys. Alam mo naman, syempre, mga, sabi nila, mga kalalakihan magulo daw sa gadget. Pero, yun nga. So, yan, dito laundry ko, tapos, drinks ko, mineral, and other loot. Tapos ito, blinds. May view din to kaso, other building. So, dito, may window din. Minsan ginagawa namin aircon pag gusto namin malamig, so hindi na kailangan gumamit ng aircon. Ito na yung aircon eh, sobrang lamig nga dito ngayon guys. So dito si dubstep, ayan, tas sa taas ako. So yun lang. So ayan guys, next tayo, and yun, may magtutour din sa inyo guys eh. Itong tropa ko, si Indy! Imnida!
Oh, okay,
bro, pakita mo naman yung kabilang room natin, bro.
Pakita natin yung room namin. So, pasok kayo dito. Makikita niyo yung room namin. Medyo magulo yung room. So, huwag nyo na tignan na. So, ito yung room namin. Ito yung pinakamalaking kwarto sa bahay na to. 2 bunk beds, tapos 4 kami dito. Kami ni Vash, Jeremy, at saka si Lenny. So, makikita nyo dito. Meron ditong mga drawer, saka mirror. Pagkagising nyo, pwede nyo tingnan sarili nyo agad. Sa space na to, dito si Jeremy. Si Jeremy, nakakit pa siya dito. Nakakit pa siya dito every night. Hindi pa naman siya nahuhulog kahit isang beses, kaya good naman. Dito naman ako. Dito si Bash. Medyo maayos yung bed niya ngayon. Dito naman sa taas si Lenny. Makikita nyo naman, medyo magulo-gulo sa taas. Tapos sa baba, medyo malinis. So, hindi ko alam pero sila na lang tanongin nyo ba't di sila nag-aayos ng kama. So, yun. Tawagan naman natin si Lenny para mapakita niya yung bathroom namin. Hey, Lenny! Oh, here's Lenny.
Yep, so I'm gonna show you guys our common bathroom. So this is, in our house we have 2 bathrooms. This is the bathroom that the 4 of us who use this room use. And in Korea, we buy tons of skincare. So if any skincare brands wanna hit us up, you can just slide in our DMs, you know. Okay, so on to the other bathroom. So it's bigger, but it's for the other 4 members of the team. And they have tons of skincare stuff too. T-shirt. Yep. That's how we keep our skin clear, you know? JB's gonna show you guys something next.
Sheesh! So, dito na tayo sa main event. Kumbaga ito yung highlight ng bootcamp tour eh. So, kamusta ang mini tour nyo? Kasi yung palang mga parang small flavors ng bootcamp natin dito sa Korea eh. So dito na ang main course. Kumbaga nandito lahat ng activities namin kasi alam niyo naman, as gamers, galaro na kami sa PC, grinding, practicing, lahat yan. Kumbaga dito namin dinuluto lahat. Let us cook. Dito nagsisimula, 6 pieces for 6 players. So si Jeremy nakaupo doon, si Invi, si Lenny, si Vash, ako, and then si Jim. So yun yung parang order namin dito. Parang yung setup lang namin sa Philippines, which is wala masyadong nagbago. Yung arrangement lang ng seating. Thank you din, Predator, sa pag-sponsor sa amin. Grabe. Kumbaga, perfect setup kami dito guys. Kita nyo naman, Secret Lab chairs, kompleto, comfort lahat. Kumbaga, nandito na lahat ng kailangan namin para manalo. Sa gaming setup namin, meron kaming big screen TV for VOD watching or manonood ng tournaments na live. Mga controller pa dito. Kunyari, gusto mo mag-relax, stress ka sa Valorant, laro-laro mo muna dyan, no? Yung mga games dyan. Yung aircon, yan, hindi masyado nagagamit yan. Ewan ko, mga bayo lang gumagamit na aircon dito sa Korea.
Bakit ba? Bakit? Anong temperature?
Malamig kasi dito sa Korea eh. Kapag ka 16 dito, mainit na yun. So parang malamig dito madalas. Single digit Celsius na temperature. Pero minsan kasi mainit eh. Ewan ko. Pero ako hindi ko naman na-feel. Lamigin kasi ako eh. I think na-highlight ko naman na lahat. So, sana supportahan nyo kami sa mga susunod na laban and hopefully magkita-kita tayo sa stage.
Uy, ayos ba? Nakita mo na yung setup ng bootcamp namin dito sa Korea. Salamat sa pagbisita dito. Welcome ka dito anytime. Basta huwag mo lang kakalimutan mag-like and mag-subscribe sa YouTube channel namin. And pa-follow na rin pala yung mga social media namin at Team Secret, #LabanSecret.
What is up, Asia? We are at the playoffs of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We're live in Seoul, South Korea. I'm your host, Victoria Chang, and at the desk with me, got my favorite boys. We got Quack, we got Paper Thin. Again, I get you every day on the desk this week,
That's right. I'm like, except for tomorrow. But yeah, every day except for tomorrow. I have been here just locking this down. I mean, it's, it's been a lot of fun, though. I mean, some great games. So
you're like my permanent right-hand man.
That's right.
Like,
I'm happy to be here. Yeah. I'm like Jafar in Aladdin. I'm like, wait a minute, stick around.
And you're like, instead of Iago, you have like a little duck on the other side.
Yeah. Just first off on top. Spouting noise.
Well, welcome, guys. I love that we're so coordinated right now. And our Ralph, Lauren,
we're all blue.
Polo.
Wait.
Yeah.
We all have the same colors.
You guys have the correct shade. I'm like lighter. What?
We don't see color.
I mean, that's why you're the Iago of this cast.
That's true.
But today is pretty crazy also. It's time to say goodbye to two teams that we've been spending so much time with over the last 8-9 weeks here in Pacific. With that, let's pull up the brackets, guys, so you can see who may stay and who may go.
I'm not gonna lie, this actually makes me a little bit nervous now. It's between Gen.G and Team Secret, and of course Zeta Division and T1. Does the anime story end today?
I don't know. I have so many concerns about the way Zeta Division plays, because like some days they look unbelievable and other days they look so-so. And so like this is, what version of Zeta Division are we going to see today? You know, I don't know. That's the thing. Like every day I come into Zeta Division and I'm like, they're either going to pop off and look great, or for the most part look pretty good, or they're just going to just kind of be there, be decent because Laz is there, but then everyone else is kind of, you know, middling below him.
The consistency, you know, kind of not always there. But then also for Gen.G Team Secret, we love Team Secret. Gen.G also good, but you never quite know what's going to happen. Valorant's very unpredictable.
Yeah, and we are going to break this down more in a little bit. And again, though, this is it. It's like 2 of these teams are going to continue on tomorrow, and 2 of these teams, that's it. We're probably going to see a lot of crying today. I'm not going to lie. These are emotional times. Now, I have good news for you guys. We have some news for the grand finals. We have a show match that's happening, and it includes some of my favorite people from the Pacific region. We got Team Bunny, I assume it's Bunny, and Team Superbus. Superbus is from Thailand. He's amazing. He was over at Champions. This is where I met him last time. We got Razzie Binks from the Philippines. He's already here in Korea. Cruz. You know that guy. I think you know Texture from Global Esports as well. Yeah, you're pretty familiar with Bunny, right?
Absolutely. He is one of my all-time favorite players, and an absolutely brilliant Raze player. Just the guy who really sort of perfected and, you know, expanded on the blast pack tech. Like the first Raze where he was like, you can do that with Raze? You can go how far with those blast packs? Like, the way that he flies with it is unbelievable. Is he going to play it? I don't know. I hope so, because I love Bunny.
We're going into, like, predictions for this show match.
What do you predict? What's your quick predict for these 2?
I'm going to vote for Team Superbus, you know?
Superbus all the way. He
Team
is
Southeast
the man.
Asia.
Well, then if you like, you know, getting predictions correct, then Team Bunny. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Whoa! All right, we're doing this.
And they're playing on Bind, too, where we have all those new changes, so you never quite know what's going to happen.
All right, well, loser is going to have to buy Korean barbecue.
All right, deal.
That's the deal.
Got it.
Yeah, so I'm super excited for that show match. And Grand Finals tickets, I don't know if there are any left. You guys can go check online yourself. But, you know, if not, just come to Korea and, like, I don't know, hang out. Korea's
There'll be watch parties, too, I'm sure, across the city. So I'm sure you can find one.
So many.
Yeah.
Just had one with DRX yesterday.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, so let's talk about yesterday's matchup. We saw the 2 RXs, the super teams, face off against 2 of the other teams. We had DRX rematch against Team Secret. And again, Secret was the first team that finally took down DRX last week during Super Week, but unfortunately they could not do it again yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they look good in the start, right? Like, Haven was a really explosive start for Team Secret. DRX looked out of sorts. It looked like they tried a new comp, but didn't really kind of have all the pieces kind of fully fleshed out and into place. I think, you know, there were a lot of mistakes that DRX made, and they were very critical of themselves after the match when I went and talked to them, that they were not playing how they practiced, I guess is the best way to put it for DRX. But that doesn't take anything away from the way Team Secret played. They were phenomenal. They had a great read. The way that they attacked A over and over again, I know it's like one of these things where it's like, it sounds so basic, but it worked, because eventually, like, your opponents just don't know. They're like, well, when's going to be that round that you don't go A?
We saw 12 different ways you can now entry onto A.
Yeah. We got a masterclass from Jesse Vash on how to attack A site.
Even on the retakes, I mean, that was just insane. But still, then moving off of Haven onto the next couple of maps, Split, and then now what we're seeing on Bind. Some new compositions coming out as well, right? I mean, Team Secret debuting Lenny, debuting Gecko, but it didn't work out so great. Team Secret kind of got rolled over because DRX just completely stomped on them on the following 2 maps, Split as well as Bind, just because of, I don't know, how sharp and how strong DRX are with their clear protocol still.
Yeah, I think it isn't even like necessarily like the protocols for Team Secret, or the fact that Lenny was in. I think it was just like both teams prepped really hard for that map. I know they did. They both like have talked about that Bind was something they were focusing on, getting ready for these playoffs. And the prep for DRX just like was a better like rock, paper, scissors to what Team Secret was bringing.
A lot,
yeah. You just can't. That Gecko's so. It telegraphs things, so it's really easy for like Buzz with the KO to like throw a knife at the entry point and like shut down the rest of their follow-up utility. There's a lot that DRX has in their agent comp that shuts down what Team Secret wanted to do with theirs.
100%. I mean, you can see in the statistics right now just showing that Team Secret's not for a lack of trying. They got 41.5 first kills percentage, and then of course spike plants as well. A lot of them went through, but DRX were just a little bit better. I think definitely a little bit of that agent composition diff on Bind as well. Just Gecko kind of really easy, like you mentioned, like Telegraph, really easy to be countered against, especially when you're up against a team like DRX with players like Buzz and, you know, Foxy, Mako, all of the whole bunch of them. It's so easy to shoot out Gecko utility that, unfortunately for Team Secret, they could not beat them a second time.
You know, would have been cool because they had Brimstone as part of their agent comp instead of a Harbor. But you know, the Steam Beacon can actually affect all his little animals.
Yeah.
I think they need it. It's like a really slow initiation. He's like, it's like slow-mo. Like, oh, when is he going to do his job? Dizzy, like, come on. And we saw some pretty cool stuff coming from DRX, especially in that bind round. We saw like triple utility kill from a Raze, Paint Shell, KO's version of his Molly fragment. And, you know, we finally saw the dog bite from Sky.
And what that tells me is that for DRX, like, the protocols were fixed. Like, they were bad on Haven, and then by the time they got to Bind, they had fixed it. If you're getting utility kills like that, that means, like, you're reacting to things properly, right? Like, you're using your right utility at the right time.
I think so much so is also their defensive side, because they had a lot of... I think they basically played double controller almost throughout the whole thing. Split and Bind specifically, and so much of it was blocked off. Team Secret had a tough time just even making it onto sites that anytime RB or whoever it is just puts up that wall, Mako especially, right? It's just so oppressing, and I remember this casting with Valdez because Team Secret couldn't break through. They got even spammed through the smokes so many times because of the phantoms that DRX would keep on purchasing up, and yeah, Mako got a few clutches as well. It was a rough day. It was a rough day for Team Secret.
You know what, though? I think it was really rough for both sides. Team Secret was coming in from playing the day before. DRX, and on the other hand, got like a full week to recover and, you know, train up, probably expecting to, match up against Team Secret again. On the other hand, DRX, you know, that was the first time we saw them kind of like get really emotional on camera. I think you said it, like Mako's usually very stoic. It wasn't just Mako, the entire team was very emotional. And we saw tears for the first time. And then you think about it, like, just because they're the best for a reason. Like, you know, they put themselves through so much practice. There's so much pressure for them to be the best. And I think there was so much relief in that moment when they beat Team Secret. So it was no easy feat to, you know, take that and go to secure their spot for Tokyo and LA champions. So yeah, that was a pretty cool game. Now, another really interesting game happened right after we had Paper Rex versus T1. And you know what? We all thought it'd be another rollover, and while the scoreline was 2-0, this was really interesting too, how it was really back and forth the entire time.
Yeah, it was really messy. I mean, and that's the way Alpier, it seems like Paper X games end up. Like, it's so funny because it's like the W gaming stuff looks so great, and then all of a sudden it's like they overheat, you know, and
excuse me,
and then they just start to just kind of like go in the opposite direction sometimes. It's like, I call it the Mobius strip of W gaming, where it's like it just keeps going in circles because like they're so brilliant sometimes that I am just in awe of this team. They're so fun to watch. But like the way that Jing plays Raze, he's the best Raze in the league right now, like in Pacific, maybe in the world. But sometimes they start doing weird stuff, and then on Fracture, dude, there were so many 50s. It was just wild.
Yeah.
How dare you besmirch my viewers? No, I'm kidding. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, like, thinking about it, yes, they're known for that W gaming. They have kind of tempered that a little bit, so you don't see it every single round. But there are some times where once they secure that lead, they start to feel confident, like, hey, guys, let's try to fight them a little bit more. And then that's when teams like T1 start to adapt to it, and that's why we saw a lot of thrifties. We saw a lot of fight backs like coming in from it, but still, towards the end, Jing gets the final kill. I think Forsaken is starting to show up a lot because he had such a high ACS from both maps, and at the same time, debuting Cypher. That's this kid is starting to become really flexible.
I think he's played the most agents in Pacific.
I think he's taken over Pat's role as the most agents played. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like Forsaken, yeah, like it was hard for me to decide between him and Devi for the MVP yesterday, but I felt like Forsaken got a lot of votes for overall league MVP, so I thought maybe we'd throw Devi a little bit of a bone. But I mean, like, look, the first kill to round win conversion is really good here. The problem is like
it drops.
It just gets so messy in between.
It was higher yesterday. It was like a 91% for Paper Rex, and now it's 85%. And definitely, and like you said, Paper Thin, it's because it was really messy. And I'm a little disappointed. Like the Asian parent in me is like, "Wow, your score dropped. You're an A student. Now this is like
A to
B.
B plus.
I cannot
How
accept
could
this."
you? I mean, I think, you know, it just shows that, first of all, it's not so much just Paper X, you know, maybe dropping in terms of first kill to round wins, but also T1 stepping up, which is an incredible improvement. You know, thinking about the last time that these two teams played against each other during league play, it was vastly different to what we saw from yesterday. And if anything, it was just a really entertaining Valorant match to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Saya player was pretty strong for them. The thing is like against one of the problems that I saw T1 having against Paper X is like they were struggling in some of those like one-on-one duels, some of those, you know, dry peaks and other things that were kind of giving T1 a little bit of fits against Gen.G as well. Those are the kind of things that, especially against Paper X, that is not a team you want to be having those kind of battles with. They're just too cracked, top to bottom, like in terms of their individual abilities, their individual mechanics, their reaction times are through the roof. So you can't be taking these one-on-one duels against them. This is why a team like DRX fares really well against Paper X, is because they don't take one-on-ones very often, unless it's like Foxy 9. But pretty much everybody else is like trying to play off of each other. They don't want to like take those aggressive angles and try to take first contact for, you know, they want to wait for the reinforcements to come and then they try to fight Paper X because their protocols are better and they will win that way.
Yeah, it's a true thing. It's a rule in like military engagement also. You want to always have an advantage in those fights, and sometimes having that ratio of 2 players against 1 is one way to secure those duels. Going for one-on-ones might be something that Paper X goes for, but at the same time, it's not always the best. But that's why.
Stop doing that,
We'll
guys.
see what happens, you know, in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, we will see that Paper X again has also secured their spot for Tokyo and LA champions. I know a lot teams, the players on both of those teams, DRX and Paper X, are really excited to go to LA. But the losers are playing today. So we got Team Secret coming up and T1 that's playing later today. So we're gonna go on a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna talk about the first matchup of today. And again, whoever loses this is out. We have Gen.G and Team Secret coming up.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. You're watching VCT Pacific. I'm your host, Victoria. And again, at the desk with me, you got Paper Thin and Quack. And we're going to go into the first matchup of today. And today is kind of a big deal. All 4 teams are playing today. 2 of them stand a chance of not making it through. They're just going to be knocked out, and 2 of the teams will stay in. Today, we got Gen.G and Team Secret. Let's talk about Generation Gaming. They're just on, you know, the reason they're even here in that 6th place in playoffs, honestly, was they're really lucky.
Yeah, no doubt. This is not the team that we saw at the beginning of the year, and their slide just continues. It's a little bit hard to watch in a way because this team looked so darn good at the beginning of the year. Everybody thought, okay, this is maybe our second best team, maybe better than Paper Rex. You know, kind of the secondary Korean team to DRX, but that's no longer the case. This is a team that is struggling to, you know, stay above water right now. They are drowning quick, and there is not much of a lifeline left for them.
I mean, they have not done that well. They also rematched against T1 just a couple of days ago, but that didn't go so great either. They did manage to win 1 map, but that said, you could see that so much of their plays were being countered by T1, so much of their plays weren't really going the way that they expected. Even the final round against T1, they actually had 4 versus 2 lead, but somehow, somewhere, something went wrong. The team could not recover, and T1 actually managed to kind of outsmart them in that final moment, and it's something that really begs the question, what's going wrong with Gen.G?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. You know, we've seen the team even before coming into playoffs. They understand how much pressure there is on them right now. And I don't know, maybe they figured it out by today. So let's talk about the other team. Team Secret, on the other hand, has been doing fantastic. Yes, they did lose to DRX yesterday, but they've been on the up and up.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it is, I think a lot of people would think rough to play, you know, 3 days in a row here like Team Secret has to, along with T1. That's definitely not ideal, but I was, you know, again, I talked to Team Secret about this yesterday, and they said it's just old school Filipino esports style. Like, they're totally fine with it. Like, this is not something that they think is going to affect them necessarily. Like, they're going to play their game. They're on the up and up again. You know, we're seeing better performances from basically everyone, especially Jesse Vass and Dubstep, who look kind of weak in the middle of the season. But since then, like, their individual performances have really started to shine through. And if everybody can kind of stay on the same page, if they can kind of keep their heads up today, you know, you shouldn't feel too bad. I know it sucks to get blown out of the water on 2 maps in a row by DRX, but again, the advice I would give is you're not the only one, Team Secret. You're not the only one in this region who's had that happen to them.
Especially at the hands of DRX, huh?
Yes.
But I mean, oh, that's fun. You got some little hand and wrist exercises. I think what it is for Team Secret, really, like you mentioned, is that everyone has started to evolve. You know, it's not just Jesse Vash, it's also, I mean, we see how strong Envy is. Jeremy, who is this sometimes duelist, sometimes sentinel, also stepping up to the plate. They are incredibly capable of every single individual fragging out right now. And I think if everyone can keep up to that performance, you know, they stand a really good chance at possibly making it to 3rd place.
Yeah. Absolutely. But, you know, let's hear from the players themselves. We've got a video for you guys for hearing from each of the teams.
팀 시크릿 같은 경우에 정말 상대를 해보면은 아, 이 팀이 올해 합을 맞췄고 오래된 팀이구나 딱 느껴지는 팀인데
Gen.G, when we play against them, we're like playing against ourselves in a mirror.
I have no clue what to say. I don't want to be cocky. I don't want to be anything. Like, no, let's have a good match.
지옥의 프랙션만 남았다. 맞을 시간인데 이거. 처맞을 시간. 잘 쓰더라. 제레미?
어제 잘 써.
저희가 약간 전략적으로 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까?
When we played against them in official match, we are the one adjusting.
Do you think Goddead can't hear them because he's like got tissue in his ear and he's like, I can't hear you? And Envy's always so polite. Like in all these interviews, he's always like, oh, I don't know. Everyone's trying their hardest. I'm like, oh, Envy, you're such a nice guy. Anyway, so this is the last time the two of them played against each other. This is earlier in the season, and you know what? This is when Gen.G was a very different Gen.G.
Yeah, guess what, Vic? This was 8 weeks ago. That's almost 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And that's when Gen.G was looking good. Now this is a completely different team, a completely different team secret as well.
Yeah, it is. This team secret is looking much better, in my opinion, overall. I think they're mostly getting better week to week. You know, that rough patch may have actually helped them in the middle of the season. It may have been kind of a wake-up call where they said, oh boy, like, you know, we started out so good this year. We played, you know, I think well at lock-in. We played well at the beginning of the season, but there's still a lot to work on. There's still things that we've got to get better at. And some of the coordination we're starting to see, you know, especially on that Haven, we saw it yesterday, is phenomenal with the way that Jesse is leading the charge, you know, and then following up with some great utility of his own. Like, he had some just absolutely brilliant timings on his recon darts and his owl drones yesterday to really set up a lot of those successful executes.
A lot of it, I definitely have to agree, because you could see how he actually times that recon. First of all, getting a lot of pings off of it, the God Arrow on A-Site Haven. But at the same time, when you time it in such a way that your opponents have to kind of react and shoot at it, and then you execute along with that, the entire team finds a lot of momentum coming through with these executes, and it's a lot of chaos for the other team as well. But sometimes, that said, on the defending side, maybe it's a little bit difficult for Team Secret. You can see that it's very clear. Both teams, you know, I think they were talking about in the pre-match video that, you know, Team Secret playing against Gen.G is like playing against a mirror, but I don't know about that. Now Gen.G is slightly different, and you can see that the 4v5 to round win conversion, at least for Gen.G, apparently is a little bit higher, at least for these two maps. But overall, I feel like it's still somewhat similar.
It's so crazy how different Team Secret is on Haven, especially when you look at this. Like 8 weeks ago, the Gen.G, but also 8 weeks ago, Team Secret. It's just nuts. So I don't know if it's a coin toss.
Well, you know who the last team they lost to on Haven was Gen.G. They've won 5 Havens in a row since then.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
exactly.
They've gotten so much better. And, like, I don't know how you let that map go through at this point. It's clearly their best map. Like,
you have to ban it.
No questions about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're Gen.G today. I really would not want to see that map get through.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I'm actually super worried about today, because how will the map picks go, right? I think a lot of the wins that Team Secret has gotten, especially at this group point, because looking at their match history so far, a lot of their wins are due to picking Haven, or if not Haven before that, it would have been Icebox.
Yep.
If that gets banned, Gen.G could actually force them into an uncomfortable position, and maybe that's how Gen.G picks a win over Team Secret. It's entirely possible, and I'm really nervous about this.
Yeah, it's crazy how teams keep letting Secret, like, please take Haven. I'm sure I can take you this time. Secret's like, ha 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 ha, fall into my trap.
We'll go A-Site every round.
and only one site the entire
Today,
time.
if they do it, it's gonna be like C-Site every
Yeah.
time. It's
Oh
like,
my
you're
God.
Like, oh God.
They did do C-Site once yesterday.
Oh God.
Yeah, so I don't know. Gen.G, be careful for that. Let's talk about our key players. We're going to zoom in on GodZed, Tissue Man, and Envy, the nice guy who won't BM other teams in interviews.
I mean, I think these two are important to look at as well, because for Envy, you know, like you mentioned, yeah, it might be just, you know, classic Filipino esports, maybe they're really used to it, but he is kind of one of those younger players. Is he going to have that endurance and stamina for today? They have been playing for the past 2 days, minimal rest. They haven't had time to study much tape. Meanwhile, Gen.G has had 1 day of rest. And also, from the previous performances that we've had, especially against T1, I think GodDead and Meteor were really landing some nutty shots, and if they can keep up to that performance, they might be able to eke out a win today.
Yeah, they were good on Ascent, but outside of Ascent, GodDead and Meteor were not playing very well. So we need to see that version of them on all the other maps. Like we used to see it. We saw it at the beginning of the year. GodDead was incredible on KO. He was constantly setting up Meteor for success. They were doing a great job prepping for their opponents. Like you said, having that prep time normally for coaches Elma Putty and Bile, I'd be thinking this is Gen.G in the bag. But they've had tons of prep time. They've known their opponents, you know, for what I would say is reasonable amounts of times, and they're still losing these matches, so many in a row. So I'm no longer confident in their ability to, you know, use that time effectively. Whatever is going on with this team, and again, we don't know.
Yeah.
But to me, it has to be some kind of teamwork or synergy problem within the players themselves. I don't really want to throw too much shade at the coaches in this, because I think something else is going on, and I don't know exactly what it is.
And I think that's a very true statement as well. I mean, it's very hard for any of us to comment on this because we're not really a part of the team. But if there is something wrong, they need to fix it, and they need to fix it by today, by like yesterday.
They need like a Remember the Titans-esque speech here.
Yeah,
someone needs to come in there and give them the old like Ted Lasso treatment, like believe, like let's go.
Yeah, I'm Braveheart.
yeah.
I mean, conversely, I think the same thing could be said for Team Secret because as an elimination match, there's so much pressure on the shoulders. Obviously, both teams have vastly differing cultures. I think Team Secret is a little bit more fun, but at the same time, how does it work out when there's this much pressure at stake, you know?
Gen.G has no fun.
That's
No,
all I
it's
wanna
true
say.
though. I mean, I think it's just very much a cultural thing too. That's probably why we saw DRX even, the Korean teams like break down. They are so
It's an emotional
hardcore about
release.
it. Not that the Filipino teams aren't, they have some of the greatest Valorant teams coming out of the Philippines. But yeah, there's a lot of like, mirth surrounding their training and their facilities, and they bunk together. It looks kind of fun. Now let's talk about our predictions. I think this is a little bit different. We are all on the same page for today.
I just don't have any faith in Gen.G anymore. I don't know what to say. Like you can't lose 6 in a row to various different opponents. It's not like it's been like Paper X, DRX every time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you've lost to everybody basically, and so now it's just like, well, I can't reasonably say that you're the better team right now. Team Secret has mostly looked like the better team. Yeah, sure, they got smoked on a couple maps by DRX, but again, who hasn't? That happens to everybody. So, like, to me, Team Secret looks fundamentally better right now. They look more coordinated. Just please don't pull Envy out again. He's your best player right now. He is, in terms of like raw stats right now, in terms of like KD and ACS and those kind of things, like there's only 3 players that are in the top 10 so far in the playoffs that aren't on DRX or PRX. And Envy's one of them. And Saya plays another. So like, and Eco's the other, which is kind of funny for Gen.G, but that's it. So like, you got to keep Envy in today. I know that whatever they'd done on Bind was, working in scrims, I'm sure. And I'm not going to fault them for that. I'm not going to say, like, they made a bad call. I think they got rock, paper, scissors there with DRX. But you got to keep Envy in today.
Yeah, what do you think about Envy staying in?
I mean,
he was our key player to look at.
That's about it. He's really strong. Laban Piñas. Envy's probably going to bring it home.
Yeah. Well, we're voting for the pineapple. And
That's right.
A quick story about that. They pranked Paper Thin and told him it was Laban Piñas, and that is why the pineapple came about. Let's look at some pineapples and tissues.
Make waves. We'll make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves.
고맙습니다. 고맙습니다. 뭐가 이거? 이거 진짜 티켓인가?
Hey, I've been looking for that. Thanks.
You looking for this?
Yeah.
No, this is for us. They like to make it for me. This is for us.
You've already been to enough events already, so I can.
What? What the
Yeah,
heck,
I'll
bro?
just help you hold it.
You're so rude, man.
It's elimination day for the lower bracket of VCT Pacific playoffs, where one of these teams will step that much closer to Masters Tokyo and Champions LA. Ladies and gents, it's Generation Gaming and Team Secret.
Stepping out onto the stage, I mean,
Eco
is this team ready?
Like they don't. I mean, yesterday Team Secret came out like in lockstep, and they looked really good. So you know, I'm curious to see what they're going to do today because the coordination was much better. They stomped on map 1.
These guys can't even stand in a line.
They're having fun. They're having fun. I think it's a good sign. You know, release some of that stress, be a little bit more. I don't know, relaxed today as they start things out. But then, I don't know, Team Secret just looked really cool. If you have the like sunglasses, take them off, like shake your hair off a little bit.
We need like explosions behind them.
Yeah.
And it's just like slow-mo, like
Smoke
Team
machines,
Secret. Yeah.
Sunglasses.
Oh, we got a diamond formation. Is this the flying V?
Yeah!
Whoa! Oh!
Lava piñas! They're a pineapple. I'm just gonna call them a
Look at
pineapple.
Jeremy. He's like trying not to crack up. All right, there we go.
No, you gotta cross your arms. Oh no!
Oh.
Oh no! He didn't look cool enough.
Our esports
Jeremy.
Borkin
Yeah,
loves
this is
golf.
real esports analysis right
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Crazy. That was who choreographed that?
I liked it. Whoever did it.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe it was
I don't
Yam
know.
Yam.
I'm not
Yam
sure.
Yam, was it you?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Yam Yam. I was like, there's no way Dubstep or Jesse came up with that.
What if it's
maybe Borkum?
Definitely had a woman's touch. Coordination, project management. Well, you know what? It's a serious day, but I'm glad these guys both teams are looking good in spirits.
You gotta come in here with a positive mental attitude. Unless you're one of those weird teams who thrives on being angry. There are those rare
Weird
exceptions.
teams.
No, I'm serious. Like, I know people, and I'm one of them, who when you make me angry, I am actually better at video games.
Oh, you
I
like
had a
Hulk
friend
out.
when I used to play competitively a long, long time ago. He would purposely make me angry because
Exactly.
he knew I would play better.
I don't think it's weird at all. And if anything, I feel like Meteor could be one of those people as well. You've seen in interviews and how he behaves and how he thinks, I want to be that best jet, that best duelist in the world. Maybe if he's pissed off, he could perform better. But at the same time, on the flip side of that, for Team Secret, you know, they're relaxed, they have fun. What happens if they're angry? What happens if they tilt? That might be bad.
Most teams do not do well. I'm not saying I recommend this to people. Like, you shouldn't play games angry. It's not good for you.
If you guys want to know why Paper Thin has no more hair, it's
Yeah,
because
there's a reason.
he is so good at
My
video
teammates
games.
back in the day stressed me out so much. I lost all my hair.
I did it for the Ray.
I did it. Yeah. Did it for the ELO.
But that said, still, I mean, coming back to it, the map pick here will be so crucial. We've talked about it. Team Secret, they have a lot of wins
I don't
on
know.
Haven.
I don't know.
They're not playing it today, that could be bad, but we're
This
starting
is
things
Pearl,
off.
right? Yeah.
Oh! So
Well,
Haven's still in.
I mean, you have to pick Haven as Team Secret. I'm very shocked that Gen.G left it open.
Oh gosh.
Well, Gen.G
Ascent,
picks
too.
Ascent. Yeah, sure. That
And
makes sense.
then-
I mean, of course, they won on it. You know.
Yeah.
There's the Haven.
Yeah, you have to.
No way.
But here's the other thing, right? Because Team Secret has had 100% win rate on Ascent so far. They're also good on that map. It's a kind of a question mark for me. Why would Gen.G not ban Haven? Why did they pick Ascent?
It is. Look, it is a tough map pool for both these teams. Okay, Split is the decider. That's actually pretty
All right.
interesting. I think that does potentially favor Team Secret a little bit more.
Yeah.
They've had a little bit more experience on it. But, I mean, both these teams have very similar map pools. They're both really good at Ascent. They both like Haven. I'd say Team Secret is better at it. They both are pretty good at Fracture. So it's tough to kind of, for these two to match up. You're going to have to come in, I think, with some special preparation. And like you were talking about earlier, Quack, there just hasn't been a ton of time.
Yeah, and that's one of the factors as well. But here's the second thing that I'm thinking about. If you're going with Haven and Ascent, and we were just talking about how strong Jesse Vash has gotten, how impeccable his Sova utility has been, Ascent and Haven are two of those maps where Sova dominates, and this could be troublesome for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, these two maps are Jesse Vash's playground. These are Team Secret's playground. Yeah, Gen.G's really good on Ascent. Eco in particular looked out of this world the other day on his Sova too. So curious to see if that can carry over here for Gen.G. But I think like Team Secret is still favored for me here today, unless this is, like I said, unless there's been some kind of magic speech given to Gen.G before this, where their like mental is completely changed.
At the very least, we will have our favorite mirror composition, so it's going for that DRX classic.
It is. You know, it's I mean, I'm so excited to see how Tasteless is because he does love mirror.
This is his favorite. Yeah.
It is his absolute favorite. Yeah, mirror comp. So, in fact, let's just hear from him. He is casting today. We've got Tasteless and Will. How much do you love those mirror comps?
I love them so much. This is going to be such a crazy match getting up here. We've got Gen.G, a team that at the start of this event looked like they may be the strongest team in the region and has slid off. They have very much underperformed. We don't know when they're going to recover, but if they can recover, it has to be now because they'll be facing elimination. On the other hand, Team Secret's been very hot, very cold. But one thing that is undeniable about these guys is that they function very well under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they've been proving that time and time again ever since Super Week, right? I mean, Super Week's when the schedule really started to crunch up together. Secret's been thriving ever since. And here's the other thing. Gen.G, I mean, the desk was talking about the map bans and picks a little bit, but the biggest problem for Gen.G has been that they have been one of those teams that has not bought in to the Harbor meta, right? Everyone around the entire world in VCT is currently trying to figure out how to make Harbor or even Harbor Viper work on almost every single map, and Gen.G has yet to play a single map of Harbor. Clearly, whatever the issue is, they do not like using that agent, so they're trying to go to these maps where they can go with the old standard compositions, see if they can make it happen today against Team Secret.
A lot of times we have these Korean teams, they'll lean back into the conservative play that worked for them before rather than trying to get experimental. That could be strong, it could backfire. We'll find out as we go into map 1 here. It is Gen.G on the attacking side, Team Secret ready to defend the A and B site.
All right, so Team Secret just going for a split. They do want to eventually try to push out, but they've spotted way too many. Has to be a back off, and correctly doing so. Dubstep, of course, on that jet, does have the dash.
Gets the blind out, not able to make much more work with that. They're going to try to smoke off and sandbag progress up into A. And with the utility baited out, we're going to quietly see Gen.G retract from this position and either push into mid or go back around into B.
Yeah, so the biggest trade-off there was, of course, you know, the blinds coming out from Borkum. He had to use his paranoia just to buy time. However, because of that, Team Secret also didn't have to overcommit to a rotate, right? They're still able to hold their default positions. They even have Borkum over and Wine, so we start to see the rotations trying to lean back into B. They feel a little bit safer about A. We've got Jesse Vash here to support. Now he's trying to bait for Jeremy.
All right, a little bit of tension builds up here at B. A very nice and slow pistol round here. Gen.G not willing to overextend. We know Team Secret has been pretty clutch on the defending side on this map before. And now a smoke out over here in mid. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock. That's not a lot of time, especially in a pistol round, to try to get a proper plant up.
But, yeah, I was about to say, this was the problem, right? Main has already been taken over by Team Secret, and Team Secret, they pretty much bait Gen.G to come through tree. Sure, you eventually get the kill onto Envy, and you're going to win on the duels over on main as well. I mean, thank God they did, because otherwise, in terms of reading the map, Team Secret was definitely a step ahead.
Okay, we've got Jeremy now coming up towards lobby. And gets the first drop on a TS.
Does he expect another? Oh, no. I mean, way too close, yeah.
So Jesse gets one and has to get the second. And so we're going to get into a time baiting position here. How much of the okay, he gets halfway. The bait sticking it. Good dodge there.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse, the thing is he knew he needed to bait out the utility before the timer starts to really run down. He just wants to win the duel. He knows that if he gets the headshot, he can get this, but Eco's playing so well with the time.
That was really well done. The peak and then perfect usage of the dart to scan to be like, okay, well, either I'm going to see you or you have to pull the diffuse off and kill that dart off, and basically making that an impossibility. Close round, could have gone either way. Gen.G clutching that first win here and going to try to build the momentum in this first half from there.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is, I mean, yes, thank goodness TS was able to win both of these duels actually over on main, but that means also credit to Gen.G. They were aware of the fact that they needed to make sure they had some information about main, right? Because the main force was going to come through tree. They didn't want to get pinched and just get stuck on the site. So good recovery from Gen.G. Meanwhile, TS, I mean, I don't think you can feel too bad about that round. You definitely had the macro read across the map.
Meteor going to try to edge around here. Not peeking in unison, Team Secret. misses the opportunity to possibly get a pick, over there. Back over onto the B side of things. King gets the first kill onto Jeremy. Advancing forward, Jesse nimbly pulls behind the corner there and will go undetected. So the opportunity to pop out with a shorty is real.
Yeah, and he does get spotted. I mean, Gen.G's so aware of the possibilities of the shotguns now. A good flash drive will allow Envy to get one kill. Can he survive to get another? Eco not wanting to give over a weapon. Yep, he will be able to pick up the kill onto Envy as well.
Borkum going to inch in now. And, I mean, this is all but over, right? I mean, we'll see what he can actually get done. He'll try to get a kill or two if he can. He does not. The second and expected win here for Gen.G. We go to the third round here in the first half. Team Secret needs to start to try to get some balance out here in a round they should win on paper.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely investing, not over-investing, but investing all the way up to, okay, the Odin as well. So they want to make sure they can shut this down. Obviously, the Odin simplifies your overall strategy on defense just a tad bit, right? If you just make sure you get the timings right, you can really just shut down B main and then just be concerned about mid and A site. Mid, you've got the alarm bot as well. You even have the turret for insurance on B. I mean, Team Secret, for all logic and reason, as soon as they get contact, they should be ready to kind of shift their weight over to the A side.
This time around, pressure over here onto A. A very conservative setup over here onto A as well here. You know, Gen.G's going to have to advance considerably further before they're going to get any reveals. Well, I say that. Here comes Meteor now.
Yeah, well, Gen.G, they put up a smoke in mid, and that actually did succeed in drawing out the attention from Dubstep, and that made A-side weaker, and they're able to break in. It's a 5v2. They take advantage of the numbers. They're going to get the plant on top of upgrading 2 of their rifles. Now they have 2 Vandals and 2 Bulldogs. This is not looking good for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's looking rough here. Dubstep does get the drop onto King. And it's going to be a pretty heavy heaven sight push. Not the easiest to try to pull through. They're trying to floor bang and get God dead, but he's in an angle they're just not expecting. With the lurk over here, he could get some very quick kills.
Oh, Jeremy was good for a couple, and that actually draws Team Secret in to try for the retake because they think they can get these 1v1 duels. But at the end of the day, the number is still way more in advantage of Gen.G, and they go ahead and take away the bonus from the opponents as well. This is the cleanest they've looked in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, they do seem to be in very good form. A little bit of an explosive end of that round 3. We should note it's a pretty dramatic trade out there. Everybody's going to have to buy back pretty heavily here as we go into the 4th round here, so this could be an unusual one. But ultimately, Gen.G does win that, and this is going to be Team Secret starved again.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of have to let this one go. They did not spot the Bucky just yet. Okay, eventually he will. I wasn't quite sure if he would have caught vision, but Meteor, he's back in form. I mean, we've been talking about how, you know, parts of this Gen.G team, they started to all kind of fall apart individually as well as a team. Meteor wasn't fragging out as much as he used to, but I keep going back and thinking maybe part of that was because of their comms and their coordination when it comes to trading, setting up angles. Today, they look a lot more polished, and that is allowing players like Meteor to just push forward and get these kills.
Borkum is waiting for Dubstep. Dubstep may try to come around. Well, never mind. Borkum's not going to be waiting for anybody now. He gets picked off here. We're waiting for this round to end, and it does. Dubstep does get that king on a kill, excuse me, on a king. The king on a kill, as some would say. But in all seriousness, I mean, Gen.G is really building up momentum, and we have to see Team Secret begin to recover this half because otherwise the snowballing is going to continue. Round 5, if you're 0-4, you should be able to get some decent guns, but it's getting very tough, and you know, obviously we do have a second half no matter what, but you want to have this first half be a little bit more even.
Yeah, and the biggest problem is yeah, it took so long to get this operator. Now they're going to buy up because they understand they need this to try to make something work. It's either that or the Odin, but Dubstep with the operator, able to be a bit more nimble. You can reposition for other uses. So if they lose here, sure, they have the Bladestorm for the next round, but the Op's not coming back for at least another 2 rounds, if even 3, depending on the armor situation. And Team Secret, they're going to want to play this very calmly. Now, Gen.G, they're using this against Team Secret. They're actually playing with the tempo a lot more than we've seen in their past couple matches. I mean, a lot of people have been clamoring for Gen.G to return to form. We're starting to see glimpses of that here in the very first map.
Okay. We are going to have some pressure build up here at B. Now, if Dubstep can get the first pick, that's going to be where Team Secret will start to actually recover. And they black it out.
Oh, the paranoia! He drops the op. I mean, first of all, that gun's down. They need to be able to recover it, let alone win the round, but Meteor is popping off as he enters into the site.
Beautifully done. B site is going to be where this spike is going down, and I don't know what Team Secret wants to do. In fact, they're going to be pulling away.
They're just saving. They're ditching the operator.
They're gonna turtle it out now, and this is going to be a 5th round win. The spike is going to tick away and eventually explode. Team Secret in extremely hot water here on our first map, Ascent.
And here's the crazy thing is, up to this round, the reason they were hunting even in that previous round when they knew that they had the gun advantage was for the ult points, right? So now they're able to use just the no command and they get this round win for free. They can go on the hunt again. They still have more weapons. They still have the Blade Storm. And then if they can build up towards that Hunter's Fury, you know, or try to build up points back towards the no command, I mean, this is going to be huge. This is why we see Goddead chasing behind Meteor. TS is holding the other pinch. I mean, if they get any more of these kills, it could spell so much trouble for Team Secret dropping these weapons. Jeremy saves one.
A mini victory within the loss there. TS is taken out. Team Secret pumping the brakes here. I can't say we're really surprised. I was wondering if this timeout was going to be called earlier here. Meteor, by the way, just completely splitting the B site wide open. Really good usage of Blade Storm, by the way.
Yeah.
Particularly that second kill, I was stunned.
Well, I think the biggest thing is he's looking a lot more patient than he has in the past couple of matches, right? I mean, even there, he misses the first two as Dubstep tries to dash out, you know, back into B site, and he just carefully repositions, understands that he needs to get the reset to make things happen, is able to get it, he gets the reset, and then he waits for the ping from the recon dart to eliminate the other member on the site as well. So whatever happened in the past couple 2 days, right? And of course, the build-up into their playoffs miracle run here for Gen.G, I mean, the communication is coming back, right? The coordination is coming back. Their utility timing, it's not perfect. It's not the cleanest we've seen, but at least they're not rushing ahead of each other. If it's late, they just say they accept it and they say, I'll just wait. I'll just wait for the recon dart. I'll wait for the flash. It's a second late. That's okay.
Yeah. Look, I mean, we have many more rounds to go, but right now we're looking at teams, Gen.G almost be halfway there, right? I mean, this is a stunning performance. They're looking extremely strong, and it does seem like they've hit a healthy reset button. Team Secret, I don't think they've been playing poorly, but we've seen some really good entries here from Gen.G that sort of make the rest of the entire round very difficult here for Team Secret.
Ooh, yeah, it looks like Gen.G, they might want to try to run things up once again. We'll see if it happens. I think part of the reason might be, I mean, if you know, the chances of the Odin on another side, yeah, is so low. So you're going to take advantage of this, and it's before the Hunter's Fury can come online as well. So just get whatever rounds you can while you have this streak going. They are forcing the site to be entirely emptied out just in case someone's waiting. Meteor dives in first.
Dubstep pops up and looks for a shot. Can't get any. Envy gets the first kill on to King.
Yeah, but TS is now teleported on the other side as well. He's trying to set up a crossfire with Meteor. He can't get the kill.
Oh! What?
Oh, Meteor will be able to cover for him as well. What a good pinch setup from TS and Meteor.
Dude, Meteor is running away with this whole show.
Absolutely. He is looking absolutely rejuvenated and tasteless. I mean, the idea of, okay, we built up these ultimates. Let's just force it while they can't respond. They don't have an Odin. They don't have the Hunter's Fury. Let's just use the lockdown. We're on attack, on ascent. If we can get 6 rounds, it's already a victory in the first half. And then you even use the Omen ultimate to really secure because you were already down 4v5 thanks to the smoke spam coming out from Envy. And yeah, moments like this, you can hear it in their comments. They feel good about their decisions.
Well, I mean, it's just such a different map one than I think so many of us were expecting. Even if you're a fan of Gen.G, I mean, this is so much better than I think we could have even imagined, especially after weeks and weeks and weeks of disappointing play. So this round has been a trade out here. Keep in mind, this is a squishy Team Secret right now with pretty subpar weaponry. They're going to take their time, I think probably trying to bait out, if they can, any more utility there from Team Secret. They're going to come into mid, smoke this out, and maybe try to look for picks. Borkum is going to be lurking from Catwalk, but he pulls back in towards the A site, as it might be a slow, little bit before we have any action.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing I think also for Gen.G was they didn't want to give away that weapon that Meteor dropped, right? So you got a 1v1 trade, not a big deal, as long as we don't give a weapon upgrade. They're trying to fish for information, and they get confirmation that there's 2 members at least over there. So no matter where you go, it's going to be minimum a 4v2.
Whoa, Jesse with a great shot from the distance. TS does get the drop on a Dubstep before that judge could do the work for him.
Whoa! Yeah, Jesse was so low. King spots him right before he's able to dip back and just run and gun there. Borkum, I don't think he was spotted just yet. Knows the plant's coming. Oh, but the shorty ready just in time. I
should be left over.
The timing of that, I think maybe they caught sight of him as he was trying to turn for the plant or something like that, because he immediately pulls it out.
Okay, this is a start. Oh, he sees the top of the head. It's another.
Oh,
the headshot! Unreal play. He's going to get that triple kill and the defuse. A moment that looked impossible was clutch there by Envy. Like Paperthin was saying, keep Envy in. He's so strong. And that's exactly why we're seeing why that's a good idea now.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, when you go through the map drafts, you kind of already have to submit your rosters, and that did not work out in favor of Team Secret yesterday, but they're kicking off with Envy once again. He's looking sharp, and, you know, he had the comms, surely, that one of them was low, so he's just trying to eliminate them one by one to turn it into 1v1. At that point, you have a sheriff. If you get the headshot, you can win, and he does exactly that. Now, already for Gen.G, like, even if they go 6-6, they don't feel too bad, right? They started on the attacking side of Ascent. They're not going to feel terrible, ideally, because of the streak. They would want at least one more round, but the upcoming ones look a little... I was going to say look a little tough because of the ultimates, but if you start 5v4, maybe Gen.G, they can bring the momentum back.
All right, we're seeing the Aldro hide behind the wall there for a second. Come out and peek. Hunter's Fury triggered. Envy dropping Meteor. Probably the best player to take out at the start of a round. Jesse gets another.
Great Hunter's Fury from Jesse. Not only was he trying to make sure that they couldn't all swarm into the site up against Envy, but he even picks up a kill for his troubles. Still a 3v3. It is doable. They have the lockdown as well. I know Team Secret, they don't want to have to dump everything, but they absolutely desperately need rounds.
Revealing area.
Okay, well, lockdown is coming down here. And we see the Hunter's Fury pulled out. And that's going to manage to connect with that lockdown.
Yeah, but now they know both of them. Both of them are backside. They know this. It's a 2v1.
He gets one. Oh, trust that it's going to be the other door, back facing to the other side. A tough call in an explosive moment there. That's going to be the second round win here for Team Secret. I'll tell you what, William, they're coming back. But these are nail-biter rounds. I mean, on many of these moments, it looks like Gen.G could have still won had they played and executed a little bit better.
Absolutely, and the thing is Team Secret, I mean, if you keep dropping so many weapons just to get a couple round wins, another round's going to come once you've used up your ultimates where Gen.G can just bulldoze the site, right? Just with pure firepower and ultimates, and they'll get at least 7 in the first half. Now your goal is to try to prevent that. Gen.G looks like, I mean, if they're calling a timeout here, I got to imagine they don't want to stop at a 7-5 scoreline, I mean, let alone a 6-6. They want to get to at least 8, right? Because otherwise, you already have such a lead. I wonder if it's worth giving this timeout opportunity for the other side as well, because both coaches can talk during a single timeout.
Right.
But if you're doing this, you want to line some, you know, a couple more rounds up together where you're at least 8-4 in the lead going into the second half.
Yeah. We've seen the Gen.G coach now speaking. And, you know, I got to say, I am very impressed with them. Team Secret, you know, up against the ropes. They've pulled out 2 wins back-to-back. 2 wins that could have gone the other way. But I couldn't agree more that 8-4 score is probably, you know, an ideal. Obviously, if they get more than that, it's even better. But that's a realistic goal here to try to get through this. This timeout's now over. We're going to go into round 9 here. And an important one here. Team Secret. Heavily loaded, but so is Gen.G.
Yeah, now, one of the things that Gen.G hasn't done much of is toy with mid, right? Just that last round. Yes, they power through the middle of the map, but they haven't really messed with the Killjoy utility too much in mid. Curious to see if that changeup is going to come just to try to draw out some forced repositioning or util changes from the side of Team Secret. Doesn't look like it at the beginning of the round for now. All right, just securing the orb is okay. They want to try to build up. I mean, if you can go over to B main, you have the turret watching on the attacker side. The B main orb is still there. You know that. You could try to get there eventually for Goddead to get the null command and power through. All right.
There's going to be some creeping up towards A here. A healthy stack ready here from Team Secret. We've got Dubstep ready up in heaven, too, for a possible kill and then a dash away.
I like that smoke. It's not perfectly lined up, but it definitely slows down Gen.G, right? They cannot position to get in for an explosive entry. They're going to have to use a right-click flash drive just to do it. Meteor's already in, but he gets taken out.
Envy gets the first kill. Spam shots through. They're going to be fleeing away from the A site now. A trade out is not the worst thing in the world that Gen.G could have asked for. They do have their Killjoy King over here. And there's going to be a bit of a duel. A really nice shot on a Jesse Vash. I think if King could come in here for the kill, gets the pin on him.
Yeah, but King's now pinned, and yeah, he can get spammed through that wall. That was my concern. Of course, he can't see the minimap. We saw the backup had already arrived, and now everyone's spotted. I mean, the information all given up. Borkum doesn't even have to rush it. He just has to tell his teammates it's going to be an A-side hit.
All right, he's going to be running into A. They can get on to A just barely before Team Secret can.
Yeah, but time. I mean, Team Secret, they could sacrifice one person going in to try to just mess it up. Okay, they're not going to risk it. They say, you know what, draw out all your utility. We're coming in with a numbers advantage.
Borkum creeps in here. They know it has to be behind Generator and in Hell.
All right, they already spotted Hell as well. God dead, he got two. Can he get another?
Oh, it's going to be another 1v1. Dubstep in a tough spot. He gets spotted. Dash in! Beautifully done. Team Secret gets that kill. Will get the defuse. And a really brilliant split-second moment knowing, okay, the Owl drone's out. I am faster at dashing in and having my gun out than that Sova is going to be. Gets that kill. Masterful moment there from Team Secret.
Yeah, the thing from Eco, you could tell for a brief second he was trying to consider what his options were. He goes for the drone, and he purposely gets close because you got to assume that if you're using the drone, it's probably from far away, and then he wants to get the early ping. But the one thing he did not calculate for was the dash coming back. And Dubstep able to use that right after he gets the 2-kill reset. To his advantage, clutches it out.
Okay, going into this next game.
All right,
it's going to be pressure up in mid here. They're going to start to clip it Dubstep.
Oh, they're just trying to run past it. They don't check for Dubstep. I mean, you just got cleared by the alarm button, and you do not check your corners. You're trying to rush through. You're trusting the null command a little bit too much.
All right, this is going to be a spike plan up here at B. The execution on the God Dead. TS finds Borkum.
All right, he's going to rejoin on site, a 2v2. Good repositioning. You don't want to risk getting into these 1v1s. Eco's been spotted. He's going to reposition to avoid the wall shots there.
Shock dart comes through.
And the fragment as well. They know the angles. Yeah, you can only peek out from the other door.
It's going to be a 1v1 again.
Oh,
a jump into
no.
Boathouse isn't quite good enough, and there it is once more. Envy getting that kill, getting that last second defuse. As Team Secret is starting to string together these wins, there's a possibility this goes 6-6 in one of the weirdest back and forths you could have in a half.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's looking like it, right? Gen.G does have another shot here in this round, but if they buy down, they will not be able to full buy. Now they do have their own lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, right? You don't have either of those on the other side, so this is a good opportunity just to secure one more round. There's only 2 rounds left anyway. Might as well get it, because if you lose this one, you're not looking good on your buys. Meteor going to use the Bladestorm just to try to have hope in the last round in case they lose this one.
Get out of my way.
All right, Dubstep in the back here. Sees the turret, decides to reposition. Oh, only 9 HP. Eats a big shot back there. Meanwhile, the Bladestorm here for Meteor is going to be pushing up into the B site.
Yeah, Dubstep tries to just even out the numbers just a bit, but he's going to get taken down early. Backups already arrived. Okay, they get traded though. TS able to just hold the line for just a bit longer, but they haven't gone through backside yet.
Wall bang there from Jeremy. B site still on lock.
They need to get the kill onto Envy. Oh no!
Oh my God, Envy is insane. Ending that by being locked down. It's so funny. Okay, it's the last round. At least for this half, and I mean, is this really gonna happen like this? I almost never see 6 wins and then 6 wins on the other side of the team, right?
Yeah, we don't see it too often.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure it's happened somewhere, but yeah, it's definitely not a common occurrence. But I'll say this, we were kind of hyping up Gen.G. They looked rejuvenated in the first couple rounds, but I will say, as soon as they started hitting some of these roadblocks, you can tell the coordination starting to fall apart, whereas Team Secret, it's actually coming up more and more. They're getting warmed up, right? Their utility timings, their trade angles are looking much better. I mean, not to say that Gen.G is in shambles, but, I mean, committing that lockdown there, Oh, TS
Big
trying
pick.
to play some mind games, but Meteor using the pings against his opponent. He is able to get the kill, and now he's just playing bait. I mean, they have no intention of going to A site. They just want to get into B, but if Jeremy can stay alive long enough while Envy goes on the hunt for Meteor, this could work out for Team Secret. I want to look at that A site. Meteor's turning the corner right now. There's fights on both sides. Meteor's going to win that one.
Jeremy gets God dead and another. And now it's just Meteor left over. The spike stuck out in mid by Market. 30 HP with nearly full health Team Secrets and a double stack. And they're going to put their lockdown down here. Burn through any remaining utilities, any ultis here, and just make this a little bit more of a time headache here. Now, I don't realistically think you could pop in, grab it, and get back out, but he might try. Won't work out. Borkum gets it, and so the bizarre back and forth, or one back, one forth, I don't know how you want to say this, happens. If you're just now tuning in, Gen.G won the first 6 rounds in the half, and then Team Secret won the last 6 rounds in the half, which is just a bizarre way for a Valorant map to develop.
Well, this was a back and forth, right? Like not a back and forth the whole time, but a back and forth.
It was one back, one forth. Or 1/4 and one back, depending on who you're cheering for here.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, you know, obviously it's very close. It's also more than obvious that the normal advantages that organically spur up in rounds where one team gets a lead but the other might have banked better resources or have been able to save onto their ultis was not a factor here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a darn shame. Now, that second to last round, I get the logic, but this is what I mean in that Gen.G's like they're trying to play for the best benefit, and then they're actually losing all the marbles at the same time, because what happened was they didn't want to use the lockdown right away. They wanted to greed for 2 rounds at the end, try to make it into an 8-4. And then they go down to this 2v2 and they're like, oh shoot, well maybe we should use the lockdown just to secure this round. But at that point, you're already not in a position where you're able to really secure that round. The lockdown not in the most advantageous position. Oh, okay, we're cheering across the globe now for Sliggy as well. Slugs in the chat. Love to see that shout out. Of course, the pineapple shout out as well. Explained that meme on the desk. And this fan wants to see TS smiling after a victory. It's been so long since fans have seen that from Gen.G.
I know. Well, I don't know if I should be excited for Gen.G or worried. I mean, it seemed like they had completely and totally figured out and made the adjustments necessary. But I'm not going to lie, when you're ahead in 6 rounds, it's really bad to then lose 6 rounds after that. I mean, something is not clicking here.
Yeah, I mean, you imagine you're going to have at least, minimum 1 chance where the stars align with your ultimates, with your guns, which they did. They did. But again, that's what I was saying is that they constantly try to spread it out where they could get more than one of those rounds, and then none of them actually working out to best efficiency. Now, what they do have to remember, though, is that you started on the attacking side. You're going over with 6-6 on the board. On the defense, it's not a bad place to be.
All right, they take the turret out. They're going to spill into the A site. Gen.G will need to be ready for that retake. We have a lot of agents collected over here by Tree.
Now, probably if there was an unfortunate part, is that the Nanoswarms weren't able to do too much damage over to that side. Dubstep just a little bit weakened as the duels start to happen. 5v5 retake.
Oh, bit of a trade out here. Looks like it's going to be at the last few seconds, a Gen.G blowout. They are going to get that first defuse. They're going to get that first pistol round win. Much needed here as we're dead even 6-6. Finally 7-6. As the second half continues to unfold.
Yeah, there's just these moments, right? Even now on a 5v5 retake on a pistol, sometimes things can get a little hectic, right? Because at the end of the day on a pistol, you're not going to have too much utility to work with. You do have to eventually go in and set up these trade angles. And they're so calm, right? I mean, God Dead with a great jump to avoid getting shot from the other angles. He's able to burst up, build up that crossfire coming in from door. Then his teammates, they just calmly walk through door, check all angles before pinching onto Generator. I mean, those are the moments we saw in the first 6 rounds. See if they can string it again this time in the second half.
Okay. 1 agent suppressed back here. Meteor going to move in here. Borkum with a lurk just onto the side. Looks like he's ready to peek, but No, he decides to back out.
Yeah, Meteor doesn't want to go too far and risk giving over, a weapon on that fight. So they'll just back out. They do hear the flash drive, so they understand that there were still members left over for Team Secret, but they don't have any other information, which is why they're just kind of watching all their default angles. They're watching mid, and they
This is so smart. He knows roughly where the someone's going to be standing in that moment. Almost gets those shots to connect.
Yeah, but look at Gen.G. I mean, they're trying to just take control of the rest of the map. You have a Spectre. That's a risky fight to take. Meteor thought he could get the first shot, and he doesn't.
Yeah, and now a lot more instability here in the mid. As we're seeing Gen.G try to push back in here. Jeremy's going to be just around the corner, and he gets that perfect headshot on a TS. Goddead gets the revenge.
Yeah, but now they can go into a site, right? So first of all, the spike absolutely going to get planted. The silver lining for Gen.G is that weapons could not be recovered on the side of Team Secret, so they're all still fighting with pistols. However, if they just crowd the site like they are right now, these are always going to end up being close quarter battles.
Yeah, that's true. Got some more utility getting spammed in here.
Yeah, they're trying to just flush them out of hell with that fragment. Oh, they're all there, though. They have no idea. There's so many pistols in hell.
Oh, my God. A smart move. Just a big triple stack there. Not a lot of utility as you go into that second round, so they can kind of all hunch down there and kind of as a group just try to overpower anybody that's going to drop down from heaven.
Yeah, this is rough. That's a rough round, and I mean, Meteor initially goes for the shot because they weren't spotted, but the thing is, Spectre at that range is such a risky move. And, trying to tag him, if you get some damage and you can back out, you still have control of the map. You could still hold on to mid with your teammate with the Bulldog, but alas, it does not work out that way. And now the Thrifty comes in from Team Secret. Gen.G back on their back foot.
All right, Dubstep just pushes through here, dominating, trying to go for the wall bang, just now going over the shoulder of Meteor. And it's going to be, I think, a pretty quick round, to say the least. Jeremy dropping TS, and I feel like we're seeing the ghost of Team Secret from that second half of the first half. If that even makes sense. Like, they're just still here, still moving on.
I mean, the momentum absolutely
it's still
in
there.
favor. Yeah.
Yeah. Minus the pistol round lost. This is the team we saw that was just continuing to crush.
And they already have Jeremy with the lockdown ready going into the fourth round of the half. So it is really just positions flip-flopped between Secret and Gen.G from the first half and now into the second half. Attackers will have their lockdown. Envy might be able to just get both ores or at least one, and then he gets the plant. He'll set up his null command for the following round. The ults are lining up for Secret and Gen.G. I mean, their goal here is to die to the spike, but I don't know if that's going to come to fruition. Okay.
All right. One kill's not bad. Enemy down. And it's about as good as you could ask for, really.
Yeah, he's trying to force Jesse to also die to the spike if he wants to greed for the kill. I think they all get out, though, yeah. Now, here's the thing, is that Envy dying, not the end of the world, right? Because these weapons were not all bought by themselves. They carried it over from the Thrifty.
Right.
And then on top of that, now he's only 1 point away from his null command. So if Secret wants, I mean, they can just get an orb for, Dubstep to really have his Blade Storm ready to go, or they could feed it to Jesse Vash, then give Envy the spike plant, and they can continue to use the lockdown this round, and then still have other ultimates lined up to match Gen.G in future rounds.
I mean, basically what you're saying is with these ultis, they can chain together probably a couple more wins just with the raw strength of the ultis of this phase of the half. And it looks like B-side is tempting for now. We've got a double stack into mid, nearly a triple stack if you count the peeker over at a tree here.
Yeah, Gen.G has a bit of a read on this, right? I mean, knowing that the lockdown is ready, and they see it coming in. Eco, just going to have to back out. The smoke's going to cover his exit. Meteor just wants to get one pick on the cross. So, Gen.G, the goal. Oh, they're even going to try to clear that with the Nanoswarm. I mean, successfully, and the Paranoia as well. They want to make sure that their members get in safe. Jeremy's trapped, though. Oh, the sightline in favor.
Right, they're going to come through here. Oh, my God, beautifully done by Jeremy. Goddead, I think he might have seen the shoulder during the reload.
Jeremy is on fire right now. He is zoned in.
I mean, Team Secret kind of running away with this now. We've had, I mean, we're going to be probably going up to the 9th win here. Well, actually, we absolutely are, as Gen.G's just going to try to save these guns.
And now
they've only lost, within these 9 wins, they've only lost 1 round inside of that, which was that pistol round.
Yeah.
I mean, they are completely in sync. It just seems like whatever Gen.G had going for them is almost gone now.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Secret, they're not letting up, right? They know that they can all buy back. They want to get all the kills they can. They already got King. Eco, the only one left. He's spotted, and he drops his weapon as well.
A boot on the throat here from Team Secret to Gen.G. Not even able to take those guns for Gen.G into that next round. Huge shutdown. We already see Meteor scooping up a Marshall here, some more Sheriffs, as it's going to be a very flimsy defender side here in this next round.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great. You know, there's no other way to put it. I mean, Gen.G, it's not like you have a ton of ultimates this coming round. The biggest thing you can do is this next round, set a couple of your other ultimates up. You have the no command ready. Set up for, okay, maybe the Marshals can make a difference. But the real important thing, yeah, the trades, I mean, great, you got 1 kill. But the real important thing is Eco has to get an orb or a kill or something. And then when he dies, he's 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury or King, one or the other. Because that way they'll have these 2 strong ultimates to try to cut down the momentum in the next round, maybe even call a timeout to really plan it out. But if you just die without much of a fight here, it's going to be rough.
It's double Marshall in hand here. But, you know, if you can get on site, those Marshals become a lot less useful. So you really want to have this as a preventative measure and much less of a recovery mechanism.
And this one just a clear line.
He gets half of Envy.
Okay.
And then cleans out the other half.
He gets 2. Oh no! TS! So close on that kill. If he had gotten that, it would have turned into a 2v1 and absolutely doable. Okay, weapons are available.
All right, King gonna try to peek over here.
King's not spotted.
Ooh, nicely done by...
He knows that he's not planting anymore. The drone coming in as well. They're pressuring Jeremy to move out, and Eco is able to clean it up.
Very needed there for Gen.G. In a round where, you know, they didn't have a whole lot to work with, those Marshall shots absolutely paying off. A cool approach back there. But Team Secret, you know, they have deep pockets right now. They're going to go into this next round looking pretty healthy.
Well, that's a sick shot. But that's what I was trying to say in the beginning was that unless they convert this to a win or build up all their ultimates, getting a couple of these kills wasn't doing any damage to Team Secret, right? They can all buy back. They can buy whatever weapon of choice. However, it did set the board for them to eventually get the win. Bring the momentum back. Now buy up your own weapons. You have the Blaze Storm as well. You've got some breathing room now.
Meteor going to come out now.
All right, teammate breaks it for him, but Jeremy suspects something's up.
Is Jeremy going to be ready? He gets it. Meteor gets the kill and escapes to safety.
Okay, I mean, now they're going to get the spot with a drone as well. Backup is here. Okay, the trades happen, but Meteor dies as well. Now Eco's trapped. Oh, he is pinched. The idea was to push out B main, then check for mid, regain control of the map, but Team Secret had already crept up all the way to market. I mean, this is, I think we're seeing the difference between these two teams, Tasteless, is that Gen.G, on the attacking side, they would always play so step by step.
Yeah,
right?
it was very procedural.
Yeah, nothing happened simultaneously. Team Secret, though, I mean, they're like, okay, let's set up for mid a little bit as we're getting ready for some movement. Okay, they're pushing out a B main. We'll just have one person wait for that. The rest of you guys still move on, right? We're not going to get stopped just because someone spotted us. I mean, our plan moves on.
It just seems like Team Secret is able to set up these very fluid positions where Gen.G's play is a bit mechanical, and it's almost like this phalanx of agents moving around the map, coordinated, but, you know, they can't reconfigure themselves as quickly. Good pick by TS. Especially when things are this close. Any weapon that can be denied into the next round is worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, they're not as rich as they used to be, so not taking too many risks here on the side of Team Secret. Also, originally, they didn't have an exact clue of where TS might be. He had that Omen ultimate as well, so they didn't want to leave the site too early and risk a ninja defuse. I like that from Secret as well.
Yeah, I mean, great pinch there at the end by Borkum. Looked like it was going to be close for a little bit until it just wasn't. And so the timeout is called here for Gen.G. Look, they can recover here. This is close, but again, this is the unusual nature of these two teams fighting on this map is what we have to factor in. The truth is that, you know, this went from 6 wins on one side in the first half for Gen.G, so it was 6-0. Then it went to 6-6. And so most of all the wins we've seen recently have just been from Team Secret.
Yes.
I mean, they've gone ahead, and we've seen a few round wins here squeezed in for Gen.G, but it does feel like there's just this momentum here for Team Secret. And with that momentum, if they keep chaining these victories together, we're going to be at 13 wins in no time.
Yeah, I mean, I think just kind of the intangibles definitely point in favor of Team Secret, but as you mentioned on paper, does Gen.G have chances? I would say they probably have, 2 chances. They're even going to, they're going to buy up to the operator and then just put GodDead on support duty. He's still going to buy down since they just have to match their economy anyway. So he buys down to a Stinger, but he is just meant to provide flashes and null commands. That his ult, the null command, and then the 0 points. That's the goal. Right now, you're trying to set up on one side with the operator, the other side just constantly check with that KO. Trying to hide the operator here. I mean, this one is a little bit hard to predict, and now they know. So dash out. Does he survive? For now.
Yeah, Meteor looking pretty good so far.
But he knows he's trapped. He knows he's trapped. There's no support because of the smoke.
Ah!
TS can't get close enough. Eco's still alive in the site. GodDead is here, but he doesn't have a great weapon. He has a Stinger, and he goes down. The no command will keep him alive. But, I mean, it's such a big risk for King and Eco to try to fight 1v1. They have to wait. King just has to let Eco fight on his own.
Yeah, Eco's going to get a peek over here. Can he get Envy, though? Oh.
He gets one spot. Oh, GodDead already now dropping no vision on that side of the map either. The recon bolt not providing the support that Eco wanted.
Yeah, they could just go over A. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to bait him out, and he does get one, but is traded out. Dubstep gets that kill. It's the 11th win here for Team Secret, as they are just in such good form.
This is a rough one. I mean, the only support available was Eco at that time, right? TS gets smoked out way too fast. Wasn't able to, get in position to do really anything here in mid. And because here's the thing is that normally if your teammates were stuck on site, you would try to shoot through the smoke, do whatever you can to get some damage in. But because Meteor was trapped with the operator, TS is trying to figure out a way to get in so he can set up the crossfire. Doesn't happen soon enough. Now they have to save. They are looking at the next round. Give match point to Team Secret. Try to take it to overtime. That is the only mission remaining for Gen.G.
Okay. Not a lot of wiggle room left here. Gen.G with budget guns. They've made it work before. This time it's 1 Marshall instead of 2 with the last win they pulled off. And it's going to be a very slow-paced game here from Team Secret. Remember that they did overextend a little bit versus Marshalls.
Yeah, and Team Secret, I think that's the biggest thing they want to know. Is it Marshalls? Is it Stingers? I mean, did you just buy down whatever you can? Once they got the signal that it wasn't, once they heard a couple of those pistols, they say, okay, now we can swarm through with the utility, with the better firepower. They even have Jesse Vash in spawn, and then you still have Jeremy and A main as well.
TS gets the first.
But Meteor on the flank, he hears the sprinting. Oh no, the lockdown, oh no, he had the lockdown in hand, but now the paranoia saving him. However, Jesse Vash just timing, the Hunter
There's going to be a counter
out.
lockdown here. Does get it.
Okay, but now they know that Eco should know that Jesse Vash is there. That's his mark. The retake is going to happen right now. But Envy holds strong on his own, and now a 1v2. Vandal's picked up by Gen.G.
Yeah, Envy may be able to solo this.
You know he dropped down. You know he's not on top.
Oh, Meteor just a little bit too fast.
Oh,
Is there
but
enough
it's
time?
too late. He was just buying time.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Oh, Envy just
Very.
playing so wise there on the site.
Yeah, so much patience.
Yeah.
Not going to try to preempt it. Kind of swings over to the other side of the generator. And there it is. This is now going to be a fight for overtime for Gen.G. Team Secret has just run away with this map and needs only 1 more round win. Let's not forget lockdown in hand. Other ultis nearly available if any trades go in the favor here of Team Secret.
One enemy
Yeah,
remaining.
I mean, they can easily pick up the no command, I believe. Yeah, Envy's only 1 point away. Jeremy having another great game. I mean, in the very beginning of the season, we all talked about Envy. He's the rookie coming in to Team Secret, or joining, rather, the rest of the squad. Looking so good, but then Jeremy now coming into his own as both a kind of flex duelist and sentinel role here, swapping with dubstep depending on the map.
Team Secret hungry to close this out. A well-armed Gen.G going to do their best to try to combo these wins together for that second chance in overtime. King blinded.
King's stuck here. There's no support. The drone was used as well. I mean, yeah, he is just dead to rights. The site opened up, forces an Omen ult to it, but now TS is all alone, and the lockdown as well. He has no way out. Gen.G, they are so flustered. After they lost the initial streak of wins, they could not continue in their momentum anymore.
And I mean, this is dire straits right now. Already Meteor is gone. Goddead's taken out. That's going to be it. GG. Team Secret defeats Gen.G 13-8. A map that started out with a 6-win-in-a-row streak for Gen.G, the losing team, was ultimately surpassed by 13 wins there by Team Secret. Team Secret in full recovery mode and looking poised to take map 2 if they can play like that in map 1.
Man, I mean, it's got to feel Mako in the back on the elevator. We've got those.
Look out, Mako!
Yeah, we've got those skins on the elevator doors, and he's just like staring straight at the camera. But here's the thing: is that I think Gen.G came out pretty explosive. I do think. I will say this: I do think they look better than they have in the past couple weeks, where they've been on this insane, losing streak of matches. Some of their trades looked a little better. Their set plays looked a little better. They weren't trying to, they weren't tilting as much. However, a couple of this decision-making, right, on trying to set up the util, relying too much on getting the first kill to secure that space, starts to bite them back. Meanwhile, Team Secret, yes, they had a rocky start, but as soon as they were warmed up, they take a timeout to end the losing streak. They end the rounds that way. They get 6 of their own in the first half. They come back alive. And, I mean, it's hard to point to just one person this time around, right? I mean, Team Secret, I think all of them played so well. All of them had some insane moments, but Jeremy definitely coming up very clutch in a couple of those rounds.
Yeah, Envy as well. I mean, a real beast there. I have to say, I'm so impressed with the way that Team Secret's playing right now. We mentioned it before, but we got to reiterate it here now. I mean, Team Secret, they perform well under pressure. Obviously, there's the pressure of elimination, right? But there's also the pressure even inside that map of being down 0-6.
Yeah.
And being able to maintain that equanimity, to stay laser focused, to execute what you need to execute, to not miss those peaks. And I'm worried for Gen.G. I want this to go to Game 3. I'm worried it's not going to happen. It does feel like even when Gen.G has these moments of brilliance, these moments where it seems like they've recovered, that they've figured out what they need to do, it's just a couple rounds later that a team like Team Secret is able to come back, able to reinvent themselves, and start to pull ahead.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is we're going to Haven next, right? And Secret's been looking absolutely dominant on that map. So curious to see what Gen.G has prepared. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. Then we go to the analyst test to break down the action before jumping into map 2. Don't go anywhere.
So Jesse gets wide over onto the B side of things.
Bulldogs, this is not looking good for Team.
Look at some very quick kills.
All in form. I mean, we've been talking about the
out.
paranoia. They need to be able to recover it, let alone win the round. But Meteor will be able to cover for him as well. What a good pinch setup from TS.
For him. Whoa!
Yeah, something like that, because he immediately pulled it up.
Oh, he sees the top of the head. It's another.
Oh! Just to do it. Meteor's already in, but he gets
him in a tough spot. He gets spun to death. A beautiful.
Oh, they're just trying to run past it. They don't check the clear by the alarm button. You do not check your corners.
It's going to be a spike plan up here at B. Yushin on to Goddead.
You need to get the kill onto him. Oh, no. Using the pings against his opponent. He is able to. Meteor's going to win that one.
Jeremy gets caught. He's going to see the shoulder during the reload.
There's no support because of the smoke.
Well, we just finished the very first game of today's VCT Pacific playoffs, and you know, it was kind of crazy. It was 0-6. And we were wondering what was going on with Team Secret, but then they ended up climbing back and taking over, dominating, winning on the very first map Ascent, which was Gen.G's pick.
Yeah, started off 0-6 and then it became 6-6, and I think what really happened was Gen.G looking a lot more coordinated today, right? They actually started off this attacking side really dominantly because they didn't just stop with this aggression. They actually continued to push past defender spawn, trying to cut Team Secret off of rotations, and Team Secret didn't really have time to react until round 7.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. The Korean coordination, like these Korean teams that are so good at these executes, you know, very Gen.G-esque, or excuse me, DRX-esque for Gen.G here at the beginning, sure. And you're absolutely right. It was even more than that. It was like Meteor continuing to push space, and it was the utility to allow him to do so. Like there was follow-up utility. It wasn't just one layer of utility for Gen.G to start it. They kept, you know, utilizing whether it be the flashes, the paranoias, or the recon utility from the Sova to get him some space and time that he needs to do his thing. But Team Secret just, you know, once Envy started popping off, once Jeremy started popping off, then it just landslided here. I mean, Gen.G's mental just kind of, I don't know how, if it's just this fragile or just Team Secret is just this strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a tough thing to ask again because we just don't really know what's going on with Gen.G, but it's not for lack of trying. You know, Coach Bile, he did call 2 timeouts, but it didn't really work out in the end. Still, I mean, Team Secret, sometimes, like, you try with all your might, but still, they managed to come back. And at the start of round 7 and all of these things happening, Jeremy, along with Envy, getting some of these clutches, the thrifty wins that we actually saw. I think there was a statistic that Gen.G had 6 out of 10 post-plant wins. 4 were lost because Team Secret started to adapt, to play faster at rotating, and also getting those retake wins. And I think that's how they came out on top. And I mean, kudos to the rookies, right? I came into this thinking like, oh, maybe they won't have that endurance of stamina, you know, playing so many days in a row, but they do. They're sharp and they're energized today.
Yeah, as young people tend to be. But it's true. It's true. I mean, the less experience you have in the field, that's, you know, a reasonable expectation. Now, Gen.G, I do feel hopeful in a way that they have pulled themselves together somewhat, and there are rounds where they just looked a lot more coordinated.
Yeah, I want to show a couple rounds in a row here. Quick, just something that's short here. Off the contact from the 0 point, there's going to be information here. So Dubstep's going to pop his dash, and he's going to be ready. But this paranoia is going to completely throw him off base. So this is what I'm talking about. And then, you know, they're setting up here for Meteor. Now, that's round over. Basically, at this point, you know, Meteor's going to find one more off the back of some recon utility. But this is just, again, the staggering of utility here that we saw. And then let's take a look at the map on the next round. There's going to be a phenomenal util dump here from the side of Gen.G. Now, again, the counter utility is there, and they're trying to play back. The lockdown's being expected. It's going to be pinged out, but there's just not much they can do about it. They don't have any more shock darts or anything left here as Jesse tried to use some of those early to kind of prevent this fast hit, but then they're going to do what you're talking about here, Quack. They're going to keep pushing space, and even though they lose King, you know, Meteor's so aggressive here through these smokes, and he's making it so difficult for Team Secret to get into the proper positions that they want to. And let's not forget about TS's teleport. That was incredible. That was so big brain. Also, because he does it in the middle of all the chaos, so that, you know, that radar smoke that comes up and just blocks all your vision as well. It creates tons of chaos in Team Secret's ranks. So this is, again, some of these beautifully drawn up rounds that we saw from Gen.G, but once these kind of, it seems like once the playbook kind of ran out of pages, that's when Gen.G started to falter.
Yeah.
I think you described it perfectly. Exactly that. They just had so many different plays, and at some point it seemed like they ran out. Now, he called 2 timeouts, as you mentioned earlier, Quack, and off of one of these timeouts, one of Gen.G's timeouts, Team Secret actually ends up winning the next round right after that.
That's right, and I think this is, again, due to Team Secret just trying to take things into their own hands, and that's something that I really love from them. And we start things off with this dark cover coming out from Borkum, blocking off a main. And Gen.G as a team, you know, sometimes they get so into their own heads about this that they try to dump utility to execute on the site, but doesn't really work out, so they back off. And as they rotate through, Borkum actually chases them and gets so much information off of it. Gen.G does try, however. GodDead throws a fragment up towards Heaven, but it only solves that much time. Team Secret still with the info gain. Dubstep's able to go in for that pre-fire, and then following down to the one-on-one. Eco, unfortunately, just getting the initiative seized ontowards him because of Dubstep and that tailwind. Is such a great round from both teams, but you can see how proactive Team Secret is being compared to Gen.G, which is a little bit more passive, I think. And I think that's one of those factors that leads Team Secret to that victory in the end as well.
Yeah. I mean, Team Secret is just that much stronger. I'm a little bit worried going into Haven, but before we go into that, let's talk about the key players. And, you know, they won a lot of thrifty rounds. And Envy, like you mentioned, is definitely on fire and has that energy, that youthful spirit to keep going.
He's their best player. Right now, Envy is the best player on Team Secret. And again, that's why it was so surprising to see him be subbed out yesterday against DRX. And again, I don't know that it would change much necessarily, but still, I think you've got to kind of accept that this guy has to be in the lineup no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, no hate towards Lenny. We love him
yes,
still, yes.
None at
but
all, yeah.
I think it backs that question. I actually saw a comment on Reddit yesterday saying something about Team Secret was cooking so much that they left their head chef in the kitchen. And Envy is that head chef. He's been, despite being on the initiator role, landing so many sharp shots and at the same time getting some of these thrifty wins. The reason why I think we picked him for that key player is because, yes, Jeremy was really crisp as well, especially on the Sentinel role. He was anchoring down a lot of sites, but Envy was the one who started it all. Envy was the one who started to bring Team Secret back from their 0-6 defeat, but then getting that initial thrifty win, just nailing some incredible sheriff shots, especially that retake 1v3 clutch in round 7. You know, against Gen.G on the B site. That was incredible.
That was really cool.
And let's not forget about that generator play where he bought just enough time so that the spike would go off.
Clutch.
Just absolutely brilliant stuff from him today.
Yeah. Now, we are going to go into Haven, which we do know is a really strong map for Secret. Gen.G isn't terrible on this map either, you know, historically throughout the season, but Team Secret has recently dominated on this map every single week. So how are you guys thinking this is going to go? I mean, Gen.G is looking better.
Sort of. Like, at times they looked better. But, yes, when they... Again, it's like these teams, when they come in with these great game plans and they're really well scripted and everything goes according to the plan, then, yeah, you're going to look really good. And that's great. That's great coaching. That's great preparation. That's great execution from the players as well. But once things start to go awry, once Team Secret starts getting aggressive, once, like that one round you highlighted, Borkum starts pushing space off the back of their rotate instantly. Like, there's no hesitation from Borkum. When things like that start happening, it's like Gen.G doesn't always mentally account for the way that their opponents adapt. So there needs to be some follow-up here, and this is a concern for me for Coach Bile, who usually previously had been really good off the back of timeouts. Like, it seems like every time he took a timeout, like whether when he was with North Eption, they come back, they win the next round. Complete opposite here recently for Gen.G.
Yeah, actually, just looking at the map that we just saw, both timeouts that Bile called didn't really have that impact, and that's worrying. I mean, it's tough, right? Because again, for me, it comes back to being proactive. You could see that with the push out from Borkum, the round that we highlighted, he knew that Gen.G wouldn't be checking their backs. He knew that Gen.G tends to hesitate sometimes in all of these, and that's a big problem. Team Secret can force Gen.G into these tough situations, and if they don't adapt in time, this could be a 2-0.
Yep.
They did leave Haven open. There's got to be a reason.
I think they studied game tape. Maybe they have a plan cooked up. But I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if you bring the breach in here for the side of Gen.G, I don't think it's going to be as easy to do what we saw with yesterday with Secret with the double controller comp that DRX had to just hit A over and over. Because the breach is really a big part of controlling that space in sewers and long A to make sure that teams can't just get those explosive entries onto A. Because A is a really difficult site to retake onto Haven. So, you know, if you can get it there, get the plant down, you know, teams often have a lot of success in those scenarios.
But I think that's also why, you know, these two initiator players are highlighted, Envy versus GodDead.
Yes.
Because if you look at the way their agent pick rates go, Envy's that much more proficient on Breach. So many of his wins and so many of his picks come from Breach as an effective agent. Meanwhile, GodDead is more so on KO. So the fact that Gen.G didn't win out on their own map pick is a big problem.
Yeah, look, there's a reason why all of the casters, the talents, and you on Twitter predicted for Team Secret's win. It, at this rate, is looking like a 2-0 right now.
Yeah, when there's caster curses, all right, Twitter has a role in this too, all right?
Yeah.
It's not just us. Like, don't just put that evil on us. Like, it's just
Exactly.
Twitter's involved
Don't blame
in this.
us.
Yeah.
You're part of this.
We're not the only ones. I mean, like, let's all superstition aside, right? Twitter's at fault too. But these, let's be honest, all these, there's no power here. The
Is
ones
there?
who have power are the players
Exactly.
themselves. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Sylvan
Oh.
is in.
Yes.
How are we feeling about that?
Very good. He's
I think
he's
this is
a more consistent player. As much as I like Ego, he played great yesterday. But or 2 days ago, whatever it was. Last time Gen.G played, he played very good, and he was okay here on Ascent. He was actually one of their better players on the map, him and Meteor, but in terms of their raw stats. But you know, I think Sylvan brings kind of an X factor just with his gunplay. He's extremely talented in that department.
Really strong, and I think you guys have also been clamoring for him to play onto a controller role, but I don't think that's going to happen still today. It's going to be Sylvan on that Sova.
Yeah, the normal lineups for both teams, right? That's what they do. The only difference, again, is that Jeremy, exactly, the Rays, yeah. So, nothing out of the ordinary here. It's just going to come down to the preparation and the planning here. I think particularly we're looking at Gen.G, right? Came out the gate swinging on Ascent, great, but there wasn't enough steam in their engine, to keep the wheels turning.
Do you think they're just going to do C-site the whole time? Maybe they prep for A, Gen.G prep for A, and they're like, no, we're going to go C the whole time. Like, oh, no, all are planning.
That's what I would do.
You thought. I think that would be a really fun strat to pull off, but realistically, I don't think that's going to... I hope that's not going to happen. Meanwhile, for Gen.G, the question remains, have they prepped enough for this? Are they coordinated enough? And are they going to hesitate less? Can they actually, bring up something against Team Secret?
Well, we're going to go into the ABCs of Haven. We're going to go to our casters, Tasteless and Will.
Excellent work at the desk, everyone. Going into this match, what I'm looking for is how is Gen.G going to adapt? They come into these maps with very strong ideas, but it's really Team Secret that seems to be evaluating how Gen.G plays, switching their stuff up, and then it seems like whatever Gen.G had mapped out for the first map, they're not able to really catch up in.
Yeah, once they got shut down once, Gen.G wasn't able to get back up, but obviously you have a little bit of time in between the two maps. Hopefully you've come prepared, and again, as the desk pointed out, I mean, you left it open. Personally, I get why they banned Fracture. I think it's more of a pick the lesser of two evils for Gen.G. And here's the other thing is that, yes, I mean, if you're a Gen.G fan, you would hope that they studied the tape from Team Secret from yesterday, but again, I don't know if that's something you can prepare against in one day, and I think that's partly why Gen.G just choosing attack themselves, right? If we can just try to get the lead, then we just have to win a couple of those rounds, even if Secret only goes A again today. And so we'll see what Gen.G has planned on the attacking side.
It's a good point. I mean, this phase of the tournament, especially if you're in this part of the bracket, you're playing games day after day after day. You don't have a lot of time to be in the lab, at the drawing board, whatever you want to call it. So let's see how this goes. Gen.G on the attacking side, Team Secret ready to defend all three sites.
Both of them somewhat, just vying for control. No surprise there. Gen.G, I think initially they're going to want to try to fish for some info on A, maybe just eventually try to go in. I mean, looking at the alarm bot positioning, looks like they've pretty much made up their mind unless some sort of crazy contact happens, right? I mean, if they find out there's like 3 people already bunkered down on A, maybe they rotate. That's why they're sending King in deep to try to fish for information. Now his alarm bot is deactivating. That's why he's trying to just make sure that he's timing this correctly. Okay, he wants to, he's baiting out the utility, all right. He's baiting out the opponent's nanoswarms as well, so he knows that they're paying attention to B. He knows they're listening, and now the signal comes in to try to strike onto A site.
Okay, they're going to be moving into A now. This is going to have to be a retake. They've got the Jet just deep underneath Heaven here.
Okay, but look at King on the minimap. He's already gone through Garage, so he fishes for information on B, and then he's going to wrap around even further. They think there's a risk of King coming in through mid, but he's coming from way further behind.
Jesse already gets Meteor.
King gets one in a link. Now Team Secret, they have to just rush in, and they're not able to check their size, but oh no, not a kill from TS.
2 versus 2 right now. Oh, 2 versus 1, excuse me, Jesse, the last one remaining. On the hunt, can get the shots to connect there onto King. Leaving just Sylvan, but in the midst of a reload, Jesse pretty low. And a bad peek over there. Unable to predict exactly the angle that he would find Sylvanette. That will be a close first round victory for Gen.G.
Yeah, now, here's the thing. They won both pistols on Ascent, right? And at this level, if you lose the map after winning both pistols, that is not a good sign. You're theoretically supposed to have such a massive advantage by winning those two, because in theory, that should give you 4 rounds on the board, et cetera, et cetera. See if Gen.G can string it together this time.
Yeah, you know, it's important to win that pistol round, but you're completely right, William. There's so much more to the story than that, and the nature of a pistol round is, of course, inherently vastly different than any of the later rounds where we have a lot more matches that look like that, rounds that look like that, excuse me.
All right, so this is something we've seen a lot of teams start doing, namely especially, I believe, Zeta Division. You send in the jet on top of the generator in the middle of B, try to fish for information. If no one fights back, you go for the plant. They've gotten it easily. They even have Meteor planted in the smoke.
Yeah, just nothing but awful peaks over here for Team Secret. And so it's just dubstep, you know.
Not much you could have done. And, you know, they'll only drop 1 weapon on the side of Gen.G. I mean, they decided to really speed things up with just the Spectres, right? So they chose, okay, we're going to go just quickly get the plant, try to string together these rounds. Now, that does mean, it looks like they're going to buy up at least 1 Phantom to try to even out here against the enemy bonus, but it does limit their choices here in the 3rd round, which is why, you know, globally, I think the meta has shifted to buying a couple of rifles, even if it's just the Bulldog in round 2. But all right, King with a Phantom. So the idea is, but looks like they're going to have him on the lurk again. Tasteless, I don't know how I feel about this, because, I mean, if he loses a 1v1, that's your 1 investment down for the round.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see how this pans out. Killjoy utility ready to intercept any commitment over here into A.
This is interesting. Yeah, Killjoy utility not that common on A site on Haven, especially not to check for a main here with the turret. So Team Secret, they've emptied C site. They just accept we're going to have to, oh no, and this is what I was talking about. That Phantom now down on the ground.
This creates a lot of ambiguity on the map here during the A push from Gen.G. They don't know if anybody's going to come from behind them. In fact, nobody is. They're going to try to come in here and spring up onto A site itself.
Yeah, but there's way too many members of Team Secret already here. Team Secret read this round perfectly. Yes, you get a couple kills, but, I mean, the round surely going in favor of Secret.
Oh, doesn't look like they know where TS is. He's going to slip back down A short.
Yeah, Borkum, I think Borkum slightly missed him at the edge of his screen, but someone else pinged it on the minimap, so they realized that he went into sewers. They're accepting it's a 3v1. If he plants elsewhere, that's fine. Let's just group up. Just don't want to get flanked, so you've got Dubstep watching over in B.
Yeah, and they're going to have to do a retake here of C. So fortunately for Gen.G, they'll at least get that spike plant money. But a very poor engage there onto the A site. We weren't able to fake that out, especially when King was picked off there over in mid.
I mean, I think this was just Team Secret reading it absolutely right. They saw what happened in the pistol round, and they said they're probably repeating it again with the weapons they have. They're ready for an A-side push. They're ready for King to try to fish for a lurk as well. Now if TS can get at least 1 kill onto Team Secret after getting the spike plant, not a bad round. He gets 1, he almost gets 2.
Almost!
Oh my.
All right, well, easy defuse now for Team Secret. But, you know, not a bad ending there. I thought for a second with the Spectre and just the range that he was at, I'm like, you know, it is a doable thing. Not easy, but, you know, possible to get those kills there. So Team Secret's going to scoop up that first win as we get further and further into the half.
So, you know, in the theory of credits and economy of a Valorant match, I mean, Gen.G, rather, not feeling too bad about how that went, right? They were able to shore up their credits with their own plant. They can all buy up again. King's just going to go down to the half armor since he bought last round. That's fine. So they have all rifles, whereas Team Secret, because of the weapons they dropped, Dubstep now on that Judge. Now, not a bad weapon to have when you've got a space like Garage on this map. But we'll see, do they eventually even enter here? I mean, surely you suspect something's up with the credit situation.
I mean, right now, we're going to have a teleport in here.
Oh, yeah, he purposely dashes all the way out forward. Now, here's the thing. You weren't able to secure C-Link. Okay. Just holding.
It looks like Gen.G should be able to do this. They got that spike set up there onto C. Jesse already eating a lot of damage there with that Killjoy util.
Yeah, that works out. What I was going to say before the duels continue to happen, I thought maybe Gen.G backs off, because this is another type of execute we've seen time and time again, is right, you send the Omen in with the ultimate right behind C-Link, and then you pinch on it from Garage, and then you're able to flood in with your main forces from C-Long. It's a very clean way to just get into the site quickly, try to get another round. TS's Omen ultimate was spotted very early, so I thought maybe, okay, well, you got the one kill on Garage, do you know that someone's watching for the Omen ultimate? Do you back out? That's why I started my train of thought. And Meteor says, no, I'll just win these duels and break open the site for my team.
All right, well, we got some saves over here. And actually,
only
maybe
one.
not a save, actually. TS kills Jesse.
Yeah, just one left. Just a singular save, Tasteless.
Yeah. Now Gen.G, the building momentum, looking strong, looking good. Team Secret right now looking pretty broke, to be honest. But again, I can't help but go back and think about map 1 and you know, the way that it panned out, where it looked like early on it was going to be such an obvious and dominant win there for Gen.G until Team Secret started to run away with it. So I would imagine in this map, as we're watching Team Secret be behind, they're going to be absorbing a lot of information and trying to figure out what exactly do they need to do or even change about their playstyle to win this.
Yeah, and they're ready for this, right? They're ready for the push-outs. They know that this is something that Team Secret likes to do. Now, what he wasn't ready for was a 3-man creep out of C-Long. What they were actually mainly expecting was a push out of mid, maybe even with the showstopper from Jeremy. They had the alarm bot set up as well, but now they did give over the weapon of TS over to Team Secret. Hunter's Fury even being used as well. Team Secret, they want to win this round. They picked up another rifle. They have the Rolling Thunder as well.
Yeah, big ping on the God Dead there during the plant. Sylvan clutches that one.
I mean, if Sylvan did not get that kill, this would have been dangerous, but the Rolling Thunder, I mean, it's just a couple seconds gone by here.
King gets another.
Great dart. Spots everyone. Gen.G has all the information they need.
I just don't know that they can get this defuse here.
Yeah, so Jesse Vash understands the mission is that we have to push out. We can't just be focused about a short, and they try to do whatever they can.
Maybe a bit of an overcommitment there, seeing that Hunter's Fury used like that.
I mean, yeah, I think retroactively you would say that it resulted in being an overcommitment. I get the logic though, right? You picked up another rifle, so you had 2 rifles, and then you had the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder. So if you can stop the plant, if you can get a kill with Hunter's Fury, great. But if you can delay the plant, get in position, Rolling Thunder out, you already have someone on the flank as well. I go back to saying if Sylvan didn't win that fight, you know, against Borkum right at the flank, then it would have spelled trouble. But Sylvan's able to bunker down, and Gen.G, they hold good post-plant positioning. Now slowing things down again. They're constantly worried about the showstopper. Look, the alarm bot once again in window. They know that Team Secret, they're totally capable of doing this. They're willing to do this where they'll send out the showstopper out of B site into window, try to catch the attackers off guard. So as long as that showstopper's online, I think this is going to be the default setup from Gen.G.
All right, we've got a little bit of action now coming up into B right now. Gen.G not confident with that A-site move this time around. We do have a lurk back here. Looks like we should have Envy ready.
Envy's purposely waiting. He's purposely not making any noise. He's trying to make them plant in B. They want to catch them off guard, but GodDead is able to clear it.
And gets one. Jeremy taking TS out. Oh, Dubstep forces the spike to be dropped. Gets a second.
One enemy remaining.
That's going to be it. This looks like it's going to go to Team Secret here.
Yeah,
I mean, remaining.
The Rolling Thunder was used to try to just get out because they never actually got the plant down. But right there, Dubstep comes in from the other side. I mean, you had so many angles to pay attention to, and all of this because Envy stayed alive. Even though GodDead got the kill, Envy staying alive meant that they could not secure all of the back of sight. And then they were like, well, we got the kill so we can probably plant. But at that point, your smokes are starting to run out. You don't have security on either side of Link. And Gen.G just did not have an option. At that point, I mean, I think the Rolling Thunder decision itself, not the problem. But no other way to check both A-Link and C-Link simultaneously. Dubstep able to creep in, get the nice double. and the spike's maroon.
And that's going to be the second win now. Team Secret beginning to catch up. I think a very important round win here. Gen.G still in the lead, but again, not even the same kind of domination we saw in the first map. And I don't know about you, William. I'm kind of led to believe I don't put too much weight into the first couple of rounds here with these teams, just judging from how the first map went.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a little bit of recency bias, but that's exactly what we saw in map 1. Now, okay, Showstopper's been used, and they still have the alarm bot. Okay, so Gen.G, it looks like they're... Okay, now they're going to trade it out with the turret. So they still want some information over in mid, but this time they'll save it up.
All right, Blade's ready here for Meteor.
This is just going to be a strike. They sent the recon bolt. They want to go in on a timing. However, Meteor's been pinged, and now the recon bolt gone on the side of Gen.G. Not all the information they want, and look at Team Secret. They've now emptied into A short as well. Meteor heard them, though. They're on a pinch.
Quiet now.
Yep, Jesse does get the revenge there, getting the kill, but Meteor takes him out.
But here's the thing, Borkum also on the flank. Do you suspect another person to be coming for backup from the flank? Lockdown's happening as well.
Envy with some peeks here, but Goddead gets the best of him. Counter lockdown here. Borkum gets that first one. And actually completely blinded.
Yeah, the detain is there, but because of the attacker kill showing lockdown, Borkum also can't go in. King is just crouched and hiding, trying to survive. I mean, Gen.G knows the round already in their hands. The defuse not going to happen.
Yeah, this round going to be going to Gen.G as we see a fleeing Team Secret trying to just keep these guns with him into that next round. Gen.G, in fact, on the hunt, combing the map from north to south.
Yeah, just a tad bit. Don't want to risk it too much. Now, you know, curious Team Secret, I would, at some point, I mean, if even I remember, you know, if I have the opportunity to ask, curious to know if that lockdown was purely used to try to draw out the opponent's lockdown, because Borkum was not. Borkum looked like he already wanted to save. It looked like they had already decided before Envy had died. So, at least looking at the minimap, movement timing a bit off from Team Secret. But now with that down, Gen.G finally changing up the pace, right? So they've basically kind of done the Team Secret thing. They've tried to pressure A more of the rounds, and now they're going to go over to C when they don't have any of their ultimates. They went for a fast hit onto 8. It works out. Borkum knows it's coming, and they decide to back out. They don't have all the utility set up. Killjoy utility was on B side as well. No Rolling Thunder, but the retake's still trying to happen very quickly.
All right, Meteor waiting, lurking. Are they going to come out? He's going to be hiding in plain sight until that bubble goes away. A blind shot out. He dodges Envy over here. Some shots fired just adjacent to TS.
Oh, Gen.G playing the C site really well. We've talked. Okay, nice shot
yeah, that
eventually. That does create an opening here. Meteor, it's all up to him. He's holding a close off angle. Not
What?
Well, buy one get one free for
nice.
Meteor today.
Shot straight through two heads, and that's where this ends. Gen.G going to pick up that 6th win here. And I got to say, I really like the play from Meteor, kind of right in front of the bubble. You know, it's like you're going to try to peek either corner, but actually he's going to be right there and then wrapping very tightly over to the side.
I mean, that's just coming out of a smoke like that. Unless you spray it, it's hard to check, but then obviously you're outnumbered, so you don't want to just spray and potentially give away your position. So all credit to Meteor on that hole, and all credit to Gen.G, right? The norm has become on C site for defending teams to go for these quick retakes, right? Go as soon as you hear the spike being planted, or even right before, catch them off guard before post-plant positions can be held. So what Gen.G does in this round is they purposely go in and hold post-plant position first. They don't try to go for the spike. They're just holding for these angles where people can potentially come out, and they're immediately firing as soon as the utility starts to fly out of C-Link and Garage. They get the numbers advantage and then safely plant. I like that change. I mean, this is the metagame evolution of a map of Valorant, right? Teams constantly kind of pick up habits from each other, and then you try to counter that. It goes back to, and then it kind of goes in a circle.
Well, the timeout's been called here. Not too surprising. Now, I am going to do another throwback to the first map, and I'm sorry, I got to talk about it. We last time when Gen.G got their 6th win, suddenly we saw Team Secret really just start to map out everything they needed to do. They just reinvented themselves. Are we going to see anything like that here now. You know, in the previous map, that did end up in the first half being tied up 6-6, which is 4 rounds left. What exactly does Team Secret have to offer? And remember, it was their attacking side on Haven that was insane. That was really what we were talking about and couldn't stop thinking about after seeing their display of what they had to offer there.
Oh, I like it from Gen.G. They're starting to get a good read, right? I mean, of course, this is the eco round, but it is after the timeout. And they say, all right, chances are you're either stacking A with short, you're stacking garage, you're pushing out a mid. We're just going to go for a fast push into C-site. Jeremy tries to get it on site right before, but he is just caught right in the middle of the site.
All right, well, this is going to have to be a retake. Not going to be an easy one at that.
Yeah, but look again, right? They wait to clear all angles. They wait to clear all parts of backside before they go for the plant. I mean, just really meticulous from Gen.G here on the C site, looking much more alive than they have in the past couple weeks, even towards the end of Ascent.
I just don't know how Team Secret's going to be able to get in here. TS gets another.
All right, ideally, Sylvan, if he can pick up a kill, gets close to his Hunter's Fury.
One enemy
The
remaining.
Meteor's just going to clean house for his own alongside TS.
Yeah, look, Gen.G, I mean, just better positions, better lurks, I think, just outside the smokes. And, you know, there's some art, too, after a timeout's called, trying to figure out, okay, what do they say? What do we see them doing wrong that they're going to try to adjust? And they just went for that C take very, very quickly.
Okay, well, most likely if you're going into an eco after the timeout, surely you talk about both of the next rounds, and the order has been operator on Jeremy. I mean, I talked about this, as we were coming into playoffs towards the end of Super Week, of Jeremy used to not op, much at all. I mean, he didn't have a single op kill until the match against DRX in Super Week. Now he's really starting to feel that confidence to pick up the operator once again. See if that can help change things.
Okay, Gen.G, bit of a slow play here. Not clear to Team Secret where exactly the target's going to be. They do have a double stack down A long, but nobody's peeking just yet.
Yeah, so Team Secret, they're safe to hold it this way right now. It looks like high risk just because you're stacking alongside the operator, but actually what they want Gen.G to do is eventually slow creep into garage or C, realize Killjoy utilities there, the Omen smokes are coming out, maybe even the Paranoia, and then you're like, okay, I guess we go A right into the hands of the operator. Right now, the operator has not quite been spotted just yet, and that's Team Secret's hope. Now, the problem is, if Gen.G chooses to just power through the Killjoy utility, and if Borkum cannot stay alive, this entire plan falls apart.
Yeah, and it looks like that's probably what's going to happen. C-site is going to be the target. And we'll see. Borkum going to have to be that first line of defense, try to get 1 or 2 shut down here.
This is all up to Borkum. The recon bolt, he's trying to hide from it. He cannot get a single kill, and the site has been broken up once again. Back up a little too far. Dubstep holds on to garage, though.
Yeah, he's got garage under control. We're going to see a rush up here from spawn. Meteor going to be pushed back, but only slightly. Let's not forget how Meteor did in this position before.
And at a certain point, who holds on to the operator? Okay, Jeremy's going to have to back out. The operator's been spotted. Rolling Thunder being used just to secure the round on the side of Gen.G. Now, okay, their flank's been opened up, but they know that they pushed out the operator with the Rolling Thunder. I think ideally they even want to take the operator down, right? They're eventually going to want to go through.
They got Dubstep coming in here from behind.
Yeah, now they know that he's the last one alive.
Beautifully done by Gen.G. Gen.G looking better and better and better here. 8-2 right now, as Team Secret is struggling to get a win. They've got plenty of ultis on hand. In fact, the Killjoy ulti is probably going to be used before we're done with this half, but they need to get this 4-8. I don't know if they can recover otherwise.
Yeah.
This goes like 10-2.
I mean,
yeah, I don't think so.
You absolutely need 4-8. The biggest thing being, again, if you're going to go for the whole keep pushing A, it does turn into a numbers game at a certain point. And so you would want at least 4 rounds. That way, even if you lose the pistol or, some mishap happens, you have a bit more margin. Borkum's trying to play in the smoke. Was he quite spotted? No, I don't think so. Meteor not quite aware of his position. Stays alive enough for Dubstep to come with backup, but Dubstep flashed out with only a Sheriff in hand.
King gets Envy. Hunter's Fury's out. But the swings here from Sylvan, too good. with that plant. I mean, maybe Jeremy can do it.
Whoa.
He does get the wall bang there onto God Dead, 2 versus 2. But obviously Gen.G with better guns.
One enemy remaining.
All right, I think it's that last one, and that's going to be that. 9-2 here. As Team Secret, the best they can hope for is a 3-9, and I mean,
Last round.
this is not a pretty score here. I know that Team Secret had a pretty immaculate comeback in map 1, but I mean, these numbers do not look pretty.
They definitely don't, and I think Gen.G correctly identifying the fact that Team Secret is not currently prepared to hold on to C site, right? Yes, there were some attempts at the fast retake, but even that, Gen.G's been prepared. That's been the meta on Haven this whole year. And so they've identified that's the weak point. Now that they've continued to rub that sore part of C site, they go back to a slow and methodical default across the map, look for advances in mid, even have 2 operators just to watch for people pushing out. Surely Rifles bought some other part of the map. Surely, I can't imagine, yeah. So Omen just going to choose to go over to that one. I mean, Meteor might just continue to go through with this operator as well. If he gets 1 kill, he'll have his Blade Storm in the post plant.
Right here. A much stronger Gen.G being pretty patient here, trying to just squeeze out this last round win.
I like what they're doing. They've done this earlier part of the half as well, but they continue to have King spend his nanoswarms to try to clear the opponent's Killjoy utility, and that draws attention. Just now, it was shown in the picture-in-picture. It was used in Garage. Now both Borkum and Dubstep come back to Garage to check. It's working every time. Attention has been drawn. Numbers advantage in hand for Gen.G. They will be able to enter the site. Now, what is the post-plant situation? There is a Rolling Thunder and a lockdown on the other side.
Okay, it's all going to be down to A right now. Defender Killjoy is set up, but of course that draws out the Hunter's Fury, and it doesn't connect.
And the lockdown taken out, and a ping onto Borkum as well. Meanwhile, already a kill goes down. Meteor Blade Storm is out in hands.
Gen.G starting to get the drops here. Just Jesse remaining. 1 man left. The spike ticking versus 4 Gen.G players. And now no more Team Secret players. That's going to be the first half. 2-10. An outstanding performance here from Gen.G.
And you know what the crazy part amidst all of that post-plant scenario was that Gen.G had the Hunter's Fury already in their hands, right?
Yeah.
It was always going to be there to counter the lockdown. But then TS used his Omen ultimate and pretended he was leaving the lockdown range. So Jesse turned around, wasn't able to enter the site with his team. Meanwhile, TS just returns to his spot in hell and is able to hold on to the site. I mean, so much diversion coming out from Gen.G. Okay, 10-2 lead. I think it's safe to say it's looking a lot safer than it did on Ascent for Gen.G.
Yeah, I think this is very doable, unless we're in for some real surprises. That's such an unforgiving score. Let's not forget Gen.G is always winning the pistol rounds. They win another pistol round here, they're that much closer, right? You know. Yeah. But it's worth mentioning, Team Secret had some pretty unusual plays, particularly with just A over and over again on this map. I don't know what that's going to look like now. Obviously, you know, predictability can be an issue, but this has been the part of the tournament where we have all the matches, you know, day after day after day. What exactly does Gen.G have really planned over here when the shoe's on the other foot?
Yeah, I think that's the big question is what's Gen.G's prep? I mean, for Team Secret, I mean, they've played this map time and time before as well. They don't have to go all A. I think, you know, when you think about the numbers game here, it's not worth the risk. You're already down 8 rounds. If you give it the pistol, you're only 1 round away from giving a match point. But the thing is Gen.G, I'm sure they came into this match expecting that to be the pattern after seeing it yesterday. Now, the execute was very good from Team Secret. I don't think that's something that, you know, Gen.G can just magically pull out a defense for in a perfect form. Yes, you can have ideas. Yes, you can practice it, but it's not going to be as clean. So then, do you have other options? Are you constantly pushing out of another side of the map? Because if you do that, that might actually come back to bite Gen.G, right? They might trip over their own plans here if they were expecting Team Secret to only go A. So what I would like to see from Gen.G is just the confidence that you're already 10-2. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, this pistol has to start here.
Yeah, this has got to be the beginning of a comeback. Otherwise, we might be already going into map 3 right away.
Right here.
Team Secret here on the attacking side, looking like they might be going into A.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a classic fast hit onto the site. Now, Gen.G, they've all hidden from the recon bolt.
Boombot blinded.
Yeah, but this is actually acting as bait for TS. Now both of them are spotted. They have to push out. Crate on the reload, but that was bait as well. Both angles covered by Team Secret, and magically, A site is once again their home here in the pistol round of the second half.
No surprises for the A site take, and an unlikely situation that King can possibly turn around. But they do it, William. They do get that spike plant onto A. How many more times we're going to see A used? We know before they were pretty much over at A the whole time. I don't know if they knew about the other spike sites, but it could be the same story here with Team Secret on the attacking half this time around.
Yeah, King just trying to get whatever kills he can. Oh, this actually raises the chances immensely because of the positioning, but Envy will be able to stop it right there.
Yeah, ideally you have the crossfire set up that you're going to get shot in the back of the head no matter what, as the guy trying to come back into the spike site. So there it is, the first win in the second half now. And big buys, by the way, not surprisingly. I think we saw lots of Vandals back there.
I think you have to snowball whatever you can if you're Team Secret right now. I mean, you know, it's not match point yet, so it's not the end of the world, but especially if you do, you know, allow Meteor to get up to that operator and things like that, it gets a little bit trickier. So would love to see them continue that momentum. All right, Vandal and Bulldog, 2 Spectres. So Dubstep just saving up to try to buy you up in the next round as matchup as well. So this way, Team Secret, even if you lose one member, you know, Dubstep can pick up that weapon, or maybe it's Dubstep that ends up being sacrificed. That's not a problem. You're not losing anything economically.
So right up into C, Team Secret goes.
Spike
We're
planted.
going to see how this retake goes. Big deep lurk, by the way, for Dubstep.
Yeah, I mean, he's waiting to see if they push out from anywhere else, because here's the thing, Team Secret had the right read that Gen.G probably prepped against our A site because they saw what we did yesterday. So let's just go fast to C site, see if they push out from the other sides. They haven't yet. We already have retake positioning in C link. So now Dubstep gets the cue to start moving in.
Oh, but it looks like TS is going to be, well, not ready, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, Dubstep can die. He only had the ghost. If he just continues to pin them here.
Jets grounded.
Oh, this spike is going off. Jeremy going to try to sweep out.
And Jeremy just wants more kills. He wants more kills, and he will get them as he so wishes.
Yep, that's going to be that. Great play there by him. And I want to see this next round. How many points does he have for his ulti?
Yeah, he's only 3 points away. I mean, he got 3 extra ones in that round. And again, he only had the Spectre, so it's not too big of a risk.
Sure.
The rest of your team is buying up the rifles this round. Now he is going to buy the Bucky because he's just trying to even out the econ across the board.
Now for Gen.G to stabilize, they have to take this round.
But look at the map, Tasteless. I mean, today looks like it's going to be C.
Yeah.
Warbirds woke up, he looked at his cereal, and all he saw were C's today instead of A's, and he said, that's our game plan today, boys.
The next episode of Sesame Street, where this one's about the letter C instead of A. Well, they caused a ruckus at C.
Yeah, they just
Don't know
wanted
if they're
the
going to
ult
commit.
Yeah, they just pick up the ult orb. All right, it wasn't going to get as crazy as I thought it might. So I don't mind it, right? They're playing with the types of buys they can have as well. In fact, the Bucky given over to Jesse. Jeremy was handed over the Vandal. And that means that on the entry, he'll still be able to be quite explosive. But here's the thing is that now that they've shaken up C, it forces the repositioning from Gen.G to a very widespread default. I mean, obviously Team Secret doesn't know this 100%, but they're applying the pressure, and it's happening exactly the way they would want it to. Now, no site is stacked, right, on the side of Gen.G.
Sure.
Team Secret. They've spent enough time. They haven't seen an answer yet from one or the other, so...
They're going to edge into, it looks like C again. They're going to hop peek and look in over here. There is a lot that they're going to have to get through. They're going to get ready with those Omen smokes.
It's going to take a little bit of time, but nice blast back over. However, King hiding by Lumber. He's able to hold the crossfire, and TS set up for a couple of extra kills as well.
Yeah, another one goes down, and that's going to be another loss here for Team Secret. Gen.G at that 11 points. It's really looking tough now for Team Secret. We're just now getting into the phase here where all the ultis are going to start kicking in, right? And you have to imagine Gen.G, if they play pretty well, they could probably swing the next round or two.
Yeah, now, if Team Secret, though, if they can answer back this round, I'll take a look at the economy once again, but I think it might mess up the operator timing a little bit on the side of Gen.G, so that might be just enough of that breathing room that Team Secret needs. I mean, I gotta imagine you try to go back to Old Faithful on A. Gen.G does seem prepared for it, but
right there.
If you can just get into A long, you have the setup that you want.
Meteor continuing to peek. They smoke him out. He'll have to back up slightly. No, he'll just lurk in the smoke, actually.
Yeah, but the thing that this does is you don't know if people have crossed into sewer. So at some point you have to exit anyway. Now, Gen.G's answer is push out fast, right? As soon as we know that they're focusing on A, push out fast and go for the flank. DRX tried this as well. DRX tried to push out, maybe not as quickly as this, but it all came down to the flank was always being covered. Can they get Dubstep is the big question. Dubstep repositioning.
Yeah, he's ready, but he doesn't have a good peek. And now they've lost control of that. They're actually going to back away from that position, though.
And the crazy thing about that is his turret was actually triggered by King. I mean, we'll look at that in the replay if it shows up. Right now, the site already opened up. Heaven being taken over by Borkum. Do you suspect it? Showstopper just to buy time. Borkum keeps control of Heaven as well.
Yep. He gets flashed, and Goddead does get that peek. He's going to have to burn through that Showstopper, not finding a target. Buying time.
Look, he's hit by the fault line. Just trying to hide wherever he can. Oh, amazing! Rolling Thunder coming out from Envy just to help buy more time. Jesse Bash good for another kill. And
That's
Jeremy.
Gonna be it. Clutch moment there. Jeremy takes it, did burn through the Showstopper, didn't get really any value out of that, but hey man, a win is a win. You got to take it one round at a time,
The
right?
value is you spent those extra seconds, right? That delayed the entire retake. I mean, sure, Borkum was already up in Heaven as well, but because of that, they couldn't just pile through either Heaven or Hell. They had to wait, and sometimes that's the value. I mean, this is what you have to start to consider when you're looking at your abilities in Valorant, is that even if it's an ability that can get a kill, if it buys space, if it buys time, you got to start to convert that into tangible value as well.
Right. Pressure at A. It looks like Gen.G wants to have a counter-offensive, but, I mean, is Team Secret ready to possibly engage with this? They smoke it out. Team Secret doesn't want to try to edge in. This could go either way, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret's just going to wait. The thing is, a smoke this deep, and they didn't already enter a lobby. They have no idea how many people are here. They're being cautious for very good reason. Yeah, he already sees one person crouch behind the box. We're like, okay, there's something going on here in a lobby. Let's just ditch it. Because that's minimum 3 people that we spotted based on the abilities and the members that we saw on the drone. They're just going to pile on through C site.
Yep. The Killjoy utility is going to trip him up a little bit, but this spike is no doubt going to be planted over here at A, as we're going to see Gen.G try to get ready for a retake.
Sylvan's just trying to buy time for his teammates to be able to creep in. Clearing out C-Link as well, sets up for the lockdown. Now the spike has been planted. No answer for the lockdown, so Team Secret, they have to empty out. There are pockets on site, both in backside and at the very front, but Gen.G's already entered Team Secret. It is 100% confirmed that they are all in C main.
All right, so this is set up for C-Long. Nice shots fired through. Goddead already getting the kill there on Envy.
They're just going to hold it. I mean, they finally get the kill. Right as the smoke goes down, though. And
it's Jesse.
The crossfire already set up on the side of Gen.G. A fast push out. And that will create match point for Gen.G. One step away from taking us to a third map, going to split. We have to remember, this is fighting for elimination, right? You want to stay alive to try to get to Tokyo. Yes, you still have to win another match, but if you lose here, you lose all your chances.
Yeah, you're dead. You don't make it in this best of 3. By the way, we had 2 of our remaining Gen.G players barely alive. 9 HP on one, 5 HP on the other. So could not have been closer. And now Gen.G just needs one more round win. No matter how they do it, it doesn't matter. They get that, and they've escaped into map 3, tying the score up 1-1.
I mean, you know that the economy is absolutely just all over the place on the side of Team Secret, so Gen.G just doing what they can to try to force a fight here. He does get tagged early, and he's going to drop. That forces Goddead to have to push out to secure this weapon, and they know this. They know that someone's here to make sure that Team Secret cannot pick up the weapon upgrade. Site's already been broken up by Borkum as well. Gen.G get a little too greedy to try to close out the map.
Yeah, kind of a funny round so far here. A lot of odd interactions.
They're going to give second wind over to Team Secret.
But obviously, with a score like this, even Team Secret tied it up, you know, a 6-5 after this round. I mean, it should still be a doable match.
I mean, you know, we thought they would get at least one more round in the first half of
Let me
Ascent.
rephrase it. You know, the truth is that we have seen Team Secret at least streak 7 or 6 wins in a row before.
Sure.
It is possible. It has been done.
I mean, you know, if you're Gen.G, I don't think you can rest on your laurels just yet. And King's doing what he can.
Yeah, King's doing his part. He keeps killing player after player. I mean, that's pretty damn scary.
Well,
you know, especially if you're going to combo wins together.
The thing is okay, Team Secret, they didn't really lose anything, right? They didn't buy into that round, or they bought kind of a shamble collection of guns.
Right.
But on the side of Gen.G, King just got his lockdown off of those 4 kills.
Yeah, that is huge, actually.
Yeah, that just turns the entire, you know, plan that either side would have had in the coming rounds. You kind of expect it to work out the way you think. You think, okay, next round they'll have this ultimate or not, et cetera, et cetera. But now that entire flowchart is out the window, lockdown now available for Gen.G, and they're going to call a timeout. I mean, Coach Biles surely, first of all, trying to stop the momentum of Team Secret. This time, can he convert this timeout into another win?
Now, you know, when you're Gen.G, I think they're just trying to figure out, okay, what is the most optimal way to close this out? I think you don't want to be reckless against Team Secret. Team Secret is already proven they may be the very best team in VCT Pacific when they're cornered. When it seems like it's impossible, they can always come up with something. With the comfort of having a third map, if they do fail here, should be a pretty dramatic and epic night overall here, William. I mean, this has proven to be a really good match for these two teams.
I mean, yeah, the desk has said it as well. I've said it during the cast. I mean, Gen.G does look better than they have. Do they look great? It's too early to say that. I mean, just because of their losing streak. But they do look a lot better, right? The consistency not quite there, but when the executes happen, when the coordination happens, it's looking like the beginning of the season once again for Gen.G. See what that timeout amounts to. It's a 4-man stack once again. So they say, all right, Team Secret is pushed up against the wall. They're probably going to go with whatever has worked the best for them. Even on this eco round, Gen.G, they're trying to make something happen.
Yeah, a bit of a trade out there. Team Secret are going to continue to try to advance in. Jeremy with the good dry peek. Envy covers and gets Meteor.
One enemy remaining.
And I think we're almost into the next round here. King way out. Near the attacker spawn. Now, let's not forget he did get like 4 kills in the earlier round. Let's see if he can get a couple more here now.
And he's good with a Sheriff. I mean, we saw it in the kind of Know Your Opponents video that they filmed between the 3 Korean teams this time around. You know, telling each other to pick who's the best with the Sheriff. And King telling Stacks like, well, you got hit by my Sheriff recently too. Why aren't you voting for me? I mean, this guy has done some crazy things with the Sheriff. However, they're not going to take the risk. Team Secret knows very well the possibilities from King here.
Just want him to wallbang through that board so badly. Okay, so this spike is going off. This is going to be the 7th win here. We do see Team Secret fleeing from this way here. King gets Jesse, but Borkum gets King. And that's it. 7-12 here. Obviously an expected losing round here for Gen.G. As they weren't able to buy into anything of significance. The ultis are stacked, man.
Yeah,
we could have some crazy interactions here. We've got lockdowns on both sides. Blade Storm ready here for Meteor.
Rolling Thunders on both sides as well, so, I mean, this could very well just be trades back and forth. Now, at the end of the day, that comes out on top for Gen.G, right? They're already at match point. They really just need that one extra round win. Meanwhile, Team Secret, if Gen.G starts pushing out with those ultimates, you're going to be forced to trade it back and forth. Curious to see how that will work out. Once again, just vying for control. I mean, this is how we've seen them start every time yesterday as well as most of the rounds today. Vie for a long control and then take your pick. Now, yesterday it was all A site. And looking at the Killjoy utility from Secret, looks like they want to commit to A once again as well. Gen.G, their idea this time is that they're going to be prepared. They're going to stack the site. Killjoy utility in hand. Just hold off on sewers, and then we can hold on to the site. That's the game plan from Gen.G.
Sylvan getting chipped there. Smoke into heaven. Team Secret still waiting, though. Nobody's made a full peek just yet. The Aldrone's going to comb through sewer.
Right here.
The fault line comes in. There is the turret activating. That's the fault line and the aftershock to buy time on top of the nanoswarms. Now the one curveball is going to be the Omen ultimate, but Rolling Thunder's traded on both sides as well.
Oh, you got Borkum here. He TP'd in. Gets the first, can't get the second. Jesse gets Meteor and King. All right, Dubstep, the only one remaining.
He's spotted now. Oh, he gets through the wallbang. A 1v1.
Seconds left.
He knows the comms should have come in that Godden was on site.
Godden still lurking, just back in the corner. Dubstep gonna peek.
Oh, Dubstep with the peek and the headshot.
This is getting scary. I mean, it is really possible that Team Secret can start to pump up these wins. Had he not done that, Dubstep not been so clutch with the wall bang and the dry peek with the kill, we'd already be talking about map 3. But here we are. The show must go on.
Yeah, I mean, a great start to the hold from Gen.G, right? The idea was there. It looked like it was going to work out. But then the Rolling Thunders being traded, and amidst that chaos, Borkum creating a crossfire allows Jesse Vash to focus in. Jesse Vash hits 2 insane kills, and they're able to eventually break into the site, get another round win. Team Secret, they're now changing it up. I mean, they're using yesterday's mind games. Oh, into today, but Meteor saves. Okay.
Jeremy gets Meteor.
Yeah, but now TS has used that time to come back in.
TS is in there. They thin out that line as well.
Lockdown used. I mean, Gen.G says, okay, your lockdown not available.
Spike planted.
You have to leave the site. Now, this should allow them to pick up a couple weapons on site as well. Jesse Vash takes the risk of trying to hold on to the site and get an early kill, but he gets picked off. Rifle up creep for Sylvan.
Yeah, this is them fighting against a Marshall here.
Borkum now trapped. This allows King to push up.
King gets him. It's just going to be Jeremy left, and then there's none. That spike's getting defused, and this second map is being won by Gen.G. We're tied up 1-1.
Wow, I mean, I think all of us doubted that map for Gen.G, right? And that was nothing against Gen.G. It was simply Secret has been looking so good on Haven, and then they came in with this crazy game plan yesterday against DRX. I mean, all of that combined on paper made it look like at the end of the day it was going to be tough for Gen.G, but the one thing none of us had considered or had faith in was the fact that Gen.G choosing attack first, securing a massive lead, because the strength of yesterday's Team Secret Haven was that attack on A site. And Gen.G says, well, what if we just deny the opportunity? Take the attacking side first. They come in prepared, and they're able to secure map 2.
Yeah, it was a very impressive showing here. I'm glad the strategy worked out for Gen.G's sake. This is turning out to be a very close match. And the truth is, we just still don't know who's going to take it. Team Secret with an incredible recovery on Ascent, but Gen.G very, very prepped on Haven. Remember, folks, the losing team is out of VCT Pacific. They will be eliminated. The winners will go on to the next phase here of the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, if you win today, you have one more chance tomorrow to try to fight for your ticket to Masters Tokyo. But if you lose today, you're out. You're on a break until last chance qualifiers to get that second chance to go to Champions. But Masters Tokyo, you know, gone from your future pathing. So both sides, or both teams rather, fighting for their lives here, their tournament lives. And Gen.G ties it up 1-1.
Milk color content? I don't know.
Oh, so in Korea, they call anyone with really good skin, like, you have like milk-colored skin because it's so white
right?
and so smooth. Yeah, in Korean, yeah.
I got it, okay.
It does look weird when it's written in
yeah.
English, I just realized, but yeah, that's something that like fans will hold up for their K-pop idols and stuff. So
got it. All right. Anyways, you know, this is clearly a very close series. I think it's very, very tough to call here. It's just going to come down to this map 3. The fact of the matter is that Gen.G, after losing what looked like should be a shoo-in on map 1, Team Secret recovers. They play extremely well and run away with it. But in map 2, the prep was there.
Yes.
They were able to analyze it. And it wasn't just about trying to counter the individual round strats from Gen.G. Sorry, from Team Secret. Instead, it was like, let's kind of turn this on its head and go to the attacking side first.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes out, as a success for Gen.G. Now tied up 1-1. The last map of the series is going to be split. We're going to take a quick break, then break down the action on the desk before we go to find out who is going home and who gets to stay alive to try to fight for a ticket to Masters Tokyo. We'll see you in a bit.
Manning on the hunt, can't get the shot low.
Not much you could have done. You weren't able to secure C-Link on buy here. Push out, we can't just be focused about.
Oh, dubstep forces the spike to be dropped.
They're on a pitch.
Yeah.
But the close off angle, not just before they go for the plant to essentially Fury. Okay, Jeremy's gonna have to back out. The operator's
out.
Storm is out in hand.
Gen.G starting to get the drop. More Gen.G players.
Trying to get whatever kills he can. He just continues to pin them here. He just wants more kills. He wants more kills. And coming up from Envy just to help buy more time. It is 100% confirmed that they are all in C. Oh, they finally get the kill. Right up. Don't think you can rest in your orbs just yet. He's doing what he can.
The King's doing his part. He keeps killing player after player.
You know, Gen.G is the only team that beat Team Secret on Haven, and they did it one more time in a really unexpected round, 13-8, and Secret really had to fight for all 8 of those rounds.
So tough. I mean, look at what happened in the first half. Only 2 green little points, and that's in round 3, round 6. It was a 10-2. Gen.G really cracked the code, and on their attacking side, they were relentless.
Yeah, exactly. It was just like that coordination that we saw on Ascent was here on Haven, but now they were able to stretch it out through the entire map. So it was a lot of, really good kind of reads on the map, reads on Team Secret positions, almost never getting caught by any of the flanks or any of the weird stuff that we saw on Ascent. So this was a really good adjustment here from Gen.G. This is the Gen.G that we have been expecting to see you know, since the beginning of the season, and it's really good to see them back like this.
And that's why they precisely left Haven open, I guess, because you could see 16 first kills. They were a lot more decisive with the way that they pushed out. 10 out of 11 post plants won. Gen.G did not let up. In every single one of their plants, they managed to fend Team Secret off, maybe only for one of these rounds. Team Secret kind of managed to sneak out a defuse in round 3, I think, but that was about it. At the same time, on towards the defending side, Gen.G, you could see at parts of the map, they started to push out, take bits of map control, funnel Team Secret over to other sites that perhaps they're not that comfortable on, and it's a very well-deserved win. I mean, we're looking at Meteor, you know, with how aggressive he is at taking space, but also King.
Well, this is like old school King. This is the King who I have come to know and love throughout the years of casting VCT KR. A guy who is just absolutely disgusting on Haven. He is so stalwart. He's such a great side anchor. He does good job with his lurks. He has really good sense of timing, like on his flanks and those kind of things. So this guy is like the guy on Haven. He used to be like maybe I thought one of the best players in the world on Haven as a controller for a long time. Of course, then, you know, he was on the Vision Strikers. Now that he's kind of bounced around a few different teams, this is good to see him back into form. And he's been one of the most consistent players for Gen.G, even during their downturn. He still is a really hungry player. He wants to get it done, and this was a great performance from him.
A lot of it, man. Like, you could see in some of these rounds, and we were kind of talking about it in the green room as well, it's like Gen.G executing on the seaside the same coordinated kind of style that we saw on Ascent, but this time, because of the map slight differences, 3 site of course, they continue to push in, and then Meteor will kind of hover around that C-Link area, and he'll get a couple more. If Meteor dies, guess who's there to step it up? It's going to be King. And he's got all of that Killjoy utility set up just to make sure that the post plants are good, and that's something that Gen.G keeps banking on for this this map, and it's great. Team Secret couldn't really adapt, and that's something I'm really shocked by.
Yeah, you know what? This is the map that even DRX could not beat Team Secret on. Now let's talk about that. Honestly, I stepped into the audience a little bit earlier, and we saw the score line of Gen.G climbing up again. We saw in the previous map, and we're like, Team Secret, they clearly can climb back from a 0-6. But then the climb back didn't really happen. At halftime, it wasn't a 6-6. It was a 2-10.
Yeah, and I really would love to take a look at the round where this kind of sealed the deal here, I think. This was just a great round. It was double operators picked up because Gen.G was so flush with cash. So they're able to check for C, look for a pick. It was smoked off by Borkum, so they didn't get that. So you just drop that, go back to the Vandal for TS, and then they head over here. And it's just a good entry. You know, they're going to dodge the recon darts, and these kind of things. Jesse Bash did not have nearly the impact that he normally does as the Sova on this map. He wasn't able to find good timings with his utility. And yeah, sure, there's a Killjoy. That's that's nice. They even get a tag in there off that Hunter's Fury. Meteor just pops the blades. He's been so good with the blades today, so confident with that. You know, they're just backing players in. TS is underneath in hell. Everything here is just so well thought out, so well drawn up. The crossfire is beautiful. The timings on the utility are kind of slowing everything up. That's been the name of the game here. I just want to highlight one of the rounds. Like, there were literally like 8 other rounds that you could have shown this level of like coordination and thought that Gen.G had.
I think thought very much so as well, right? You can see in the positioning, like one player in their hell and then the couple more up by A long. It's very, very clear that they prepared to counter Team Secret's retakes on this map. And
no one over peaks. Like, it's really good.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough for Team Secret.
But look, I was really losing faith in Gen.G. I think we all were, and this is a good re-showing of Gen.G and, you know, the Gen.G that we knew 8 weeks ago. Now, we know that yesterday, Team Secret really loved going to A and just dominating on it. But there was one round where they were forced to go to C site, and they got the plant down, and everything should have gone their way, especially with the Killjoy lockdown, but they lose it.
I know. It's just so, like, it shows that Gen.G prepared for this. Let's just talk about it, right? 4 players stacked up here. Oh my God. 2 up by A long, 2 more by A short, and Team Secret could not push through, and that's why they were kind of forced to go to C instead. They managed to get a side plant, and that's good, but it was intentionally left open by Gen.G, right? King held onto this lockdown, he planted it down, and now Gen.G gets to push up to C long because they know that this is the only spot Team Secret could be in. And I was kind of thinking, all right, maybe you have 3 rifles. Surely one of them, it becomes kind of like an Odin, right? 3 rifles spraying down. They managed to kill Goddead at the last second, but in doing all of that spamming, you run out of ammo. You run out of time. You have to reload. The rest of Gen.G are already in position to just snipe you down, assassinate you by that one spot, and it's incredibly, again, like you mentioned, Paper Thin, well thought out by Gen.G. They did a good job here, and we cannot deny that.
Yeah. Definitely. Secret definitely made some mistakes as well. And you know what? Going into Split, again, we're going to have to break that down. I'm a little worried for Secret at this point. We were like, it's going to be a 2-0, and I was like, I don't know anymore. So let's talk about our key player, King, as you've aptly pointed out how amazing he's been playing. He's a monster, and he's just kind of been revived.
Yeah, he's so all over the place, and I mean that in a good way. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, he's so dynamic as a Killjoy player on this map. Like, he can do so much so well, whether it be, you know, we saw in that last clip that you highlighted, he's right there with Meteor trying to push space, trying to make sure that the other team is pinned into a bad position so that your crossfires and your defuse can come through there. These kind of things that he just instinctually does. Like, he's got such a great read on that map. This is just another phenomenal performance from him. I think he was the top ACS right behind Meteor for Gen.G throughout this season, and he wasn't too far off. So that just shows you that, like, as a side anchor, he's getting a lot of first kills. He's not often getting picked out on his own. He's just a stalwart, just stellar player.
Yeah, that sentinel anchor that you want to count on, right? You have that reliable guy that's always there. But that's the thing. It's also Gen.G kind of playing off of each other today. Something that we didn't see so much in the previous weeks. But today, like, if they're able to keep on going with this sort of like flow state that they're going, that they've got, you know, play off of each other, it could work. But that's the other thing that we want to talk about. This is going to be Split. This was deliberately left open and picked by Team Secret, right? Team Secret, they played against DRX, maybe not so great, it was 13-5, but at the same time, Gen.G has only played this map once.
Yes.
Only one time against Paper X, and they lost. They played a double controller setup. I think they had, was it Goddead on Sage, which is kind of odd. You don't really see him doing that much often, and you don't see Sage being selected on Split that much anymore, especially in pro play.
It's worth noting, though, while Team Secret has played Split a number of times, the only time they seem to have won was the one time against Paper X as well, and that was pre-something.
Yeah, this is going to be really intriguing. It doesn't look like we're getting any changes. Are we getting any changes?
No, it's the same.
Yeah,
Sage on Goddead, and then a double duelist, the same that we saw from yesterday against DRX. You talked about it in the desk, Paper Thin. They had this idea of going for trades. Could that work today?
Well, you don't have Buzz. I mean, that's the good news here for Team Secret. You don't have an angry Buzz just running you over, unless Meteor goes full angry. But frankly, Meteor's Raze isn't as good as his Jet. So this is always kind of one of these things where, yes, they're a decent team when he's on Raze. They've had some wins, of course, but they're also not nearly as, I think, consistent or as explosive as we've seen here, you know, the other day on Ascent, today on Haven. I definitely lean a little bit more towards the maps where he's Jet, where they're going to have success.
This is your last moment to flip-flop. Are you guys sticking by your predictions?
I'm sticking to Secret because I think they can still do this. I think what they have to do is to really pinpoint those weaknesses from Gen.G, right? Focus on the Sage. You know where those walls can be. Just break them down and bulldoze through. If they can do that and they can take out the players from Gen.G, they should win this.
I'll leave the flip-flopping to Valdez.
Valdez is not here today. Again, guys, this is it. This is it. One of these teams are going to get knocked out of Pacific until LCQ, and whoever wins this is one step closer to going to Masters Tokyo and Champions LA. Let's go over to our casters, Tasteless and Will.
Excellent work at the desk, everybody. This is it. One map, one opportunity to move on to the next phase of the tournament. And look, I don't know who takes it. I think that Gen.G is in better form now.
Yeah.
But Team Secret, they seem to be so adaptable, so able to change on the fly. I think anybody who says they know for sure is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially considering that, like you said, Gen.G looks a lot more alive than they have the past 5 weeks. Curious to see if they can continue that momentum. Meanwhile, Team Secret, I mean, we've seen them do crazy things. I mean, the players have talked about how they're okay with the schedule. This is what they're used to. Now, See if they can bring out that determination and endurance, because again, like we've been pointing out, you lose and you are done for your season 4. You know, until LCQ, you have to take a break. No chance of Masters Tokyo. Meanwhile, if you win, you get to come back tomorrow for one more chance to go to Tokyo to meet the international teams and be a representative of VCT Pacific.
This is it. Team Secret here on the defending side. Gen.G ready to attack into the B site. Looks like they are going to have Borkum this time ready.
Oh my gosh, Borkum? We just saw him purposely headbutt that poison cloud.
Yeah.
I mean, he was absolutely prepared for this. Now, he is stuck on the wrong side, so he's going to be absolutely marooned here with the paint shells and the wall bangs coming in. So unfortunately, can't hold on to that site.
No spike plant just yet. Meteor and Sylvan get 2.
Yeah, Team Secret, I mean, they tried to rush in. You know, I think they were already in heaven trying to provide support for Borkum as he goes down. Then they choose, okay, let's try to flood in because we're already here. You know, knowing that the rest of Gen.G, everyone had to be behind that toxic screen. So Team Secret, I think, trying to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, it's a 2v5, and you're not able to pick up a single kill, actually, on the side of Secret.
Oh, good luck, Jesse and Dubstep. I don't know what they're going to be able to get done here now. Looks like they're just going to wait for this spike to go off. Dubstep going to drop down. King gets him. And now that's going to be it. Easy round. Easy life for Gen.G, William. Flawless victory.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better. But again, they've been winning a lot of these pistols, right? That is their 5th pistol win for the night.
Yeah. Clearly better the pistol round game here than Team Secret.
For today, absolutely. And now see if they can, again, continue to snowball off of that. I mean, that's why we talk about the importance of pistols, is because on paper, it gives you an advantage, right? You should win the next round. That means you're starting with 2 rounds on the board in the half. See if they can make that happen. It's going to be 4 Spectres and a Bulldog. Now, Bulldog on Meteor, so I got to imagine after this default, waiting for, you know, potential push-outs, they should group and just all pile in once again. Otherwise, you run the risk of giving over that Bulldog to Team Secret.
Yeah. Envy here with the shorty in hand. Ready for any overextension. Pretty big stack up here in the mid, but I don't think we're going to have any action in mid for the time being unless Team Secret decides to come out, which really wouldn't make any sense right now.
Yeah, so Gen.G looks like, you know, they're just saying, all right, we got tanks in mid. Just wait. If they don't push out, that's fine, right? Just continue to see if we hear anything, because at the end of the day, we are going to go in as 5. I don't think they want to risk even like a 2-3 split, right? The opponents aren't going to have too many resources to block up a choke point anyway. So just group up, don't risk giving over weapons, and then we'll go in. So they're running the clock down. That's fine until the 40-second mark. Now they do have to start to make their move just a bit. Now TS is working as bait. Okay, so they're willing to give away 1 potential Spectre. He's already spotted 2 members. I mean, that's at least 2 members over on A. The call comes in to just walk into B site. Still checking every corner for shotguns.
Yeah, and right now, this should be a pretty easy setup on the B. It's just going to be Jesse ready to try to take some shots.
Oh, but hiding in this smoke. They're trying to just buy time. Eventually, the spam will take Jesse Vash out, and the spike should be able to go down. Envy wanted to go in with the shorty, but the Sage Wall comes up.
All right, well, this is going to be a tough one here for Team Secret. Meteor finds 1 and 2. Jeremy very low over here around the corner.
Now Meteor not taking any chances. I mean, you like to see this if you're a Gen.G fan. They are being very careful. They do not want to take unnecessary risks. They're not going to try to push out either. They're just trying to see if you eventually do peek out, then I want that free kill. Oh, I love this as well, right? Putting up the poison cloud, making it seem like, hey, maybe you can get across, you know, and then just spam the other side. See if you can get that, but at the end of the day, Envy. Oh, TS is actually even going to pick up that kill.
Yeah, nicely done. Second win. No surprises really there. I think you can really see the patience exhibited here by Gen.G and really not wanting to, like, overextend or over commit anywhere. Team Secret's still a real threat so far.
Yeah, Meteor with some clean shots in this round, and again, the patience, like you said. And then TS, you know, accepting that, you know, if we lose 1 Spectre, it's not the end of the day, but he had his way out anyway, so just goes into check. I mean, that's Gen.G understanding that they need to take advantage of everything, right? That's stacking up your ult points. I mean, these are things that you kind of forget about as the match goes on, but then you imagine, well, what if they didn't have that one ult, that one round? Things like that really start to come back and haunt you.
This time around, they're going to probe up into the A site. Jesse with a blind shot takes Goddead out.
Yeah, this is all set up for Jeremy. Jeremy now trying to get the cross. He is going to get tagged. They don't have exact location from him. But the dog being used as well, continuing to force Gen.G to give up on A site. They already have B main control on the side of Team Secret. They're watching Heaven as well. So if that happens, they'll be able to go for a retake. They even heard the drop. Envy. Here's a drop on Vents.
Yeah, maybe a bit cavalier here. They're going to try to push through. Borkum going to have to pull back, dropping down into the site itself. Yeah, but we could always have Gen.G wrap around.
Yeah, but the snake bite was pushed there as well. Now this is going to force him to eventually go to B main. And that's the thing. This is all set up for Dubstep to find success. Now, he is going to have to activate his Tailwind at the most perfect time, because if he gets marooned here, I mean, it's just going to be a one-to-one trade. But here they come. They don't have much time elsewhere. He gets one. Not good for the second.
Yeah, but Borkum, that other line of defense, picks off another. Gen.G, the number's starting to drop. And, you know, as long as they can just get a decent kill and retreat back to the next line of defense, I mean, this should be doable. Sylvan here. Again, Gen.G's shots are good, but overall Team Secret does clutch that.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret just had that entire round mapped out in their head as soon as Jesse gets that first kill, right? He gets the first kill on A main, slows it down, continues to send out aggressive guiding lights and trailblazers, because that way they just simply cannot enter the site. And in fact, Jeremy getting tagged by that guiding light even worked out in their favor, because now Gen.G had no info about how many more members were on A. They had to rotate. Dubstep already had main. Envy heard the drop in Vents. I mean, this all works out in Team Secret's head to, okay, they're going to come Heaven and then rotate to B main. They're able to hold that defensive round.
Okay, this time around, here's a little bit of pressure built in mid. Dubstep peeks and gets King. Envy gets Meteor. Big plays here from Team Secret right out of the gate. It's going to be easy for them from here on out. A 3-2 stack here as we're going to see this Sage. Yeah, just going to try to move in here.
Yeah, just trying to not make any noise, see if they can regain control of this area. Now, the thing is, I mean, Team Secret, they're ready for this. Dubstep got such a deep kill out in B main. And that trade, it doesn't matter. I mean, you're still a 4v2 advantage now. Team Secret, they do have to start considering maybe grouping up together. That's what they're doing on the B side. You don't want to get caught into these unnecessary 1v1s. Uh-oh, Jeremy distracted by ramps. Wants to get this kill. He will get that one.
Remaining.
Yeah, big plays here. Just Goddead left over. Did he make something work here?
Well, Jesse just needs to stay alive. He's even going to get the kill.
Beautifully done. 2-2. And I got to say, I mean, the ending was interesting, but really it was all about the start. They poke out, they drop 2 off, and then it's just a very easy game. Use the clock, let them try to slowly push through. And you're getting those kills. It's exactly what we saw back there.
Yeah, again, I mean, you push out that far and get the kill, you know, in that entry point into Ramen Shop. I mean, Team Secret can willingly give up B main for the time being, knowing that no one's going to be rushing them from that part of the map. I mean, a map of Valorant, it's all about, you know, working with the information you have and kind of tightening the map into smaller areas until you eventually choose to strike or defend.
All right, Dubstep going to be ready here. He's going to have to relocate as the dog scouts him.
Yeah, this is a lot of utility used, though, on the side of Team Secret. Now, of course, they have the better firepower, so I think that's partly why they're okay with that. If we just match util for util, or even, you know, 2 for 1, we're still going to eventually come out on top. Oh, Jesse Vash gets taken down by King.
Yeah, suddenly A is looking very tempting. They still have Envy on site. Better guns in hand, but King gets him too.
Envy trying to check too many corners as he tried to reposition, but Jeremy's backup arrives just in time. He will pick off 1 kill. Now, no weapons recovered on the side of Gen.G, so there's still a decent chance here for Team Secret. Now, the spike plant goes down. If they can hold on to this until TS comes in from Heaven, if they can just stay alive on site, Team Secret doing what they can.
3 bullets in the chamber. Borkum takes out 1.
Borkum dropped. Borkum knows. Borkum knows. He gets the kill.
Oh, my God. Now, I'll tell you what, that looked like that was a round there that it was going to be, you know, very doable at the start there for Team Secret. Gen.G retook control of that. And there were some tense moments back there. Was it Jeremy 3 bullets in the chamber? Just the classic guy. He's like, I don't have anything that's really easy to use right now.
Yeah, he couldn't make up his mind, but thankfully Borkum's there in time with the backup. And Borkum, I mean, even here, I think he heard the final couple footsteps coming up from TS because TS had to run in to provide backup. But either way, yeah, Borkum, yeah, they're already calling it out as well. So just good awareness of their surroundings. Good hold despite the early couple kills from King. And now the operator is out. I mean, this is as easy as it gets. If you push out, just hold this angle on B main. And then, you know, the map just gets cut into about 2/3.
Let's see if they can get this operator pick over here.
Even gonna push out, using the opponent's toxic screen against him, and it works perfectly.
That was so smart. You can see that King completely caught off guard. They're gonna get the orb now. Meanwhile, Dubstep ready with a peek here. Borkum gets it before Dubstep can even be factored in. A sewer lurk here and a creep up into A. Bit of a Hail Mary play here for Gen.G, as, you know, things have already kind of fallen apart.
Yeah, no matter where they go, I mean, sure, you might get the plant down. Team Secret, it looks like if they come A, they might be okay with giving over the plant, but the round pretty much secured in Team Secret's head. You already have operator control of B main. You're watching B heaven from 2 different areas. Now, you did give up this resurrection, so, you know, the numbers even out just a bit again, but the angle is held by Jeremy. Good for 2 extra kills.
Yeah, great play by Jeremy. Just Meteor and King left over already. Oh, and the barrel of the gun is sticking out of the smoke.
Yeah.
All right, just King. Probably going to just let these 20 seconds run through. By the way, you can feel how tense it is here in the studio. Team Secret continuing to regain control of the half here. Remember, the loser is out of VCT Pacific. We are now finally in the phase of this tournament where we start to kill the losing teams off.
Send them home.
Murder them, William.
Just the way you emphasized it made it sound a lot more dramatic than it had to be. But yeah, I mean, it is a kind of sad ending, right? I mean, you put in so much work for the past 2 months.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you got this far into the playoffs. I mean, even for the teams that didn't make it to the playoffs, it was heartbreaking for some of them as well, as they were so close to really coming together in time. They missed out on the last couple matches. But if you're this close to securing that last ticket, DRX and PaperX already securing their spots,
right?
You know, in the upper bracket finals to go to Masters Tokyo. But the remaining teams that are fighting today, they're fighting for a chance for that 3rd ticket to represent VCT Pacific. Now Gen.G with a timely timeout.
Yeah, I mean,
sort out what's going wrong.
Well, I think it's a much needed one. You know, on Haven, I think that honestly, it was the best, you know, we've seen of Gen.G in weeks and weeks, but there were these moments, especially, you know, in map 1, where it just seemed like the further along we got in any half, the better that Team Secret was at the game in general. Like, they were just better at using their utility. They were better at being very fluid with their strategies.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think especially right now in Split, right? The couple of rounds that's been strung together. First of all, Team Secret hasn't been doing anything insane. It's been, you know, fairly straightforward, standard Split procedure. Now, obviously, some of the aim duels going in favor of Team Secret, but we can't blame it on that either, because Gen.G, I mean, they almost got that Thrifty round, right? So
yeah,
it's not solely on the aim. However, I think the timing of how Gen.G's trying to take space, and part of this maybe comes down to them needing the Sage on their comp, where they don't have as much more utility on the attacking side to really take over a part of the map. They're continuing to really invest a lot in mid early on, and Team Secret is not interested in fighting this.
Got Gen.G huddled up over here in mid.
There.
I mean, look at Secret, right? They have the op and B main. So if the attacking team, goes into B heaven like this, they're willing to just let the site go, take control of main as well. Now, Borkum doesn't have his exit entirely planned out, but the operator will still be able to hold it. Maybe Borkum just stays alive on site. Envy's already coming to provide backup.
Yeah, Envy going to wrap around here now. Meteor could be ready to just get the drop on him, and a very fortunate peek does not end up getting him killed off.
Yeah, but Gen.G has to suspect. They have to suspect something's wrong here. Okay, Showstopper's in. He did not get picked out. He's trying to take out main first, and he is able to take down The operator, meanwhile, his teammates will help secure the site by taking down Borkum as well. A great entry coming in from Gen.G, and the pit is now up to try to secure this round.
Painful angle to try to come through there, especially with that shorty in hand. Jeremy taking Meteor out.
Uh-oh. His own showstopper. Oh my god, Jeremy with the acrobatics. He will be able to get the trade. It's now a 2v2, but the pit is still up.
All right, Jesse drops in. Can't find a target just yet.
Oh.
It's the first. Goddead's gone. King returns the favor.
Okay, so they know that he's there. Still a member. TS was on the flank, so it's still a 2v1 here. Pit goes down, but not much time.
Oh, I don't think he can get it.
You know he's not defusing. TS doesn't have to rush it, just has to play time, and he's forced him off the spike and the site. And a good thrifty win coming in from Gen.G.
Yeah, it was thrifty, but as far as utility, when it was a little bit expensive too, Gen.G now burning through that Viper's pit, and an exciting big round win here. Operator going to be in hand now for Dubstep.
Yeah, he had enough credits to buy another one. Showstopper's being traded in this round throughout. But hey, I mean, use those ultimates to get the round win, whether it's a thrifty or not. I mean, otherwise, you're just going to let it sit and rot in your arsenal for the rest of the half. Now, second operator comes out for Team Secret. Now they are going to reposition. They've had him on B main 2 rounds in a row. Because of Gen.G's focus on mid, this time they allow to plant Dubstep with the operator further out in mid, right? They're just holding on to B site. Just Borkum holding a position where he can stay alive as long as possible. Envy's there to support from B Heaven. A default look here. And here's the thing. They're giving up a lot of space on ramp. And they say, you can take ramp, but we're not giving up Heaven. Jeremy's watching this. If you want to rotate over through vents, because that's where Envy's waiting.
Meteor starting to push in. Can't quite get a good read on this. They're going to back out now for the time being. A is starting to look pretty undesirable. Not able to find much. The Dubstep's here in mid, and this is where they could end up getting the first pick, as we're seeing build up over here just by Sewers.
Oh, the read is so good from Secret. They know they've left, and they know the fastest rotate is through mid. They're using the dog first, though. That does force the reposition. But Envy, he's hiding behind the poison cloud. He gets one. Gen.G, they don't have much time. Team Secret is holding on. Dubstep good for another.
Oh, they end up getting Dubstep in the end. TS and King, the only ones remaining. The spike is stuck, though, in mid. It's not going to go protected. I'm not sure if they had a read that the spike was actually still out there or not.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, they didn't have much option, right? I mean, Goddead was holding on to the spike. Tries to go for the trades. Cannot get enough. Left. Eventually goes down, and
yeah, there's
Gen.G.
no way. There's no way they get that spike planted over there. This is going to be another Team Secret win here. Kind of a wild round. Funny exchange there in the middle.
Toxins going up. But a great hold from Team Secret. Yeah. I mean, again, the read that the fastest rotate has to be through mid. If we can just stall enough time through a couple of these kills, I mean, that's why you see Dubstep. He tries to go for the first shot, but he does not risk getting stunned by Sky's Trailblazer, right? He dashes out right away because, again, the idea is, all right, I've got backup in vents. We just have to play against the clock at this point. Very, very smart round from Team Secret.
Going into round 9 now. Gen.G, I mean, they're fighting back pretty well, but it does seem like Team Secret is very much in control of this. We've got Dubstep this time over way into the back of A, but a pretty heavy mid setup if anybody from Team Secret is going to try to push out. Don't think we're going to see anything from them just yet. They're going to have Dubstep now rotate back around here up into the heaven side of A.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see the constant repositioning of the operator, keeps the attackers guessing. But the MO from Gen.G has been to try to vie for mid control a lot of time. A bit of a poison, or snake bite rather, mishap from Gen.G. But that's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got your teammates over in B Heaven. You don't need to constantly watch for their cross angle. And now, because they've left B main open, they're going to just empty out B Heaven. This calls for help from Jesse Vash. You see on the minimap, he's now rotated over to stairs on B side. And the MO on A site is, all right, well, we've got the operator washing the entrance into main. If we just make sure we kind of hold the choke point coming out from vents, we've now got them trapped in mid. All right, you know the main forces are there.
All right, what can Jeremy do with this? They get flashed. 2 are taken out, but King returns the favor. 3-3 now.
30 seconds
Borkum
left.
with a Oh, his instinct is so good. He knows someone might come in from behind.
Yeah, I mean, he's constantly watching for that. And here's the thing is that, I mean, Gen.G, they peek out so early before the Cosmic Divide is really able to go up.
Oh, this is so weird. What?
Oh, and even there, Envy's able to get the kill.
You saw that setup, though. That looked like that was going to work no matter what. 6-3 now. Team Secret continues to pedal ahead.
Man, I mean, the Cosmic Divide, for one, it was kind of lined up in an idealistic way, whereas the rest of Team Secret, okay, I guess they were also all already positioned in front of it anyway, so good read from Team Secret at the same time, and Envy was just baiting him and then trying to back out to draw out more distance. You love to see kind of little crafty plays like that on both sides of that encounter.
We've got a Viper's Pit in hand here for Envy, and he's going to set that up over here into mid. Basically clogging this out, making it an undesirable location to try to have any engages in. And that's going to really force Gen.G to kind of focus on a side here, eventually.
Yeah, I mean, trying to see if they can get any sort of spam through the pit, obviously. Nothing better than just trying to spam through. You get a pick onto the Viper and the pick goes down. That's the most ideal scenario. But look at the positioning from Envy. He's hiding right in that little corner as it begins and vents. He's not going to get too easily spammed out from out front. Oh, operator dubstep position to check for the toxic screen angle. Now the thing is King is on the other side.
I don't know if dubstep's going to be ready for an angle this close.
But here's the thing, unless King is able to creep forward and get the kill, if dubstep gets the first kill, he will probably just dash out, right? King's not in a position to be able to swing fast enough for a trade. The Guiding Light checks for that as well.
Oh my god!
Okay, the timing's good from King, but the Trailblazer stuns them up. Jesse Bash, he is just trying to clog up this choke, but he's good for another as well.
Yeah, beautifully done. The res here as well. Gen.G primed to try to come in here and seize A with that spike. What exactly can Envy come up with? Goddead going to try to come through. Bit of a trade now, 2-3.
All right, checks for one. Borkum trying to go for the wide swing. It's perfect. Now a 2v2. They've closed the distance and he cannot find Envy.
That is wild. Envy with 8 HP. Beautiful wide swing from Borkum.
Absolutely. I mean, that is what won the round. That single-handedly won that round. He checks and just goes for a crazy wide swing. Perfectly done. Doesn't take damage, gets the kill.
Yeah. 7th win here on the board. Team Secret clutching that victory. I mean, that could have gone either way. A funny start, by the way. You know, when we had King and Dubstep on either side, it looked like maybe King would have an opportunity to get that kill. The wall goes back up, Dubstep gets the pick, but then King pops out anyways. And for their Gen.G flood into the spike site, but ultimately it's recovered there from Team Secret.
Borkum hyped up. Can't blame him. Amazing play from him. And that is going to be the second time out being used by Gen.G in the first half. Going all in, trying to make sure they can get to 5 rounds. They want to close the gap before they go on to the advantageous side of defense. I mean, that seems to be the goal. But here's the thing. You all in your timeouts like this. If this ends up being a 3-9, that is not looking hopeful for Gen.G in the second half.
Yeah, and I think it's possible it could be a 3-9. I would love to see Gen.G try to fight back here, but it just seems like the further along we get in a half, the more in control Team Secret is. Their reads have been very, very on point. When they do seem to lose control of a round, they've been very smart at recovering that. Even if it doesn't work every time, you can see the ideas at play. Gen.G, they're not playing poorly, but they're not delivering what they need, at least so far here, for this to look like a realistic Map 3 victory.
Yeah, and here's the thing is you got to start to wonder, I mean, you have a single initiator and then a single duelist. I mean, there is just not much you can do on the attacking side to really, you know, push out and secure a part of the map. I mean, the Sage, you're kind of just holding off an angle as you eventually go for the execute or something like that, or good for post plant, but it is a rough situation, and they're on an eco round right now. I mean, the ideal scenario is a 5-7 half. They're not going to be able to pick up that weapon just yet. Borkum.
Yeah, nice kill there. Borkum still keeping B a tough site to get into. Let's see if he can keep that going. He knows that Meteor's dropped down, but there might be a push from above here.
Yeah, he knows that as well. He is going to lose that battle to Sylvan.
All right, the dog spots Jesse. The wall goes up. And I mean, this is going to be tough. Dubstep is still up in heaven, but I don't know what he can actually find here.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the stage really starts to shine, right? Is this post-plant positioning? Of course, the plant didn't quite happen yet, but once you secure the site, that utility is good. But to secure the site, they really just needed to kind of force their way through and win these battles. I mean, it wasn't off of constantly fishing for information with flashes and, guiding lights and things like that. So, I mean, it comes together a little bit late, but they will be able to get one extra round for the time being on the side of Gen.G.
That's right, at least for now. You got to say, not bad here by Gen.G. It's going to be 7-4 here. So this is either going to be a 7-5 or an 8-4 as we finish up the first half, coming into the next final round. Dubstep is just going to try to hide as best he can, and he's too far away to ever be found as we close the 11th round out here. Carrying that operator forward, and we'll see if he can get some picks with that moving forward.
All right, 4-7. If they can get to 5-7, it's not bad for Gen.G. Meanwhile, Team Secret, if they can make it an 8-4, they'll feel a lot better. They're also running the double duelist, right? A little bit more to work with on the attacking side. Of course, both teams are choosing the Viper Astra for the controller, so the idea of kind of isolating a site on the attack or even the defense remains the same, identical across the board.
Well, we do have this Viper's Pit, so I'm going to watch him very closely to see if they get that spike set up here and can get that on. I think if they do get a spike plant, it's very likely Gen.G can actually secure it and close it out. Borkum over here, ready on B.
Yeah, they had to use an early guiding light just to check. Now that's also traded with an early smoke coming out from Borkum as well. The gravity wall going to be initiated just as early. So now back up from B Heaven. They're watching the cross for Borkum. He's trying to stay alive in the site. Jeremy's not in a good position. His head shows above the toxic screen. Meteor's able to pick up that kill.
Oh, showstopper ready, and Envy's in the corner.
Envy already down, thanks to King as well anyway. A solid entry. Can they hold on to it? The wall is blocking off Alley, and now the pit comes up as well. Dubstep spots one.
Going to be here with the shorty in hand. Going to come in from above. He can get right on top of this box.
Oh, not able to get the kill.
Yeah, very cool angle, though, from Dubstep. He sees he can perch up on the box and maybe pop in from a lot of different spots. But this is so close right now. Great recovery there from Gen.G. A much-needed one to make a realistic second half here. Just a 2-point lead.
All right, I mean, Team Secret, see if he can win one more pistol round, because Gen.G's been winning the large bulk of them today. And if they can continue that way again here on defense on split, they may very well surpass you on the board right now. The biggest thing for me is going to be, I mean, it's Goddead's positioning, right? Because with a double duelist, yeah, the duelist will be able to get over the siege wall, but the rest of them will be blocked off. I mean, it will do its job. Same with the slow orb. So his positioning, the timing on his utility, I mean, if you time it perfectly, it actually hard counters the double duelist to a certain extent, because those double duelists, they'll now be marooned on their own. Sure, they have their own crossfire, but I mean, one of them gets taken out. Now the other one all alone, isolated on the site, and then the rest of the forces, not much to work with on the entry.
See Warbird's talking to the rest of the team. It's realistic for both sides here. 5-7 is doable for Gen.G. We're going into this last half, a half that is going to decide who actually is knocked out of VCT Pacific.
Yeah, the winner moves on for one more chance. The loser is out, and we have to wait for LCQ. I mean, fans on both sides. A little shout out to chat as well, but cheering for Team Secret as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Again, the pistol round could not matter more. We've seen success here with Gen.G overall more in the pistol rounds, which obviously is extremely important when the score is this close.
And here's the thing, pistol round, but Gen.G on defense with a Sage. They on paper, they absolutely have the advantage here. I mean, that Sage wall is, feels like just like the strongest barrier in the world in a pistol round.
Especially on this map, right, where you can sort of inhibit position so easily.
That fan sign we just saw, that's a quote from the popular Korean drama on, I believe it's on Netflix as well, The Glory. but I don't know what it translated to in the drama in English because I didn't watch it in English.
No, I didn't.
But we'll see. Gen.G. Can they keep it up? All right, Toxic Screen just shut off mid and B. I mean, kind of a retake wall as well from Gen.G's Viper, being played by King. Now the Sage not here on A site to block the entry, so it's gonna have to be used for post-plant utility. TS marooned all alone, and I mean, Gen.G, they're making the same mistake that Secret did in the first half. As soon as your first controller is marooned, they try to provide backup by flooding in, and they all get taken out at once.
And this is looking very, very doable for Team Secret. We've got Borkum over here making it an inconvenience for the Sage to push in. Goddead already cleaned up by Dubstep, leaving only King left in the game. Envy going to be ready here. And that's it. Flawless victory, 8th round win, and a likely 9th round win here unless Gen.G can force something. Doesn't mean it's not impossible for Gen.G, but right now I'm getting very worried for them.
Yeah, I mean, surely on Gen.G's side, you just kind of let this next round go. Don't invest into really anything. I mean, I don't think, not even a Marshall. I know Meteor likes to do it. I don't know if you do that. I think you just save up for the early operator. Your team can use that so well with the Sage on another part of the map or combined together. Okay, he will go for the Marshall.
All right, there it is.
He is often good for one, though, so I don't blame him.
Well, this time around, we have that Marshall peering down into mid. We don't have anybody in there just yet, although Borkum could slide through. A lot of tension built up over here at A.
Wow, Dubstep is so smart. He was trying to prepare for the anti-flash as well. Dodges it entirely. Dashes through, and he's creating distance. Look at this. He knows that they're on an eco, so he just doesn't want to get in close quarters.
Yeah.
Very, very smart play coming
beautifully done here. It's going to be a tough recovery now.
Yeah, a Dubstep just kind of single-handedly maneuvering around that position. I mean, again, on paper, yes, it's an advantageous round, but it's movement like that. It's small things like that, especially in a map 3, where you start to get a glimpse into who is ahead in terms of the mental game, who's staying a bit more focused.
Envy's going to see that last one and finally get that kill. Another flawless victory here. Gen.G needs to start to try to regain control here in the 3rd round of the 2nd half.
All right. Marshall, 3 Spectres, and a Bulldog still in hand. As you mentioned, Tasis flawless in a row here for Secret. That's a lot of that economy snowball starting to happen. See what the setup is here. Of course, they're on the attacking side. Now, curious, I mean, what's Goddead's positioning once you start to get into the buy rounds? Comes back to mid. All right. I mean, I think these days the go-to has been Sages on the side of the map. If you do have a Sage, not that common to begin with in the current meta, but it's Secret. It's not. Oh, they're not letting go.
Yeah, I mean, they just get right into B, and they're going to be able to take over Hall as well. So they're going to have several lines of defense. They can basically try to take close fights with the Spectre. Goddead does get Jeremy.
Yeah, but does Godden know that there's already one planted? Okay, he does suspect it. He's good for 3. He opens up Alley entirely. Secret. They were trying to make sure they had better post-plant positioning. He comes back to bite them.
All right, here we go. Meteor going to try to come in.
The
now,
smoke.
It's not over yet, but it's looking rough. Borkum with a great lurk over here in the smoke. Flash,
Dodged it.
pushed out.
Dodged it as well, but eventually gets spammed through. An ace for Goddead.
Crazy. Big win there. Meteor and TS shaved off. They'll have to buy their way back into the next round, but oh, never mind. There's a res there at the end. Excuse me. So just TS picked off there.
Yeah, I mean, I love it, right? You got the ace, you got an early res. Might as well make sure that you don't have to buy back another rifle because this was the bonus round for Team Secret.
Right.
So Gen.G just making sure they can try to stay ahead. I mean, you're on defense. That res, you're not going to have the most ideal scenarios to use it anyway. A Goddead single-handedly stopping the momentum from Team Secret.
No pounds missed here.
Yeah, and can the rest of the team support that effort in the coming rounds?
All right, dog shot down immediately. A bit of a skirmish here over by A. Some shots fired through. It's making it very undesirable to try to actually cross up into A heaven there. They're going to leave Dubstep back there for the time being. Mid is sort of open. I mean, We do have King back here.
They are just kind of leaving that space a little bit open, but they are holding on to the choke points. The most important thing, though, is that B main in control of Gen.G. So Team Secret, I like this. They want to check, have you already pushed out? All right, so that does activate right as it hits the corner, so they know that there's someone deep. That forces Gen.G out of the map. This is very smart from Team Secret, making sure that Gen.G cannot send on their lures, because if they allowed GodDead to be there, the wall would have come up past the 1 minute mark, and now he's going to be able to use it on B. Heaven still, same utility gained. You know it's an A-side hit if that wall doesn't get taken down in the next 20 seconds.
Well, they've prepped up here into Heaven.
I like it, Borkum. Team Secret's playing so well around the Sage. They're constantly making sure Gen.G cannot rotate and stack onto a site.
Okay, they're ready to come now into A. Sylvan's going to be down here already. Jeremy comes from the side. Gets the first.
Not able to get that first kill, but Jesse Vash comes in, and Envy as well with the trades. The site's still opened up. Gen.G not in a position to
Borkum
combat.
knows. He knows that he's gone around.
Oh, here's TS as well. He knows everyone's location. He gets the first one. They know the rest are at screens.
Yeah, just got it over here, and great play from Heaven. Borkum getting into such an important position there to identify, okay, we know who's left. We already know there's 2 that have come down. We know the Sage is wrapping around by screens. And then, of course, TS on the run. They're just not aware that Borkum's even there to hear that. Easily closing that out.
The smart thing about that, it's so multi-layered because Borkum initially broke down the Sage wall and B Heaven from mid. And then he takes control, the team takes control of Heaven. But then he's sitting outside of Raptors at an angle where they would not be able to see him if they came in through defender spawn. But he kind of suspects that because he already showed his presence in mid. I mean, Gen.G's not going to be sprinting through mid anytime soon. Just a really good macro positioning of not just Borkum, but the entire Team Secret, even with Jeremy kind of clearing out B main before that.
Okay, it's going to be actually a rush in A this time around here. A is just open. It seems like Gen.G thought they were going to be able to cut them off the pass, and I guess they did a little bit. In fact, the spike can't get in here.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvan with a couple good kills, it's buying enough time. The rest of Team Secret has to come to support. Gen.G doing what they can to try to push out, but the firepower is too much to overcome. GodDead all alone.
Dude, what a weird, awesome round. I don't think they're going to get that spike planted in time. Yeah, it was a funny interaction. You know, they just had the firepower, they had the position to kind of get them wedged in there. They did, you know, in Gen.G's defense, they did stop the spike from getting in and cut them up, but they weren't able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, you're on an eco, not much more you can do. I mean, you already got a couple more kills than you could have hoped for, so they just have to let that round go. Now they do have the Seekers online, but not much else. Aside from that, TS is 2 points away, along with Meteor as well from their ultimates on the Astra and the Raze, respectively. But look at Team Secret. They have their own showstopper ready to go. Envy 1 point away from the pit. Jesse Vash 1 point away. Borkum as well. Any one of them can plant, and they can create a insane post-plant position ready to combat. And now they're playing with Gen.G again.
Let's remember that there's a showstopper available here for Team Secret. They can crack open any tight position, so Gen.G is going to have to stay pretty far back.
Oh my
Seekers
gosh.
running into the wall.
No, but look at this, right? Not only does it run into the wall, which that's a bit unfortunate with the timing of how those skills are used, but Team Secret purposely hang back so the Seekers cannot possibly give that much information.
Yeah.
The Seekers are absolutely wasted so early on in the round. No information gained just because one split off. Gen.G, yes, they have, you know, people rotate over Meteor and now coming to support as well onto the A side, but that's about it.
Oh, what? TS just gets a double.
Well, that changes things quite a bit.
All right, he's stuck back here, and he's eventually wall-banged here by Borkum. Well, you know, these dry peaks are honestly pretty good here for Team Secret.
Yeah, just getting the better angle there. GodDead expecting a wider swing out. The Seekers will allow the position to happen now for the plant. And now Cosmic Divide is online. As soon as the plant goes down, will they use it? Not quite yet. They don't have the time. Borkum doesn't have backup, so he's not going to go into Astro mode just yet.
Gen.G can do this, but they also have to do this. If they don't, Team Secret is going to get that 12th win. It's going to be a fight for overtime.
Oh, Envy has so much to watch out for, but he's good for one. Can he get the second? No, King will trade him out.
Huge moment here. The Gen.G fans are going berserk here in the studio. Sylvan going to close that defuse out, getting the 7th win on the board. The game of catch-up is real, but Team Secret is so close to just walking out of here victorious 2-1 in this best of 3.
All right, Team Secret and their fans, they've been wanting this moment to happen. I mean, sure, you know, this wouldn't be their first time if they were able to go to an international event. And even if they win today, it's not secured. But the thing is with this new roster, they looked so promising. With Coach Warbird's coming in, they looked so promising. They had an explosive start, was a bit shaky in the later half of the regular season, but then Super Week came by and they said, this is the buff we needed. I mean, they cleaned up a lot of their weaknesses, now trying to prove themselves as a top team here in Pacific.
All right, Jeremy looking for a target, fires it in, can't find a thing.
Okay, even with the showstopper, because of this Gen.G, they have to assume that it has to be B side. I mean, that's 2 ultimates used on the side of B. Now,
Yeah.
King, thankfully, he's good for 1, so this slows down a little bit, but now, if you look at the minimap, TS can't leave B side because they know the raise was there. The pit goes up as well, pushing out Envy. Meteor? Oh, Meteor
just
with
actually gets it.
with a showstopper as well. He's buying time. He stays alive past the Cosmic Divide. He's good for another.
Meteor just keeps going. What?
What a round from Meteor, the hero that Gen.G desperately needed into playoffs. He finally comes back in this round to really hold it down. I mean, he's had some good highlights here and there, but the thing is, none of them as impactful as that one round.
You know, I gotta say, it was a pretty brilliant strategy from Team Secret. It was an expensive strategy from Team Secret. Ultimately, it didn't pay off. We had Cosmic Divide, we had Showstopper used to really sell the spike plant over there, and then we had the Viper's Pit set up to basically make this a nightmare to get through. The spike never actually got planted, however. The push through from Meteor, just with good gunplay, with good finesse, agility, he kind of just managed to cut his way through there and get all those kills, and here we are. An essential victory here for Gen.G, and honestly, I'm a little bit worried now because I think the next couple of rounds here for Team Secret might be tough to control.
Well, yeah, I mean, you just kind of spent all your ultimates to try to secure a match point. Again, I don't blame them. I mean, fakes like that, we see it every now and then on Split, and I think they work exceptionally well on Split just by nature of that map. And the thing is, they sold it quite well. I mean, we saw Gen.G bit the bait, but Meteor arrived just in time. I mean, that's the biggest thing. And King getting that 1 kill, it slows down the offensive just enough for Meteor to be able to come in, and then it's the Meteor show. I mean, all credit to him. I mean, even with the timing, etc., just an absolutely miraculous round from Meteor. I mean, if they are able to bring this back and take map 3, I think Meteor absolutely deserves a spot on the MVP votes because that one round may have changed the fate of Gen.G.
Well, we go into this next round, the Viper's Pit here in mid. Gen.G icing out Team Secret. Team Secret's going to just navigate through sewers, trying to come up here. Smoke comes down here, blocking Meteor out. Sylvan and Meteor got the back up, but not without getting some kills over here. A double.
Gets another one with 2 HP, and Meteor's still alive.
Okay, this is going so well here for Gen.G. It's just Envy left over, and all the time in the world.
Oh, and look at Meteor not getting too aggressive either. They know that they still have a ways to go, and that's a 2-man setup there from Gen.G. They are trying to bring this back.
I gotta tell you, man, not the last round, but the one before that, that's gonna be a haunting one here for Team Secret.
Well, we'll see. I mean, if they can close it out, maybe they can just let it sit in the past, right, and never think about it again. But if they end up losing this map, that surely is a round they will not be able to forget for a while. Now, on the side of Team Secret, again, it comes down to just focusing on the moment, right? Don't think about that one round. You have to move on. You can still have a couple more rounds to buy up. This is one of them. Full buys coming out across the board on both sides.
We've got some slow play here. Team Secret with a double stack over by A. They might try to sell a push over there. Here up in mid, we have a 3-3 stack on both sides. Birds coming out, getting confirmation on both sides that there's somebody waiting there.
Yeah, but during all of this, look at this. This is all a fake to allow Team Secret. Oh, Team Secret was trying to sneak into Rams, but they put up the Doxa screen, and King says, nah, spams through it, gets a kill for his troubles. They even check that dubstep is there. And now you know the focus is on A site. There's the Sage Wall over on B Heaven.
They're still going to push it, but the setup here is pretty good.
Gen.G is as ready as they could be for this. Now it's just up to their aim, and King says, I am ready. Team Secret, can they power through? They need to clear all of Heaven first. They need to take out Meteor first if they want to make this happen.
Meteor
oh no, they didn't
gets
check
the
it.
First. Borkum takes him out finally, but it's just 2. And dropping down without checking these angles leaves only Borkum left, and then none. King gets it. It's 11-10. Gen.G continuing to streak these victories.
Oh boy, Tasteless. It's starting to fall apart a little bit for Team Secret. What can they do to reel things back in? I mean, listen, shots like this, it feels bad if you're on the receiving end, but you got to expect it to happen. It's really just a matter of timing. But then here in Heaven, I got to believe they maybe thought they checked enough of that corner. Maybe he thought he would be able to just swing out and his teammates would cover his back. But either way, it's going to be a nice position for Meteor to swing out on that off timing. Oh! They're buying down to Spectres and Stingers. Team Secret, they just want to power through.
All right, they've got Dubstep perched up top. Meteor lurking through the smokes. Backs off to the side. They don't advance further. And they may, in fact, try to back out of here.
I mean, yeah, they have all the time in the world. They have a minute and 20 seconds. So because of this, Borkum broke the Sage Wall early as well. This way, Gen.G, they still have to spread out their resources just a bit. They even Dubstep good for another as well with the single Phantom rifle here. Rest of his teammates on SMGs.
All right, next they're going to have to deal with King. He's back up here in Heaven.
They have to know that backup is all arrived. Maybe one person in mid because of that Sage Wall being broken by Borkum, but otherwise, all eyes on A. Team Secret.
They don't have to go either. I mean, there's enough time.
I mean, I think they want to flood it, though, right? They have the SMGs. They don't want to potentially get into these other long-range fights. They want to try to fight an angle to push through. Goddead's good for one. He's good for another, and he's holding on to Heaven as much as he can. Meanwhile, you've got TS. He's waiting in vents.
And they're going to come all the way around. TS's head is ready.
Wants to get another. Can he get two? No, not yet.
They're going to try to come to B, but we got Goddead coming over here for the interception.
He's already here. He just needs to play for time. Oh, he didn't get the first kill, but he knows that both of them are here. Confirmed. Just playing for time.
Eight bullets in the chamber.
He gets one. Forces him off the planet. Goddead will get a fourth kill. Ties it up 11-11 in map 3 here on Split.
This is a hell of a third game. All right, we've got Astro Wall ready, Seekers ready, a Res ready. Great plays here from Goddead. Had Goddead not be able, not managed to hold that angle there, we would have had a very different round. But you know, that was a serious start. That it looked like Team Secret was going to maybe have the momentum to build up and get that spike planted. But with great defense, Gen.G just shuts it down.
Yeah, I liked the idea from Team Secret. You could have still bought as they do right now for the next round as well, just trying to force a wildcard curveball to get match point. But they get slowed down just enough. Can't make up their mind. Eventually, they get shut down. And Goddead, now they've pushed out of B main from Gen.G. So much map control just within the first 20 seconds of this round. B main is clear. They're even going to push out.
Okay. They do drive King a little bit further back.
Team Secret is trapped and they're
going to wrap him. They're going to wrap around.
Yeah, they're trapped and they have no idea that they are trapped. Jesse Vash gets taken down, and that's the spike. Spike down confirmed in sewers. So much map control remaining for Gen.G.
And they don't even know that they've pulled back. So, I mean, they're going to be covering so many angles. Sylvan gets a double there.
Oh, no.
It's just going to be Jeremy and Borkum remaining.
The momentum completely swinging in favor of Gen.G. This is not the Team Secret that we saw from Super Weekend to playoffs. They're trying to stay alive. Jeremy at 14 health, but it's 2v4 with Seekers on their way as well. They finally expire, but
that spike's going to be planted. The wall bang finally connects.
Oh, the last shot through the wall as well.
Oh my God. Gen.G's going to go up 12-11. We're either getting a Gen.G victory or it's going to overtime.
I mean, this is insane, Tasteless. And again, we always say this when we get to a map 3, but it is so much about that endurance, the mental endurance, and also, are you the type of player that thrives off of pressure, or do you break down from it? And currently, we are witnessing a handful of players on the side of Gen.G who feed off of this. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they're starting to look shaky. They need this timeout. They need to take a breather.
Yeah, and look, I mean, one thing that's very true about Team Secret, they operate very well under pressure. They're able to pull off some incredible plays, but they have totally lost control of this map. I was talking about it earlier, but that extremely expensive bungled round, you know, with the Astrowall, the Showstopper, and the Viper's Pit all used, a spike never planted, and Meteor killed everybody off, has suddenly led to a stumbling of rounds, where Gen.G has managed to come back and find that oxygen they needed to bring this to that round 12 win. Warbirds needs to come up with a plan right now that's going to get them into the next phase, which is overtime. All that Gen.G needs to do is shut them out of that.
Now here's the thing. You can't help but think back to that second timeout that Gen.G used in the first half. The timeout they used to try to secure the last 2 rounds, which they did. That made it a 5-7, and then they go to the defensive side on split. Had that ended, you know, 4-8 or even worse, 3-9 for Gen.G, this map would already be over. Team Secret would have already been victorious. They would be going home prepping for tomorrow's match. But that one last timeout from Gen.G finally comes to fruition. Now Gen.G switching up the tempo again. Because of that timeout, they want to send a curveball, and they are taking hard control of mid. They've already cleared sewers.
All right, they've shooed Team Secret away from mid. They've already relocated to be ready up at B. Seeker's coming out, as we've got a 5-stack here in Garage. Goddead going to be here in the flank. Try to get them as they move in.
Gravity well being used, but counter Showstopper as well. No, it's the paint shows, but Dubstep still stays alive. He's good for another. Now he's up in the air with the Blade Storm. He is just trying to buy space for his teammate, and he is successful.
Jesse gets in there with the kill as well. He's going to get the plant. It's going to be up to Gen.G for the retake. A 2 versus 4.
Sylvan with a quick swing.
It's just going to be Sylvan versus Dubstep. It's a 1 versus 1. You could go either way. And that is it. We're going into overtime.
Man, and this is how much both teams want this extra chance to stay alive in this lower bracket, to try to fight for a ticket to go to Masters Tokyo. I mean, yes, we've talked about it on the cast and the desk repeatedly, how Gen.G, they did not look good towards the later part of the regular season. They're on a match losing streak. They did not look promising in their opening match here in the playoffs. But the thing is they looked so good in the beginning of the season. And a similar story for Team Secret. They looked so strong in the beginning, and then they looked rough. They turned it on in Super Week. Both these teams, their potential peak is there.
Yeah. Well, we're finally here. Remember, the losing team is out, and the winning team goes on to tomorrow to continue that fight, to survive in VCT Pacific, and go on to Tokyo if they can win there as well.
All right, going into overtime. Of course, I mean, you can't think too far ahead. 1 round at a time. You're swapping sides every time, and then at a certain point, if this keeps up, it is all about your focus. It is about who just has the colder hearts of steel to really hold strong in their position, you know, to really consider, because we've seen it from both teams. I mean, we've seen players, earlier I was just praising Dubstep for his positioning. I mean, every player in this match has shown moments like that. Currently, Borkum 23-15-11, Goddead 21-16-3. Clearly the 2 biggest factors here to keep each side in this game.
We'll just start this off. Gen.G with the spike before we flip sides. Phantoms and Vandals all around.
Okay,
looks like it's a setup for B, at least for now. We do have Borkum lurking just on top of the entry.
Yeah, now they were killed from that position earlier, so Gen.G will have to remember that. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they are trying to push out. I'm curious to see how far they go, because they do have this retake toxic screen. Okay, because of the Trailblazer, they're able to push out so far ahead. They know that this has to be a B-side hit. The gravity well buying just enough time. That guiding light. Now, because that guiding light pinged, Gen.G, if they went in, they might have been faked out, but...
Dubstep's got a very deep lurk here. We'll see if he can take advantage of this, but he's going to see that nobody's coming around from there. They can check into mid. About a minute left in this.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, because of that push out so far, so early, this is why Team Secret, they're not eager to make any more adjustments. All they have to watch from A-site is vents, right? They're not too worried about anything else. Oh, but Meteor, if he gets the first kill, that spells a different story. A good hold. It's still a crossfire here. Borkum trying to bait for Jeremy.
Oh, Jesse gets another. Jeremy's still ready at an angle they may not be ready for.
King
Pop
needs, flash. King needs to be able to swing in as these trades happen. He's stuck in main right now, but Sylvan, he says, I don't need the help. I'll break open the site myself. Now Dubstep on the lurk. How much do they know about this? They have zero reason to suspect this other than timing in the round. They just have not seen Dubstep. Are they aware of this possibility? The Seekers will come in, and now they know.
He's going to wrap to the side. He checks Pillar. Over on the flank, he doesn't see the sky just yet.
Dubstep, this is so much that he has to fight. So many angles to check. But they are in positions where he can isolate them into 1v1s, and he's not able to win the first one.
That's going to be the 13th win now. The question is, can Team Secret run it back?
Switching sides.
Or does Gen.G go up to 14?
Man, at this point, Tasteless, no matter which team loses, I think my heart would break for them, but that's just the reality of the lower bracket, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to fight for your lives, and Team Secret, they've done so well, in fact, that we were unanimously agreed in our predictions. That's just how much promise they showed in the last 2 weeks. And yet, will they falter here in the most important moment in overtime on map 3 in the lower bracket?
All right. This time, Team Secret needs to get the spike in there. Dubstep flashed.
Yeah, but he wasn't able to get in, and Gen.G is able to counter push out on that timing. The entire idea of the double duel is to take control of ramps early, and they simply cannot. All down to Jesse.
That is it. It is a Gen.G victory, 2-1 in overtime. They will go to the next phase of the bracket, and Team Secret has been eliminated from VCT Pacific. An unbelievable back and forth and emotional moment. Gen.G, who seemed to, for week after week after week, after looking so strong, was beginning to fall apart, was starting to lose to everybody. But they came back here and they get to live for at least one more day.
Man, I mean, what a run from both teams, but Gen.G, what a miraculous turnaround. I mean, this Gen.G, here's the thing. When Super Week wrapped up, Forsaken from Paper Rex said in the winner's interview, all right, Gen.G, we gave you your second chance. By beating RRQ, you have now been given a second chance. Prove yourselves. And the opening match, a lot of us doubted him. A lot of us said, I don't know if we're seeing the return of Gen.G. But now Gen.G says, no, we're here for the fight. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they looked so good for Super Week, even for the beginning of playoffs. But they take a rough loss against DRX yesterday. And now they weren't able to bounce back in this endurance battle here in the lower bracket.
I really loved this series. I have so much respect for both of these teams. Team Secret, it's sad to see him go, but you got to know these guys have so much promise, and we know we're going to see more of them in the future. Gen.G, on the other hand, their story goes on, and we don't really know how it ends. All we know is that they seem to have recovered from that shakiness that we saw the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I will say this, right? Their fundamentals look a lot better. Their trading, their positioning looks a lot better. The utility timing, I mean, in the second half of the regular season, there were times when Meteor was going in with no help or even like team flashes. That's not happening anymore. Whatever the problem was there, they fixed that. However, in terms of the broader meta discussion, I don't think they've quite caught up to what all the other teams have figured out. They have yet to play Harbor in the current meta on any of these maps. Curious to see if that will change. But Gen.G will fight for another day. They will be returning tomorrow to fight for the last ticket to Masters Tokyo from VCT Pacific. Meanwhile, Team Secret tried to keep the hopes alive of a second Southeast Asian representative at Masters Tokyo, and it will not happen this time.
Unfortunately, no, but I mean, what a run. What a run. We didn't really know where exactly Team Secret was going to stand here, but they had an incredible journey here. And look, one round goes differently back there, and they would be the players that are moving on, you know?
Yeah, I mean, literally one of those rounds. To me, it's that round where they went for their giant fake, right, with all the ultimates.
Yeah.
If Meteor had not held on to that A site, I think momentum would have stayed with Team Secret. They would have been able to eventually close it out. But, I mean, there were so many moments like that on Split, right? There were a couple rounds where if Goddead didn't show up, and that's something that Gen.G will have to remember is that, yes, you did look better than before, but let's be very honest, this win comes off the back of these heroic moments. And you'll need to brush that up if you want to fight, you know, not only tomorrow, but maybe even eventually at Masters Tokyo.
The other question I've got going forward is looking at Gen.G and the fact that they won, but it was very, very close. Can they amp it up even a little bit more the next day? Because we do know the opponents going down the line are, in fact, better. They are going to be the survivors of you know, who plays here today. And so I wish them the best of luck. But right now, they're having to do a lot of work to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough gauntlet here in the lower bracket. And again, I mean, Team Secret, obviously we want to try to focus on the winners today because they are moving on. But at the same time, if it does feel bad not getting to talk more about Team Secret because they've put up such a great performance this whole season, quite frankly. You know, they took down Paper Rex right off the bat at the beginning of the regular season, if we think back. And then, yes, they were a little shaky, but then they take down DRX in the round robin. In Super Week, I mean, they've had some moments and very deserving so much for them. But here's the thing. Of course, they take a break for now. They're out of this tournament. But they will be returning for LCQ. And we're going to see the return of Team Secret, the likes of an RRQ who almost made it into playoffs, Global Esports who's been getting better and better, Talon who finally found their groove. I mean, LCQ and Pacific is starting to look very scary right now.
It's becoming more and more evident as time passes that although we're having some extremely strong teams move on, your DRXs, your PRXs, now your Gen.G here today, that the teams that are not surviving are still proving to be so strong, and it's really showing what a deadly region the whole VCT Pacific lineup has.
Yeah, the biggest question a lot of people had at the beginning of Pacific was, will this finally allow all these regions in the Asia Pacific, you know, broader region to grow? And clearly it has worked. I mean, we just saw it in today's match, the lower bracket coming down to the wire like this between teams like Team Secret and Gen.G. An impressive performance from both, but quite frankly, I mean, Gen.G, whatever it was that took them to gather their coordination and focus once again when it mattered the most, they were able to prove themselves to stay alive here in the lower bracket.
It's proven to be a pretty dramatic journey here for Gen.G. I mean, the reality is they came in looking so strong, looking almost untouchable, and then suddenly they started losing week after week after week. But here they recovered that today, and they survive and move on.
Yeah, absolutely. We had to wait a little bit because obviously tons of emotions running through the Gen.G team right now. But finally, the interview is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear a word from Meteor from Gen.G as they survive here in the lower bracket of the playoffs.
Yes, this is Meteor of Gen.G. What a surprising game you showed us. Congratulations, 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
You're now one step closer going to the finals. So how do you feel about today's victory? 이제 또 결승에 한 걸음 더 가까워지셨는데 오늘 경기 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 승리 맛본 지가 좀 오래됐었는데 간만에 승리해서 너무 기분이 좋고 여태 6연패 한 거 다 날아간 것 같은 기분이 듭니다.
I mean, it has been a while since you won, so I'm so happy for it because we lost six games in a row. So I'm so glad that we had to win the victory. And I mean, it was quite a surprise when you didn't ban Haven. So what was the idea behind the map picks? 이제 좀 강력한 상대팀의 강력한 맵이었던 헤이븐을 이제 금지하지 않았어요. 그래서 이 기획에 대한 혹시 생각이 어떤 과정이 있었는지 궁금합니다.
스크림 때도 승률이 좋았고 그리고 예전에 팀 시크릿을 한번 이겼던 적이 있어서 우리도 헤이븐 잘하니까 그냥 해보자 해서 했던 것 같습니다.
Since we were doing good in Haven and Screams, and also we have experience winning over TS before, so that was the reason why we picked Haven. And it was amazing to see Map 1's 6-0 play, also Map 2's clean win going to Map 3. So what was your mindset coming into this match? 이제 또 맵 1에서 이제 6대 0으로 빠르게 이제 그 모멘텀을 가져갔고 또 맵 2에서는 또 아주 클린한 승리를 보였어요. 이제 맵 3 승리까지 이제 정말 멋진 플레이를 보였는데 이번 경기에 오면서 어떤 마음가짐을 갖고 왔을지.
사실 6대 0으로 이기던 경기 져가지고 좀 다들 텐션이 다운되어 있다가 이제 2세트 때 다 잘해서 이기고 그다음에 3세트도 힘든 경기였는데 그래도 팀원들이 잘 버텨준 덕에 이기게 된 것 같습니다.
All I can say that it was teamwork. I mean, after map 1, we were a little bit shaky after winning 6-0 because the TS turned the tide. But we went back to our pace in map 2 and eventually won map 3. So I'm so thankful for all the players. And right after this match, it's going to be Zeta and T1's match, which is going to come up. So which team do you want to meet as your next opponent? 이제 다음 경기가 이제 제타랑 T1의 대결인데 어떤 팀을 다음 경기에서 만나고 싶으신지?
사실 어느 팀이 와도 이겨야 될 팀인데 저는 T1이 왔으면 좋겠어요. 이유는 지기도 했고 그리고 이기면 일본에 가게 되는데 일본 팀을 이기고 가면은 기분이 안 좋을 것 같아서 T1이 왔으면 좋겠습니다.
I hope T1 will win the game because it will feel a little bad if we lose against Zeta. So I think we will be better having a revenge on T1. So thank you, Meteor. We wish every luck for you for the next match. Yes, and now one last question. Like every fans here, we're rooting for you for the whole match. So can you say any message to them? 이제 팬분들이 이제 끝날 때까지 환호성을 지르면서 끝까지 자리를 지키고 응원을 해줬거든요. 감사 인사 좀 전해주세요.
항상 질 때나 이길 때나 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 그리고 오늘도 와주셔서 소리 많이 질러주셔서 감사합니다. 더 열심히 하겠습니다.
Thank you, fans, for rooting for us regardless of the results. So we are expecting to be with you for the remaining matches. Thank you again. And now I'll toss it back to Victoria. Bye bye.
Well, congratulations to Gen.G to getting one step closer to Masters Tokyo. And we did not expect that third map to end that way. We went into overtime. Gen.G, they've been on a downward trajectory for so long, and to come back like this against Team Secret, incredible.
I mean, none of us expected it, but if this is that rejuvenated Gen.G, if they can really earn their spot and continue off with this performance, then well played, well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most exciting maps we've had so far this entire year in Pacific, and it's split. We only get bangers on split. That's the thing. If split is the decider, things get crazy as per usual. So, I mean, there were so many back and forth, so many hero plays across both teams. It's hard to really kind of comprehend how much pressure these guys had to be under. These moments that they come through, Sylvan here, just cold as ice. Goddead had one of his best performances. Dubstep had some good moments. It was an emotional match.
Honestly, it really was. We could hear down the hallway people shouting for one team, and then everyone's just. We know this is it. This is it for Team Secret, and they're not going to be going to playoffs. But Gen.G, well earned. They really fought tooth and nail to secure their spot.
A lot of
for one more day.
Yes, a lot of big numbers here, right? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely salty about it. I wish Team Secret did, but then you could see that they were kind of slowly starting to run out of steam towards the end. Some of the corners not being checked and what so have you. At the same time, Gen.G, oh my God, Sylvan. This guy, you've been talking about him, Paper Thin, and we only get to see him on certain maps. But I think Gen.G needs to start fielding him more because he is such an incredible aimer. He's also such an incredible initiator player that he supports his team so freaking much. And at the same time, he's also capable of playing controllers. We just haven't really seen that yet.
No, he's unbelievable. I mean, this is a guy who's, at times, almost single-handedly, carried previous teams past the best of the best in Korea, including DRX. So he is an insane fragger. He has some of the best gunplay I've ever seen, and you just saw it there at the end. Once he gets in the zone, he is impeccable. I mean, so many multi-kills that he has no business getting, some of those flicks onto dubstep when he's coming by. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, this is the reason when he came in, when they switched Eco out, I said, this guy probably should be the guy for that role because his gunplay is just too good to not be in every game for this team in the future, in my opinion.
Yeah, so much of it. I mean, you could see that Team Secret really tried, but somehow that lead was lost because of players like Sylvan. I mean, Meteor, of course, still, creating all that space, but the follow-through was there. Gen.G, this time, on this map, was so much better, so much sharper than any other previous weeks that we've ever seen before. I think this is definitely, one of Gen.G's best performances performances ever throughout VCT Pacific.
Yeah, this turnaround was madness. In fact, let's talk about, it seems so long ago, round 7, because we went into overtime.
Forever ago.
Yeah, really. But this Thrifty, this was when Gen.G started showing their strength here, and they, there's utility madness. I don't know how else to describe this.
Yeah, I think this was kind of an interesting decision here from Team Secret, expecting to kind of crunch into this B heaven because they left it open. But instead there's a snake bite that keeps Envy pinned, and then they're able to isolate Dubstep on the operator. That happened a lot here for Team Secret, so it was something that I never felt like got adjusted in time when Team Secret was on their defender side, that maybe they could have gotten that 8th round and gotten the win here on this map if they had gotten a little bit better handle on keeping Dubstep safe with that operator. But and then Sylvan again, like, even though he gets killed here, he makes it like really hard for Jeremy, who has to do a literal triple Lutz in the air to get that down. And then Jesse's trying to do what he can here with the shorty. But at this point, with the Viper's Pit here, very, very challenging, of course. King, who is also really, really good once again on this map, definitely in my thoughts for the MVP, potentially for this map. But then it is going to be Envy, gets that one, and TS. Now there's just time. There's no time left and not much that can be done here. So a good job overall by Gen.G on this round. But it's a good job of like being given space and then like understanding that this is probably a trap. You got to know it is. So it's using that utility, using that showstopper, so you're able to hold the stairs, clear out the garage, and then the other people can worry about what's going on the site. It's just really well thought out.
I mean, that's Victoria, right. Saying that it's utility madness, that's true, because like this was first of all a round that was played out after Bile calls a timeout. And then not just a showstopper, but you could also see that Viper's Pit was such a deliberate one, right? That extends all the way into defender spawn. It's tough to retake from.
Now, they did have a lot of good thought processes. This is just one of many of them. Gen.G also, they set up to pull out an op.
Yeah.
Basically, get that op out of the Secret's hands.
This was like a couple of rounds after. I mean, initially you can see it starts off Envy controlling mid very well, and this funnels Gen.G in towards the A site, but they got information off of it and just running players in. Dubstep can't reload bolt action operator in time, and still the frags go through. They managed to bulldoze their way onto the site, but what's smart is that res, the revive from GodDead as the Sage, because you are able to just get higher numbers that way. But still, the rest of the round actually goes to Team Secret just because they had those protocols in place to trade and fight their way through, and a lot of that comes from Borkum. I mean, this guy on this map, playing that Estra, sometimes he's in positions where he can't really, be in the thick of it, but still, he knows how to control that Phantom. He knows how to go for spray transfers, and playing off of his teammates, he's able to find so much value, but still not enough.
Now, we have to talk about this round, the round that brought Team Secret into overtime. Originally we thought it was in the bag for Secret, and then clearly it wasn't, and then Team Secret brought it to overtime. Let's talk about this insane round.
Yeah, this is just a great round from Dubstep and Sylvan in particular. So we're going to watch from their POVs. So this entry is just beautiful, right? Over the gravity well, and he's going to be able to get up in the air. He gets the first kill, and it's Blades. Well, he gets 2 kills, and it's Bladestorm time. Now, he's got that player isolated. He can relay that information that they went around the corner, and so they can try to clear this out. Now, Jesse does that. So it's good information, good side entry here. Now, Sylvan's got a great response. He's going to flash right around the corner. Nobody's really able to respond in time here because they're all kind of busy watching other angles, and Sylvan is just so crisp, so clean. It's the 1v1. Dubstep able to clutch it out, send it in overtime. I mean, just a tremendous highlight from 2 players who were, fighting tooth and nail, of course, to keep their playoff hopes alive. And it did end up going to overtime, but yeah, I mean, Gen.G comes through in the end, and well-deserved win, and Sylvan was a huge part of that at the end.
Ridiculous. I mean, this guy, throughout the entire clip, his facial expression does not change. He's just that cold. And, I mean, apart from that aim as well, the following 2 rounds in overtime, you can see that Team Secret tried to go for a lot of plays, but, it's all disabled by the hands of Gen.G players like Sylvan.
You know what? I mean, congrats to Gen.G again. They've been working hard. There's been so much pressure on them. And to Team Secret, who's been performing so well, and still to date, the only team that's taken down DRX. I mean, I'm so sorry that congrats on that win, but we'll see you in LCQ, and to the fans for Team Secret, Mahal Kokayo. I hope I said that correctly. Razzie just taught that to me.
You just started a new meme.
Yeah.
Alabon genius.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We still like pineapples here. But, Gen.G won this out. Congrats. We're going to see Gen.G again tomorrow against the second matchup of today's winner. All right, so let's talk about the key player as well. Sylvan, like you guys had mentioned, was
He's an
incredible.
animal. He's insane. This is one of my favorite players to watch for the last couple of years in VCT Korea, and I'm so happy that a team was finally able to pick him up and put him into place as Gen.G has, and he was just so clutch here. So many multi-kills at the end with just ridiculous gunplay.
It's insane. I mean, it's not just the gunplay too. He gets so much of it, so many kills, but this KDA number is padded from his assists as well. I think by the end of it, he had like more than maybe 18. Like, it's just so much value from this one guy. I mean, where has he been? We've been seeing a lot of Eco, and yes, Eco has his impacts as well, but more of that info gathering and sometimes some frags, but not always. Whereas Sylvan, just plug and play, and he's right there in the thick of it, just showing up.
Gen.G's win rate is higher with Sylvan in their lineup. So like you have to start thinking that you need to find ways to work this guy into the full-time roster. I mean, again, no disrespect to Eco. Again, he played great on Ascent the other day, but Sylvan is just all around better. He just is a better player. He's so clutch. He's got, he's got those controller instincts at the end of rounds where he just knows how to work the post-plant scenarios into his favor. He's crisp. He's smart. He's mechanically gifted. What else can I say? I love this guy.
And, I mean, you called it. You totally called it about Sylvan. But let's talk about our MVP and who's going to be our MVP for today's series.
This was tough. This was really tough. I mean, you could have convinced me of, like, King especially was really close with Meteor. I think a lot of people are going to look at the stats after this and be surprised it wasn't King, but I thought Meteor here just because he needed to have a big day, and he did.
I think so too. I mean, I would have said Sylvan if Sylvan had more games in.
Yeah.
Or maybe even King, yes. But I think Meteor was truly one of those guys that really carried on throughout the entirety of this series. Executing a lot of these plans. I mean, we talked about, the first two maps, not just Split, but also like Haven, the way that this guy takes space and he holds on to the space that he's taken. It actually pushes and forces Team Secret into a lot of uncomfortable positions. And I think he's one of the reasons why Gen.G won today. So congrats, MVP. Well, it'll be Meteor.
Yeah, and a lot of the players setting him up well today, like GodDead and TS and like all the guys, Sylvan as well. Using their utility selflessly to set him up for some of those good entries. Much, much crisper than we've seen in the previous, 6 matches for Gen.G here today.
Well, there were some funny memes yesterday or 2 days ago from Paper Rex saying, use this chance wisely, Generation Gaming, and they have. And we will see them tomorrow. Let's pull up the bracket so you guys see how this all works. The lower bracket will continue tomorrow. We're going to have Gen.G facing off today's match 6 winner.
That's going to be either Zeta Division or T1. That's our next match. And, they mentioned in their interview they want to play against T1. Could that happen? Another Korea versus Korea matchup?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it could be. I think they're good enough right now, T1, to potentially get there. I think Paper Rex is probably going to be bouncing back up towards the grand finals after maybe, I don't know, who knows, maybe they beat DRX here for the first time ever. But I think tomorrow, like, both those teams are going to want to win that as cleanly as they can. Not only, to get into the grand finals and be the champion and all those good things that come along with that, the money, but also you want to hide as much as you can here. So, like, if you're able to win that upper bracket and go straight to the grand finals, that's potentially 5 less maps that you're playing, and that's really nice going into Masters.
Absolutely. I mean, there are only 3 teams that will make it to Masters and then subsequently LA for champions. So today is it. I mean, we had our first real elimination happening with Team Secret, which is so sad. We love Secret. But we're going to have one more happening right after this. So today it's just a sad day all around. Like, lots of celebration, but also like, man, we got to say goodbye to some of these guys for now. All right, we're going to say goodbye. Also, for now, we're going to be back after this short commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the next matchup. We got Japan's #1 team, Zeta, facing off another Korean giant, T1. So don't go away.
Laban Piñas.
Tough one here for Team Secret. Meteor finds 1 and 2.
Meteor not taking any chances. I mean, you like to see this. They don't have much time elsewhere. He gets one. I mean, Team Secret, they're ready for this. Just needs to stay alive. He's even
up ready with a peek here.
just a bit again, but the angle is.
Oh, and the
take out main first, and he is able to take his own showstopper. Oh my God!
Yet.
Oh,
3-3 now.
Not going to pick up that weapon just yet. It's a shine, right? Is this post?
And that's it. That's thinking basically trying to take close fights with
It's okay, he does suspect it. He's good for third.
Not over yet, but it's looking rough.
Everyone's location. Oh, the rest are at screens.
Yeah.
Out Envy. Meteor. Oh, line past the Cosmic Divide. He's good for another. Able to push through. Godnet's good for one.
8 bullets in the chamber.
He gets one. Forces him off the planet. God.
So, I mean, they're going to be covering so many angles.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What's up, guys? This is VCT Pacific. We just finished the first matchup of today's playoffs with Gen.G continuing on tomorrow and Team Secret being eliminated completely for Tokyo. But we're going to have one more of these matchups coming up right now. We got Zeta versus T1, and this is going to be another, gripping match where we're going to have to say goodbye to one of these guys.
I can't bear to say goodbye. I can't be put in this position. I'm so, oh my God.
Today is horrible for everyone. We feel it at the desk too. We're like, oh, we've grown to love a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
And Zeta, we want them in Japan. We want them in Tokyo.
It's their home team. It's the home country. They want to go to Tokyo so bad, and they've talked about the pressure before. It is now built up to this point. Is it going to break them or is it going to make them?
Yeah, is this going to be, kind of the cup boiling over here for Zeta, or are they going to be able to kind of keep this, under control is my real question. I mean, they're so up and down as a team. I don't know what 10's doing with his hair, but they're just like, again, Laz is always steady. We talk about this. Like, he's a very solid player. He's always good for at least, like, at worst, an even score line. He's very smart in his IGL role pretty decently, but they're so slow. There needs to be a pretty diverse playbook for them here today. And I know we've been saying that all season. It hasn't changed, so I don't really expect it to today. But if it does, that'd be great, because T1, now had to go up against Paper Rex, so they're kind of like used to going up against like cracked aimers, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, sure, Zeta's really good, but like T1's been really sturdy, like when it comes to like holding down angles, holding down the line, and that's like they're gonna read, I think, Zeta really well. So there has to be something very different coming.
That's right. They really need to cook something up. If anything that I could say is that maybe because T1 has been playing for the past 2 days, is the third day in a row that they're playing. It is a harsh schedule, but this is esports, baby. You gotta play, and maybe that's something that could attribute to how T1 performs today. At the same time, though, again, you were just talking about it, Paper Thin. These guys have improved so much today. Not just today, like throughout the entire season. This is like a whole different form. They found this identity in some of these players that, first of all, Saya player, incredibly sharp, always that duelist, always peaking and getting a lot of those first picks. But at the same time, Ban. This guy has gone from controller to duelist, and he's now warming up to this even more incredible player. Munchkin is capable of landing. I'm just going to talk about the whole team. Munchkin's is able to land some sheriff shots. Carpe, this crazy initiator, and still, I think the key for me is Zeta, not Zeta Division, but the player. The IGL for the team, because he's got some incredible mid-round calls.
Yes, he's like such a sharp IGL. I'm really impressed with him coming in here and grabbing the reins of this team and really turning them around from what was kind of like a bucking bronco to now he's kind of got it under control for T1. So this is really important for them to, stay steady today, really be aware of, Zeta's going to probably be taking their time. So how can you punish that? Where are you going to be able to find your lurks? Where are you going to be able to set up for your flanks, to get Zeta into a bad position? Zeta sometimes does get aggressive on the defender side if they start getting confidence. You got to be kind of aware of that as well. But I definitely am leaning towards T1 here today. I think they're just, especially after going up against Paper X, putting up a really good fight yesterday against Paper X, I feel really confident about T1.
You know what? I'm going to just be really frank about this. T1, initially, of the 3 Korean teams, they were at the bottom. I was like, T1's not going to get anywhere with this. I'm going to be really upfront. But I have a completely 180 viewpoint on this now. They've completely climbed up and it proved over and over again, it hasn't been by accident. They've been training, they've been studying. Their playbook is just solid. Now, let's hear from the players themselves. We got a video with T1 and Zeta Division.
Zeta has their own unique style. If you want to play fast against Zeta, sometimes it's really hard.
T1 は非常に個人技の高いチームです。結構ね、本当に大事な試合が続くので、頑張って勝ちにいきます。頑張ります。頑張ります。
저희가 꼭 일본 도쿄 마스터즈 진출을 해서 일본 팬분들 한번 만나뵐 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
Today, hashtag Zeta win guys. Not Z is X. I love you guys. I think Zeta is like great opponent to play against.
個人技も高いですし、特にゼタのプレイが好きですね。
Man, look how serious that interview was compared to some of the other ones. Like Zeta and T1, they're not here to play, you know, as they say in Singapore. They're here to win. And you can see their head-to-head record here. The last time they faced off, Zeta lost to T1.
Late in the season too.
Yeah.
This was when
Super
Vine
weak.
came back in, right? Yeah, and you know, T1 was busting out the Gecko with the double controller, and it looked really good. And Zeta had no idea what to do. So, yeah, I think this should be similarly close. I don't think Vine's going to get through again, probably, unless Zeta feels like they have something cooked up. Maybe they're going to throw in a KO like DRX did to try to mess with some of that utility usage that T1 wants to use. But this should be, I think, a ridiculously close match. I want Split again, and the reason I want Split is because I want Laz on Split. I want Laz on Chamber.
Oh!
You think the Chamber?
I would love to see it.
That would be so fun. You know
Also,
what?
Split's a great map,
Well,
as we just saw.
It would be the first appearance of Chamber. We have not seen any Chamber. We finally saw Reyna for the first time, I think, across the regions. Yeah, Chamber would be so dope. I agree with you. Let's
Chamber needs
send
to
them a
be
note.
I do think, okay, maybe if you want Chamber, but perhaps Lotus is a slightly better map just because you got different places to teleport to. With the Rendezvous. On Split, it could be a little bit rough as well, but, you know, it all comes down to how comfortable they feel with it. But that's also why the IGLs are something that we want to focus on today. Is it Zeta with a Z or Zeta with an X? And Laz, of course, coming into the equation. I mean, I think both of these guys are incredibly, you know, capable and sharp players, but Zeta with an X, he's got a better, you know, mind for adapting mid-round. So many times, like sometimes they'll have that set play in mind. They'll start running with it. Something goes wrong. They meet some kind of a rock somewhere. They're not going to commit. They're just going to, all right, you know what? Scratch that plan. Let's go with plan B. We've got a plan C also. And we can just adapt and rotate around different parts of the map that sometimes opposing teams just can't read that. And I'm worried about this because if Laz cannot adapt to this, Zeta Division will be in trouble.
I agree. I mean, I think that's going to be the toughest issue that Laz has to face here today. And I think this might just be a day where you just kind of say, okay, well, Depp, we're going to let you off the chain a little bit. Let's do our best to, you know, support him in some of his aggressive plays. Let's maybe dial up a few of those rounds where we change the tempo. You know, we were the slowest team in the playoffs coming into this. Let's flip that on on its head a little bit and try to go for something a little bit different today.
Now, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Let's talk about our predictions. And what I've said before is that our predictions aren't necessarily where our hearts are, but, you know, we're going to go based on facts. Well, most of us anyway. But it's, you know, it's going to be a close one. Whatever the outcome, I can tell you right now, all of the casters, we've been arguing about this back and forth. I know just Achilles is probably the only one who's going to stay steadfast in his decision, but the rest of us are not so sure.
I'm sure.
Are you sure? I mean, look, we do definitely, I think we can all agree we want to see Zeta play on their home turf. But
Yeah.
T1 has been doing the work.
Yeah.
And, you know, it might just boil down to confidence because I know that's a big factor for Zeta Division.
It is. It's confidence because once they start getting that confidence is when they start playing well. You know, you'll see this on maps where they'll lose 4 or 5 rounds in a row, and then all of a sudden it'll be a close map because they figure themselves out and they kind of start playing with that confidence and they playing off each other. But if they don't find that, they can definitely struggle. I don't know. I mean, I think, I went with T1. That's where my head is at. My heart is in Zeta, of course, because I'd like to see them in Tokyo. But I think right now T1's a better team.
I think it's worth noting right now at this desk, I've got the 2 biggest betrayers in VCT Pacific. We got Paper X Betrayer and the great T1
Betrayer. Yeah, Zeta called me out the other day.
I stick to my predictions. So let's go over the stage. Let's see Zeta and T1.
Make waves. We'll make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves.
It is VCT Pacific playoffs. Will Zeta be representing on their home turf for Masters Tokyo, or will it be the two Korean teams representing the final spot?
I mean, that's what it comes down to. Zeta Division, are you prepared today? They've had a little bit of rest. Meanwhile, T1 not quite as much, but at the same time, we've been seeing how this team plays, how they perform. They have a unique style that was described by T1 in that pre-match interview. Talking about it, it's this ideal kind of tactical Valorant that takes so much time to execute. Could they be a little bit different today?
Yeah, it requires a lot of perfection from the Zeta players, and it's when they have to go off script that things can get a little bit difficult for them. So, you know, today for T1, I think the name of the game is, you know, trying to inject some chaos into this match, trying to maybe see if you can copy a little bit of what Paper X does at times and try to throw Zeta off balance if possible. Even though Zeta, you know, the player for T1, not the team, did say that it is hard to go aggressive against Zeta Division because they're so stalwart in their defense, but I think there are ways to cause chaos without just, like, you know, blast packing into the site and just going guns blazing.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that much. T1, they look a little bit more relaxed. Meanwhile, Zeta Division, so high pressure, so serious. It's tough to kind of get into their heads because there's so much at stake today. And at the same time, just thinking about how this matchup could play out, you know, we looked at the head-to-head before. Saya player versus Depp is something that I want to kind of focus in on, because the last time these two played against each other, Saya had 14 first kills and 5 first deaths. Meanwhile, Depp, he had 13 first kills and 14 first deaths. It's so much more. It's stark contrast between these two duelists. I think Depp really has to show up today.
Yeah, I agree. I think Depp needs to be that superstar duelist that we saw towards the beginning in the middle of the season. He kind of fell off there a little bit for a while, but if you can get the best version of Depp, you have a really good chance of winning. Same with 10. You know, when he's on, he is an absolute kind of lockdown killjoy player, similar to what we saw with King just previously. So that's what I'm really looking at here. You can have some of your stars for Zeta Division here pop off. You can definitely have a real good shot at beating T1 today. But recently, it's been a little lackluster for me. Even though the matches are close for Zeta, it hasn't felt like that Zeta that I know that can, like, beat just about anybody in this league.
Yes, sir. I think, you know, because you were just kind of joking about it a little bit. You don't want to just double satchel into sites and all that, but it's a very real thing. Deb having that many first deaths is something that you want to be very cautious about. If he can't follow through on his first kills, if he just instantly starts to falter or fall apart, the rest of the team will go along with that. And then maybe you have Laz in those clutch situations. Maybe he can win a couple of those, but you can't have that happen every time. T1, meanwhile, a lot more consistent all throughout.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think T1 is the more consistent team. Oh, come on, T1. I kind of knew it was going to happen, but I was hoping that maybe it would come through. So it is going to be Haven for Zeta. I mean, Zeta, look, their map pool is kind of weird because they don't really have a map that they're super great at. Like, they don't have a Haven like we saw with Team Secret. They don't have maps that they're great at. Bind is going to come through, of course, for T1. So I have to assume that Zeta has some kind of plan for that.
I just hope, okay, there's a ban on Ascent. I know that Zeta has not had a great track record on Ascent lately, so that might, you know, be a bit convenient for them that T1 has ended up banning that. And I am curious, you know, we're going to see Gecko back on the bind for T1. It's worked out really fantastically for them. Much better than Team Secret.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking Paper Rex with Lenny's from Singapore. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. And you guys are absolutely right. If we see Depth, you know, in true form, Child of God form, I think T1 is really going to have a run for their money. But on the other hand, Ban has really grown over the last 8-9 weeks, and he could also match up head-to-head against Depp really well.
And that's why it all comes down to this first map. Can Depp find that form right here, right now? Bind is going to be that much more difficult because Zeta Division hasn't had that much time to prepare for it. I don't know what their scrim results are like. Meanwhile, we have seen T1 prove themselves on that map before. So we're starting things off with that mirror composition.
Yeah, and so it's, you know,
it's what we do in Pacific.
It's what we do here. This is Haven. These are the comps for Haven. DRX tried something a little different, so I think, had DRX, had that gone well for DRX, you might have been seeing some people attempting that comp, but it didn't. But yeah, I mean, yeah, certainly always your first impression is going to be the duelist. So, is it going to be the dependable depth, or is it going to be Saya player continuing his run of dominance that he's had recently, or will there be another factor in this match that's going to decide things?
Well, you know what? Zeta's going to be on attacker side first, and we pointed out so many times at the desk, including Tasteless, who's casting today, that their pace on attacker side is a little slow, and T1 can definitely catch him off guard that way. Let's see if they switch it up today, because today is the day, and the team that loses today loses out on Masters Tokyo, loses out on Champions LA. So this is everything. This is it. Let's go over to our casters, Tasteless, and Will.
Thank you, Deskers, or Desklers, as some might say. We're ready to go into this best of 3. Again, so much on the line. Only one team is going to move on. The other is knocked out, losing that chance to go to Tokyo. Obviously, having a Japanese team here at the Zeta fans, hungry to see a victory. But I think we can all agree, as much as Zeta has improved, so is T1. They're looking to be in very good form. I think this should be a close, long 3-mapper best of 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less, right? I think T1 has shown more innovative improvements, right? I think they've shown more of discovering their own color type of improvements, whereas Zeta, I mean, they've stuck to their old style, but the aim's gotten better, the training's gotten better, so we'll have to see if Zeta, do they play with tip-top condition today? Now, I know, the desk mentioned, hinted at it, we talked about the pacing of Zeta a lot. Quite frankly, one of the bigger problems of their pacing, I mean, sure, sometimes it would help to speed up, but the biggest problem is, do you have the rest of the map under control as well if you do choose to rotate late into the round? Because if not, then you're out of options, right? So see if they brush that up. It did look like they were trying to work on improving that as they got into Super Week.
All right, immediately, a little bit of fishing for intel down in mid as T1's going to probe out. We don't have anybody checking the side just yet, but the turret sees. And that means that Zeta knows there is a threat in the middle of the map, and T1 decides wisely to back it up.
Now, because that turret was in front of Garage, they don't know entirely if it was a push out of B or if it was just one person peeking out of Garage. Because of that, 10, he's been pulled way back now to try to check both angles. He's busy checking Garage side and mid window right now. Of course, the alarm bot's still alive on the C side. And Zeta, this is what I'm talking about, though. The time itself is one thing. But if you're spending this, 20 seconds without regaining control of mid, I mean, yeah, 10 now, you still don't know how many people are actually out of mid. Did they stay there? Did they take away my turret and leave? We have no idea. And now they're going to go in blind. It's going to turn into a 5v3, maybe even a 5v5 entry into the site.
Yeah, here they come now. Let's see if they can make this work here. T1 is very much ready.
This is a quick retake before the plan happens.
He's going to come in. He gets one and a second. That's a bit of a trade out. Just Sugar Zero remains in a 1v1. Then Zeta getting the kill on the last Zeta player. This is not going to be an easy cast with those that ID and this team name in here. But
we just got to try to say Zeta Division as much as possible whenever we say the team.
T1 takes the first map. It was close. It looked for a second like Zeta Division was going to take that. But I like what you were saying before the attack happened. I mean, these character traits that come out in Zeta Division, it's okay to be slow, but they're not really regaining control of different parts of the map and therefore not getting more information in the process. Either way, going into round 2 now. Saya player here with the Marshal in hand and gets the first and the second.
And probably a third. There it is. And a fourth as well.
We're like 5, 6. Oh, no, sorry. I got carried away.
Well, the ace is still possible. 10 keeping the dream alive for Saya player himself. He's just going to try to run away.
Oh, he's going to get intercepted here.
Okay. Go through the orb. I like it, right?
Yeah, smart move.
Do what you can, even if you're losing. We always like to say, on the rounds you're theoretically supposed to lose, you have to lose wisely. You have to gain whatever advantage you can. Ult orbs are one of them. Oh, no.
Oh! Aced! T1 with a styling victory back there. That was pretty incredible to see.
And here's the thing. With that ace, he now has Blade Storm. So now
that's a good point.
This bonus round is actually balanced out a little bit. I mean, sure, Bladestorm isn't the end-all be-all, but on a player like Saya, maybe it is. I mean, this has suddenly increased the chances of T1 continuing their dominance as well. Yeah, they were talking about trying to swap the weapons as well so that they can keep the Bulldogs, ditch the Marshall, and they've correctly done so. And now with the Bladestorm, they're able to push out, secure their own orb on A as well. A site entirely controlled. And look at this, a 4-stack onto A from T1. Not only are they on their bonus, but oftentimes on Haven, because it's a 3-site map, you want to just erase one site as soon as possible. This is the best way to do so.
All right, someone else is going to have to shoot this Zal drone here. They go ahead and show the jet. And we're going to see a push into B, it looks like.
Well, Zeta, they love to do this. They love to just plant Dep in, to fish for info, but Munchkin's ready for it. I mean, T1 knows the habits of Zeta Division on Haven. We've seen it so many times where they will send in Dep alone, try to have him hide in his smoke for as long as possible, and see if util comes out from the opponents. And T1 just says, why waste util when we can just get rid of it? We know you guys don't all like to come in all at once.
So 10 draws some attention away, but this is going to be an A-side plant. Ban is going to be up in heaven. He might even be able to smoke A out. Yeah, he's going to see that, especially with Munchkin over here in CC and nothing as well. They have to assume this is an accumulation of agents over here in the hall to the A entry.
Yeah, and the quick retake is available once again. T1's probably going to wait until the entry happens. The fault line actually just to keep them at bay. And then they're still just leaving the site empty.
Dude, 20 seconds. They need to get in and plant this.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta right now, they don't have many options. They're just going to have to stick it, and T1's just going to jump right down, and that's a quick round end. But what I was trying to say was, T1, we saw it in the pistol round as well. They will actually gladly let you enter a site because they're always ready in a link. So instead of trying to fight in a way where the opponents will have the util advantage because they're standing up for their set play, they say, come in, use your util, and then we're going to make you relax by thinking the site is relatively empty and immediately hit back as soon as your util ends, as soon as your fault line is done, as soon as your paranoia is out, we will return the favor. And that's 3 rounds in a row now by T1.
And a classic Zeta loss there. Not really enough time to get a comfortable setup. This time they should be able to get into A here. It's just Zeta from T1 over here defending. He's going to back out. They're going to just set up for a retake, although the spike's still not over there just yet. Waiting for Laz to come in.
Right here. All right, the alarm bot just comes online in time. As 10 bouncing back and forth in sewers. Now, Zeta Division, they have to hold on to sewers as much as possible. They're working with stingers right now. They've got to hold this. Now, the positioning for A main is not great, but they do have a double stack with the stingers by A short.
Yeah.
That's the goal, is just hold on to that and then wait until they enter the site. That way it's a close quarters battle. Sugar Zero caught out way too far and the entire site is broken up.
Yeah, it's just 10. And this is just not a good distance to try to take a fight with that Stinger. You know, it's not designed for long-range combat. That's why they were trying to lurk down there in sewers. Flawless victory. And honestly, dire straits here for Zeta Division. I mean, we have the 4th win on the board. Zeta, I think, is going to have some viability going into the next round. But, like, you know, if this starts to stack up, I don't imagine we would have a situation like we had with Gen.G and Team Secret, right? I don't imagine we're going to have, like, 6 wins there for T1 and then 6 on the side for Zeta. I guess anything's possible, but I'm worried. You know, Zeta, usually when they win, they kind of earn it over time, you know, picking up 3 wins when their opponents get 2, you know what I'm saying, and kind of build that up. And I hope this is not a sign of what the rest of this map is going to look like.
Well, right now, Zeta Division, they're starting to try to play a broader default, right? They're trying to fish for that util on B, and we just saw it on the minimap. Munchkin purposely waits until that has happened, and then he plants his nanoswarm now that he knows that they think they cleared a B site. I mean, this is stuff. This is some next-level stuff. Meanwhile, Saya's good for 1. But it's not going to be a weapon upgrade, of course. Zeta Division, this was a buy round for them.
Ooh. All right, good shot from Crow there. Carpe does end up getting 10. And they're going to skirt away from C. Now, I think they should be able to figure this out with Munchkin coming into middle. They should hear this.
Because, well, Carpe heard it first, right? And so you see all the pings coming out. Munchkin's already in position to try to get a kill. They're not entering window just yet.
They didn't peek down here either. So, like,
here's the thing is that this also allows Zeta on Team 1 to reposition to make sure they secure a link. So they're happy to let the site go, but if Munchkin gets the kill, that's even better. At 30 seconds, now the turret's watching their back. They know it has to be a site hit. They've got Hunter's Fury ready to go by T1 Zeta. They're just gonna try to burn down time against Zeta Division once again. Oh, they're even baiting it out so that he gets stunned and he has to stick the plant. They do not want any chance given up here, making it a 3v1.
Just Sugar Zero and a Dream. Bunchkin does get dropped, but Sugar Zero now at 5 HP. They're just going to try to swarm him. And that was a really masterful round there from T1. I mean, that was everybody sort of in sync with, okay, what abilities do we have? Where are they on the map? How do we set this up? We saw the pick back over there as they were entering into A. The alarm bot setup as they try to wrap around. The Hunter's Fury there, so as the spike is being planted, you're basically ensuring another kill, and then the overwhelm there at the end.
Yeah, and quite frankly, even on this entry back into the site, the retake entry back into the site, that was a crazy lineup there from T1 Zeta to support his teammates trying to break into the site. I mean, they are not taking any chances today. T1, they absolutely want to prove themselves that they have grown in such a short amount of time. For a chance to go to Masters Tokyo. Now leading 5-0. Operator in hands, Osaya player. It's going to be a push out of garage.
And we've seen the Killjoy come here every time, so that probably will be baiting out the turret shot, but, well, hold on.
Peek again. Yeah. I mean, Saya does not back down. And the goal is here is you either want a kill or you want to secure the area.
Dude,
and look at this.
Dude, he knows that Zeta has been pretty slow at moving into A and also not really confirming their back end as to what's happening there. So an abnormal aggro move here for Saya as the Killjoy utility is going to clog up the entry into A.
I mean, they are absolutely trapped. Now, this time Zeta Division should be very well aware that they are trapped, right? They saw the operator peeking out. They gave up on that. Yeah, they're watching their back, but can they win this duel? Okay, they're just going to trust the alarm bot. Now, I would love to see Zeta Division push out into A-Link after the plant happens. Yeah, they've already sent one up into heaven. I mean, they need to regain some space. Otherwise, they are stuck inside. Oh, he's in hell. He didn't go up to heaven. All right, he just fakes him out.
All right. They're now going to try to come in here and get the retake. Saya gets the first one.
Oh, couldn't get the peek. He doesn't get the trade. The shorty is ready.
Oh!
Enemy remaining.
It's just Depp.
Still alive, but now it's just Depp. And T1 with a meticulous retake. And this is why I was saying I would love to see them push out. I mean, I know they didn't have, the ultimates they would want to do so, but if you don't push out, you are fish in a barrel, and T1 has all the advantage of setting up their own util to erase corners. Yes, A site is a hard site to retake, but at the end of the day, you needed to regain some more space to create extra pressure, to create these crossfires.
Yeah, I love the use of the shorty there from Saya. Good escape. And, from here, there's just not a lot you can do as DAP. All they have to do is get you from two different angles where your crosshair can't cover and spray transfer, and you're going to be dead. Timeout's called. I don't know if this really needs much explanation, but our job is to talk through this. So as we see that Zeta Division is not winning a single round, it's going to be a moment to try to stop the game and figure out what's going on. How do they recalibrate? What do they change in order to try to start to make a semblance of a comeback here in the first half?
Now, I think one of the biggest things we're seeing today that has led to this 6-round loss streak compared to, the last couple times where we've seen a resurgence of Zeta Division is the explosiveness of Deb, right? We're not seeing that type of confident action coming out, and the team's not really setting up for it altogether either. What they should be keeping note of is, okay, we've been able to enter a site without much damage every round. We've been able to get into it, but we haven't been able to plant and take post-plant position. Where does that error come from? How do we adjust to that? I mean, there are a couple options. Yes, you can try to go for a speedy rush, but knowing Zeta Division, probably not something they want to consider because they consider it too high risk, high reward. So then go for the plant and then try to push out into extra space. I mean, you have to take more space on the map. You are trying to play on this 3-site map and only focusing on 1/3 of it. You cannot do that.
Now, we do have a lockdown available here for T1, but this can be countered by the Hunter's Fury. It looks like immediately Zeta is going to try to come in over here onto the B site. Deb's still lurking in the top. We've seen him do this before.
Yeah, but they know that Zeta Division does this, so they use all their util just to push them out. And here's the thing. I mean, Zeta Division, they held on to their ultimate, so yes, there's still a chance, but lots of damage taken by Deb. Now the entry's a lot weaker, and because of this T1, look at them. They're ready to just let Seaside go if need be. I mean, yes, Ban's there, but he can always teleport out with Shadow Step. They are so aware of these ultimates, so if we hold on to C-Link and A-Link, we can always go for the retake. That's T1's game plan.
Saya's moved up. And he's going to get rid of the turret. I don't know how much Zeta's going to react to that, but he could do a wide peek out here towards the back. Depp is lurking, and we don't have. Oh no, we are going to have some traffic here with Munchkin.
There is this odd chance that Depp potentially dies to the turret. He hears it. He has to be ready for lockdown being used just to eliminate the options here from T1. So now they know they can focus on to C site. Hunter's Fury coming out from Laz. But no, they're being just spammed down through the smoke. They could not get through.
Oh my God, 10 still alive. Maybe not for long. Carpe gets the headshot. Oh, Carpe's gonna blast him through the other side.
Oh, and the Rolling Thunder, they're all getting pushed out, and T1 is ready for this. I mean, look at how methodical that lockdown was. That means that there is no possibility of a flank coming in, of a lurk coming in. And that alone allows T1 to focus on just C main.
It was a really beautiful round, actually, from T1. I mean, they really had such a good handle. It's unfortunate that the Hunter's Fury there coming out from Laz didn't really connect or do that much. There are still a decent amount of ultis. I do feel like we're going to have a Zeta win inbound here eventually, right? They've got to, or this is going to be over before we really even get started.
Isaiah player's 12-2-1, and we've been singing his praises whenever we get the chance, but he is continuing to pop off. But again, it's not like they are having these hard-fought rounds where he's barely carrying them. This is all set up perfectly. Now an early Rolling Thunder. Saya's dodged it.
Oh my God, Shorty in hand. 10 does get the better end of that exchange.
Yeah, but Munchkin's already in. Do they recognize this? No, they don't have. They lined up for the collat.
Enemy remaining.
He's gonna hop in, gets another. Easy round, easy life here for T1. It's 8-0.
The momentum is entirely on the side of T1. I mean, Zeta Division does not look like they are in any position to recover from this.
Well, I mean, I have to say, these are intimidating losses that Zeta Division is experiencing. I mean, you really get the sense that T1 knows exactly how to kind of navigate the map as a group and probe for information, pull away, but also dive back in.
And now look at the setup again from T1. Now back to a more backwards position with the Killjoy Util on A. Set up the alarm bot on B, and then the peek out from Garage. And if Saya's popping off like this, there's really not much Zeta Division can do. They are now playing without smokes as Sugar Zero gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds are ending extremely quickly. As you can see, Zeta Division is, anywhere they move, it seems like T1 is preempting them. It's already a 5 versus 4 here.
Yeah, Zeta, so they are making the best choice they can, which is, okay, if they're pushing out of the C side, granted it was Garage, what's going on in A? So they want to probe in, but here's the thing, so much time has passed that T1 has already repositioned. Okay, Depp already in A-Link. T1's aware of it. We saw the pings. So Munchkin's watching his back. Depp has to stay alive. They need the crossfire to make something happen here.
He sees the barrel. Munchkin gets him. They're going to try to come for A. 45 seconds on the ticker here.
Yeah, but they don't have smokes. I mean, this is a nigh impossible round. And here's the thing. If it wasn't 8-0, I would say save, but you're already 8 rounds down. You got to try whatever you can. 10.
As at 10, find him. That means it's going to be up to Zeta and Saya. Try to take on Zeta Division here now.
Yeah, but there's Blade Storm available as well. Okay, so the lockdown just trying to secure the round. Okay, the drone actually blocks the shock dart.
It was a funny moment there.
Saya just wanting to get one extra kill here. Can he get out in time?
And are they going to give it to him, or are they going to try to fight for it?
No, they'll try to fight for it. They have so much money. They can buy the op again. They even picked up a Vandal. I mean, he has a Blade Storm as well.
Player standing.
All right, well, a bit of a missed timing because of the Nano Swarms. Good hold from Zeta Division. Now Saya's mission is just to take the guns out of their hands, and he will not succeed. Zeta finally puts one on the board.
Zeta fans very happy with that win there in our studio. Hopefully it's the start of something and not an anomaly. And what is going to be a streak of T1 victories here. We should point out, I mean, Zeta really had to fight for that one.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing in this first map is coming easily to Zeta Division.
But here's the thing is, I really hope that the rounds they win in the game, the players in the server can recognize what did we do that led to that win. And I'll tell you, as soon as you got the information of them, Saya pushing out a garage, you tried to gain control of another part of the map. Eventually, it was still hard because you didn't have smokes, but that led to a victory because you had confidence in your decisions. Zeta Division needs to be able to repeat that round after round.
Cover going out.
Okay.
Deploying drone.
Drone going to be sent down here into A. We've got Saya play with the operator. This is going to go right by. They've mostly experienced Saya over in long. He does eat a couple bullets there. He's going to have to back up. No, is he going to? Okay, he is going to pull back around.
The smoke's going to end soon as well. So Saya not taking those chances. Okay.
Whips that shot.
Well, now they know the op is here. They re-peek it.
All right, Laz finally gets him.
Yeah, but do you push in? I mean, you don't have solid info. Ideally, they would want to wait until 10's able to go for the lurk, but Depp, okay, he gets in. He opens up the site.
Laz gets another. Just Ban and Munchkin left over here.
I mean, are they about to win 2 rounds in a row without their controller? 10's on the flank.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Very odd wins, but wins are wins nonetheless. And so the second victory there, as you said, William, without controllers here.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly a massive feat. But, hey, Depp able to get in with that confidence, with that initial duel, although the numbers looked like they were against him. I mean, this is what you need whenever Zeta was getting some of the better wins during the regular season. It was off the back of Depp opening up sites and then the rest of the team coming alive.
Yeah. Seems like all they need to do to win, Zeta Division, is let Sugar Zero get shot by the operator right at the start. So let's see if they try that again this time around.
Well, Ban does get spotted. Laz is aware of his position. Early paranoia has been burned. Depp still just going in just to buy time, just to draw the crossfire, and he wins the duel as well. Oh no!
Oh my God!
both sides not letting go of that trigger, but
just holding it down, spray and pray.
Well, the spike plant will happen, but it is a 3v3, and Saya's on the flank. He's got the Blade Storm. Retake absolutely possible here for T1.
All right, they still got Zeta back there.
They have to hold back sight. They've already given up on C-Long.
Saya comes in here with the flank, taking Depp out of the picture. We're watching Zeta Division get pushed away from spike site.
Yeah, T1 Zeta's just drawing them out. They've lost control of the site. Now the Hunter's Fury's coming up, but the half is already done. Can he stay alive? Munchkin stays alive.
All right, he gets the kill. Can you hold this?
Yeah, half's already done. He's drawing them in. He knows that they would have to run, but Laz will be able to secure the last kill.
One more round in the first half here. Zeta either going to pull this up to 4 wins, or T1's going to stay ahead with 9. A relief, I think we can all agree, going into this best of 3, that Zeta Division is at least able to start to recover.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it's taking, right? Whatever it is, and this is kind of the magic of Zeta Division, is that sometimes they look even better when they're overcoming greater odds. And so far, I mean, 2 rounds without their Omen, and then 1 round that it comes down to a 1v1 or 2v1.
Standing ahead.
All right, well, still very healthy T1 here is going to come in again. Sugar Zero down Saya immediately, and then gets Carpe.
Great support this time for Zeta Division. A bit of a micro adjustment on the style that they've always shown on B. They plant Depp, but immediately they're ready to try to go for these trades if someone was there. I mean, T1 even switched it up with Saya player trying to jump, stay on top of Generator for that 1v1 jet duel. And Zeta Division comes out on top. They might be able to close out the half 8-4, which honestly is not bad considering how it started.
And an unusual back and forth here for her round ever. Depp with the knives out, already picked off by Ban. Ban going to try to move forward here. Sugar Zero just on the other side of the smoke.
I mean, this is just a time battle. Sugar Zero just trying to buy time. He'll even get the 4th kill for himself.
Nicely done. T1 still in a very substantial lead, but after winning 8 rounds, suddenly Zeta scoops up the last 4.
Today's all about streaks on Haven.
It's weird. Yeah, it's a very odd. We've only had 2 games on Haven today, and both the games did look like one team was going to take it no matter what, and then the other comes back. Well, these first couple rounds going to be so important here for Zeta Division. 4 and 8 is enough of a difference where you really need to have a strong opening here to try to build your way into, you know, when eventually your ultimates kick in and you can try to leverage that and push forward and start to string those wins together.
I was actually looking at the sign from afar. And she's got her friends from either side saying she's the #1 Munchkin fan. I love it to see it. I figured it would absolutely get caught on camera at one point. It says Aim Gorilla Munchkin. The Aim Monster Munchkin.
You got to appreciate these Zeta Division fans here. What a relief, too, with the 4 wins going into the second half, giving them hope.
Yeah, holding up a sign from Valorant Masters Tokyo. I mean, that's where everyone wants to go. Now, winning this match does not guarantee it for either team, but they do get to fight tomorrow for that ticket.
Don't make me cry, T1. Well, you can hold those tears back, at least for now.
I mean,
they're looking pretty strong.
It's going to be an emotional match no matter what, right?
Sure.
Either the lone remaining representatives of Japan get eliminated, or T1, who's looked so promising, face off against a determined Zeta Division and not able to continue to prove themselves. I mean, here's another thing I just consider. Not that you can really correlate these two, but from T1's point of view, do you really want to be eliminated before Gen.G? You've looked so much better than them for the later half of the season, and now you have to face up against Zeta Division to prove yourselves. I mean, this is also a tough battle. But one thing I will say is Zeta, I think the biggest reason they won those last 4 rounds is they regained their confidence. They're actually taking battles instead of the first 8 rounds where they're shying away until the last 30 seconds.
It does seem like it's a thing they're constantly having to break out of. It is the kind of timid nature of their play at times. T1 this time on the aggro end. Laz here with the dart, pulling back away. A is probably going to have to be retaken here. I mean, T1 is steadily advancing and clearing angles into here. And so the retake is what it's going to be about. The spike is going to be planted.
Yeah, Laz just trying to do whatever damage he can with the shot bullets before they jump in. It is the pistol round, so not a bad use of that utility. Saya was holding close, but the paranoia is good. He did get spotted by Depp, but Depp currently in his cloudburst. He cannot clear it in time.
Oh my God, Saya's cleaning house here. Just Sugar Zero remaining, very low on HP. But Munchkin gets the upper hand. And funnily enough, I thought the spike was planted as that fight started, but I guess they had to take his finger off for a second and try to actually win that engage. The 9th win here, a likely 10th. Let's not forget what happened in the second round in the first half where Saya just started getting shots with that Marshall everywhere.
Absolutely possible. Siva continues again. The frenzy holds were good from Saya and Munchkin. I mean, the angles they held. And I thought Depp might have spotted it. I guess maybe not. Either way, he was stuck in his cloudburst. So much crossfire going on. Zeta not able to hold on to that site. Now, speaking of confidence, as we let the beginning part of this round play out, I mean, that's something that T1 has talked about. T1 Zeta in their last match interview talked about how they used to struggle without having confidence, and he had to tell his teammates, we can just take the aim duels.
All right, we got 10 over here on the flank. The Aldron's going to come forward. Saya's going to come in.
10 was not checked. He tries to get the swing, but can't secure the kill.
Yeah, and here we go. Marshall's in action again. Depp already gone.
Player standing. Spike down.
It's just Laz left over.
Tries to go for the spam as well. Not able to secure it.
All right. Short but sweet. T1 3-round victories away from moving on with a 1-0 victory in this best of 3. This is going to be one of those rounds Zeta kind of just has to win in order for it to be an imaginable Zeta turnaround. There's not a lot of wiggle room left when the point disparity gets this high.
And of course, I mean, for Zeta Division, they love that half-armor meta, so if they can win this one, they'll still have a couple extra chances to regain themselves, but if they lose this one, your economy's not going to have enough time to even build up for that, 1 or 2 extra buy rounds. So, see what the plan is here. I mean, Zeta Division, they're continuing to leave just a Sova on A and then stack on C. A lot of teams would normally play this the other way around. They're checking every close corner.
All right, Laz does a good job.
Just needs to survive. Just needs to stay alive. They have the numbers advantage. Even just playing bait for his teammates on the retake would be valuable.
Oh my God, he's gonna run in.
trying to spray him down. They know that they tagged him. I mean, Saya player just doing what he can to try to gain an advantage here and also create space for the plant. Now Spike planted.
Right, Spike down, shots fired, Laz gets banned.
Laz continue to watch from atop. He's like a turret. They need to constantly be careful of this window.
Munchkin gets him, and Zeta gets dead. Oh, 1 by 1, they fall.
Oh, the off angles held by T1 are so good on these swings. They're constantly holding a bit of a wider angle all of those last couple kills. Zeta Division trying to check for the closer swing, and T1 just waves hello from the wider angle.
Saya player now, Bladestorm ready if they need. Zeta Division, unsurprisingly, pauses the game for a timeout. You know, it looked like it was going to be close, but eventually, in these last couple seconds, T1 just got every single shot the invade, which just wasn't quite that good. And T1 looking like they're in a hurry to close this one out.
They're looking a lot more solid, that's for sure. I mean, the coordination and the game plan seems to be mapped out just a step ahead compared to Zeta Division. Zeta Division, you can tell even on XQQ's face. I mean, I'm sure, you know, someone kind of giving their ideas on the state of the game right now, but everyone probably digging deep into their mind palaces to try to figure out how can they come back from this 7-round deficit now. You know, not many buy rounds available after losing that one.
Scary moment here for Zeta Division. You know, they're a slow and methodical team, and when they're able to do what they're trying to do, they look brilliant, but let's not lie about it. These have been short rounds. We've actually been barreling through this map. T1 is in control. They're aggressive, whether they're on the defending side or on the attacking side. And Zeta's going to have to start to try to pull it together because there's almost no room left for error.
All right. It's just buy down whatever you can. You'll be on a, you know, you'll continue on this 3-round loss streak in the next round for Zeta. They can still go for the half armors. They're trying to push out. 1-for-1 trade. Can they get another? Deb with a nasty. Oh, nasty dash forward, and he gets another one as well.
Yeah. I like the idea there. Zeta Division runs out, trying to be aggressive, known for being so conservative in some of these other games.
Yeah, they're going to check for Deb. I mean, okay. He clears the nanoswarm. I mean, he's low health, right? He's just playing as bait right now. His teammates are covering for him from afar. Now 10's already pushed up. Oh. He's taking advantage of the alarm bot being deactivated.
Ooh. Oh my God!
Remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Now it's just Ban left over here.
My ultimate is ready.
I mean, yeah, no reason to push out. You've already got 10 watching the flank. Ban is trapped.
They're on the hunt. Looks like Crow's going to try to find him. He Shroud steps to the other side. Is he going to find anything yet? Can he get a drop on one of them? Nope. Didn't clean that angle fully. Tough call. Zeta gets that 5th win.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta Division, it's not match point just yet. I like the counter timeout from Team 1, right? We've seen, I mean, we just saw it in that first match of the night where you think you should be able to close it out by getting to match point first, and it just takes forever, or you don't get there before your opponent. So T1 just trying to slow things down, but a lot of this comes from, of course, 10 with a nice push out. I think he actually pushed out of A site and able to just skirt around the alarm bot, hide with the judge.
Beautifully done. So, yeah, I mean, T1's going to call the timeout. They just need 2 more wins, right? So they need to get something that's going to shut Zeta down here. Ideally not letting Zeta kind of string together any set of advantages where they can start to chain these wins back to back and start that comeback. Again, it's a very dire situation here for Zeta Division.
Yeah, I think Zeta Division, I think a couple of these rounds you got to continue to push out of at least one other part of the map, right?
I agree.
Obviously, don't repeat it on C-Long, but that's also either that or just entirely MTA site, right? Don't do this 2-2-1 Sova alone on A, just has to use all of his util just to get out safely type of deal. Just whichever site you're more confident. Yeah, like this. Just MTC site. Just set that up for a retake. Yes, some Killjoy utility just for info is fine. Like an alarm bot and garage. That way you can at least hold on to garage. I think that's okay, but don't be so spread out the entire time. You're somewhat emptying B side as well. I like this new focus from Zeta Division. And I honestly think this is the better way to play defense on Haven.
So T1 going to bide their time. We want to see, does Zeta, in fact, maybe over-aggress somewhere. They're peering down into mid. In the very back of B is Crow. Depp also onto the side.
Yes. So T1, they were trying to sniff out, is it a potential push out of mid because he pushed out from C-side earlier. They're trying to scout all of this area, but look at this. Because of the early smoke and scout on A main, Zeta Division is ready for this. They pushed Depp out with the Hunter's Fury, though. They've lost control of A lane. Crow, can he get a swing on him? No, he cannot secure the kill. Such a crucial moment.
And now Saya finds another one. Laz, of course, going to zap one down with the Hunter's Fury. Spike not yet planted at B, but it looks like it's going to be set up. They do flush 10 into the back out.
Spike planted.
Yeah, but Depp also here as well. Do they expect both members to be coming in? Depp has to be able to clear this side. Oh, he is able to get back sight. That opens it up for 10.
All right.
2v2.
Yeah. Crazy moment. Zeta just waiting for that audio cue. Gets a drop on another. Pulls back away. It's a 1v1 now. And that's going to be it. T1 picks up that 12th win. The end is nigh.
Oh, and just look at Zeta looks so comfortable when he's playing that Sova, right? I mean, just the way he's able to use that shock dart to force him out of position, knows the swing has to come. Otherwise, he would have to eat so much damage in a 1v1 scenario. And unfortunate, I mean, Crow, here's the thing is, that was a fight that was going to be so hard to win for you to peek out of that smoke, but you had to. You had to try to secure A link. You had to keep Depp alive.
You're so good. I fucking tell you, bro.
I love it. IT1.
That was the universal language right there. So, we have one more round victory necessary for T1 in order to just move on. Zeta Division needs to basically win everything from here on out. Well, literally, actually. And they just haven't really been able to make anything work. T1 continues to adapt.
Now, it is a stack on A site. Zeta Division, they are stacking their deck as much as possible right now. And it might work. I mean, no push out. T1 somewhat aware of this as well. They think something's fishy, trying to see if there's any other movement. Now, I gotta imagine, I mean, you've already used your you don't have a drone.
Right.
Recon Bolt is back with Zeta Division. I think you just hold. Just try to pretend that there's not as many people here.
All right, Depp's going to perch up on box. I don't think they can actually get into A anymore. They might have to abandon this. Yeah, they're going to pull back out. Carpe is able to swing to the side and escape along with everybody else. Oh, shut down. You can't TP over to C just yet.
Yeah, now they will continue to run, but the big question is how much time can they buy? Oh, it's actually going to be B-side. This turret might just buy enough time for Depp to be able to get a kill here.
Depp doesn't move.
Oh, there's too many targets. He cannot choose.
10's going to come up, but again, they got the cover. 2 versus 2 now, Sugar Zero.
They don't know that he's already
wrapping
here.
the box.
Laz trying to play bait. Laz is trying to play bait.
10 seconds left.
Oh, and Sugar Zero with perfect timing.
Spike down.
Only
B.
5 seconds left on the clock. He has to stick it if he's going to plant.
Yeah, doesn't matter. 6th win. Nicely done there by Zeta. Crazy round, by the way.
I mean, Zeta Division, this time they kind of forced T1 into the same problem that Zeta Division often has, right? Which is, you're going to try to go for this one execute. If we shut down the initial first line of attack, what are your choices? You don't have that much time left. A nice hold on B side. Continue to force Ban to let go of that plant.
Lost count of how many times the spike started to be planted and then was stopped.
Yeah, I mean, one of those times you got to imagine, what would have happened if he just stuck it and trusted his teammates. But hindsight is 2020. I mean, you just couldn't be sure how many more people were going to swing out.
Saya on the move right now. And Depp sees what's coming from. They're going to have to set up and try to brace for impact.
Laz, he's going to be all alone here if he stays, but he's able to get the kill. And Depp would too. Backup has now arrived.
That's going to be it. Another short one. 12-7. Zeta still nipping at the heels here of T1. T1 trying to escape right now into that map too, but Zeta doing a good job. Again, with kind of a round we expect them to lose, especially if the Jet doesn't start to get the picks off, right?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing is that Saya, he guessed correctly, right? He assumed that that would be the position. But unfortunately, if he had gotten that one kill, that's one rifle recovered, and he would have been able to continue to push into the site. But unfortunate.
All right, Deb gets another pick.
Deb's coming back alive, and here's the thing. Zeta Division, they figured out their new format is just to push out of A early, you know, force that intel. Now they've scouted. Now T1's responding with this smoke that covers both angles from long and short, but Deb is everywhere.
He's online. That's all I can say. They keep this up, they're going to catch up in no time.
And now he's back on A because they know that there were still more members that Laz was fighting against. Drone has checked short, doesn't see anyone. You suspect. You heard the edge of that shadow step, not sure if Depp realizes.
Less than a minute remaining here. T1 unable to make any headway anywhere. We have Depp just continuing to kind of rotate and reposition, but definitely ready for anybody to try to come up through A. I think at this point in time, T1 trying to make it look like they're running the clock, perhaps that they were moving all the way back over here to C and then spring an attack up here into A.
I mean, I actually would not mind if T1 just saved, right? You're at match point.
Sure, actually, that's a good point.
Instead of giving over these potential ult orbs to Laz and potential extra credits for Zeta to continue to, you know, sacrifice members and still buy up, just save it. Go for it. Go for a 3-rifle round in the next round. I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, smart move. Just getting across that finish line is the only thing they have to think about.
Yeah, I mean, the counter argument would have, if T1 Zeta was at full health, then there's an argument to be made for him to try to go for these extra ult doors, but he was already so low anyway, excuse me. So that's just going to be a nice save. They, you know, they take the time to discuss, you know, what is going to be that one last winning condition, and now a timeout to follow up as well.
Again, I mean, this is such a tough situation here for Zeta Division. We have another timeout in the bank that's being spent right now here for T1, as they really didn't need to use any of them up until the last few rounds. They just need to figure out, okay, what is the play to get us into a position where we can get this victory. I do want to point out Zeta has really been adapting pretty well here. I'm especially excited to see that Depp is out and about. He's getting these picks, he's getting these kills. He's looking to be in good form. He's even out-dueling Saya at times. But this is a tough road ahead.
Yeah, but the overall adjustment, right, to force out, you know, the early fault line and the far out smoke on A, check to see if there's any counter utility. If there is not, then rotate and check another part of the map. The adjustment was good. It was just a bit late. The match point already given over to the opponents. We'll see if it happens. That fan wanting T1 Zeta to also be the IGL of their life, not just T1's games. All right, operator still in hand. Lockdown and Rolling Thunder available on both sides. Now Depp, this time it's going to be a peek from B site into window. A reposition from the breach, so just being prepared potentially just to flash out and go for a fight here in A main. All right, fault line comes out early as well. Once they heard the utility, they immediately answered back. But I like this smoke from T1. This is their adjustment to the util that Zeta's been pumping out onto A.
They're going to continue to move in here. Lockdown's going to be set up.
Okay. Okay, if this lockdown's coming out, Zeta Division, they can just back out. They can use their own lockdown and Rolling Thunder to combat on the retake. Now, they have to consider, how do we want to trade Rolling Thunders? They have to draw that out of T1 as soon as possible. They're going to start with their own lockdown before the plan happens. They want to go in before, and Laz gets one with the shock dart.
Okay, this is going to get planted, but...
Spike planted.
All right, it's all going to be up to this retake now. Zeta going to come back in here with that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, but the counter Rolling Thunder isn't ready to be used. Carpe holding on, trying to make sure his team can go in, but his teammates get hit from short as well. They cannot burst into the site just yet.
And looking, he does a bang on the box. It almost gets Saya. Carpe finds one. 10 finishes what he started.
He saw the tracers. He knows there's one in short. His teammate gets the kill for him, and that's going to be the site cleaned up.
Ooh, this is crazy. 12-9. The dream is alive.
Oh, it absolutely is. If anything, it is now looking like Zeta Division. I mean, if it wasn't for the match point, I would almost say Zeta Division looking favored here in terms of momentum. But T1, of course, they just need that one round. That is the wild card here. That's the X factor for T1.
Well, this round is looking to be another doable one here for Zeta. These aren't the best guns here you could ask for from T1.
Yeah, now these are the rounds you do have to watch out for, right? Zeta Division, you cannot relax knowing that it's just going to be weaker weapons. You got to make sure that you're keeping the wider angles, the further distances in these potential fights. Alarm bot going to be tripped here in Garage. They've just let Garage go. They do not want to fight close quarters. 10 not affected by the stun just yet.
Zeta finds Saya.
Yeah,
and
10 continuing. Yeah, 10 continuing to get the kills. Hunter's Fury comes out as well.
One by one they fall. Just Zeta and Munchkin left here for T1. A 5-stack for Zeta Division.
All right, so, I mean, T1, I think, you know, one thing they can be happy about is, well, okay, this was a half buy round for us, and we drew out their Hunter's Fury. You know, not too bad, right? You get what you can get on the side of T1, but I also don't think you can blame Zeta Division. I mean, we've seen teams lose out because they're trying to hold out for the ideal moments. You just have to play one round at a time right now if you're in the defender's shoes.
See Munchkin ready there for that possible scan dart.
Last player standing.
And that's going to be that. Another win here. That's going to be win 10. William, we may be going overtime.
It's looking very possible. I mean, just that next round, right? If Zeta Division can win this next round, it looks very likely. Now, T1, depending on what they choose to do with their armor and potential another plant or not in the next round, even if they lose, they might be able to still buy up again. And ult economy, I believe, in favor of T1. But it's just 2 steps away now. Zeta Division, they've gotten so much closer. It was 5-12 when T1 made match point or map point.
All right, 12-10 now.
Stay safe.
Hunter's Fury ready here for Zeta, the player on T1. Depp going to be down here with the operator. Looking to get a pick, but smoked off for now.
Yeah, a bit of an off angle. Oh, couldn't clear that dart. And now the Hunter's Fury coming out right away. T1 Zeta trying to get whatever advantage he can. He actually thinks he can help clear the site for Saya, but Depp is just holding strong while avoiding the Hunter's Fury.
Well, they're going to get into A again. It's going to be a 4 versus 5. Shock darts come in. Actually not going to interfere with the spike planter. Laz already kills Munchkin.
Yeah, Munchkin
T1 is getting very wobbly.
It's not looking great. I mean, yes, they had the awareness to plant in an off position to avoid the shock darts and things like that, but okay, they take down the operator.
Yeah, it's a start there.
But the flank, no one's watching the flank. 10's already snuck into sewers. They have no idea. Carpe?
Carpe's not checking his back yet.
Time is not on the side of Zeta Division. Oh,
Carpe gets another.
10 recognizes it. He rushes in. Laz all alone. There's too much to fight against.
Oh, that's going to be it. This map ends 13-10 as T1 squeaks out with a victory.
Oh, what a heartbreaking last round for Zeta Division. The setup was pretty decent, but it took so long for 10 to get into position. And then he gets so shaky. If he had gotten that one kill onto Carpe, maybe, you know, the numbers are in favor of them, but they recognized that they were running out of time. And eventually T1 able to hold the post plant. They win 13-10 on Haven.
T1 with a pretty incredible opening there on Haven. Getting a massive that, you know, looked to be honestly an insurmountable lead, but it was in fact almost surmountable. We saw Zeta Division fight back so well. You know, Zeta, a team that even when they're down, you cannot count them out. And it was especially cool to see Depp kind of come online there and start to really be activated and really doing everything he needed to do to give his team an opportunity.
I mean, that's when Zetas look the best, is when Depp is looking, you know, fired up. That allows him to get a couple rounds where they're not their normal selves. They're much more explosive, and that throws a curveball in their opponent's mind. But if they just continue to play so methodically, I mean, we saw what happened in the beginning 8 rounds. T1 just read them like a book. Now, also continuing to shout out Saya player, looking at the scoreboard right now, 6 first bloods. He continues to get the majority of first bloods on every single map T1 plays.
Yeah, you know, it's an exciting day for either of these teams, whoever you're a fan for. What a great match. I thought it was going to be so one-sided, but Zeta Division does not disappoint. They fought back well. Ultimately, though, T1 able to use that massive lead they had early on to pull ahead in the very, very end. We nearly went to overtime back there. For now, it's T1 with a 1-0 lead, but I would not be surprised if we see Zeta Division catch up here as we go into map number 2.
Yeah, the big question is they left Bind open again, right? Last time it was the same thing. They saw what T1 had prepared against Team Secret, and they said, we think we can combat this. They could not. They were not ready for the Gecko comp once they got into the game, but now that they've faced it, and we've seen DRX dismantle it, what has Zeta Division prepared to combat T1's Gecko Sky Harbor composition here on Bind?
It's going to be a very interesting map 2 here. Again, the losing team today is out of VCT Pacific. The winning team obviously goes on to the next part of the loser's bracket, and whoever can win there is actually going to be going to Tokyo.
Yeah, I mean, they get to come back tomorrow for that one last ticket to Tokyo, so we'll have to wait to find out. Of course, currently T1 leading 1-0. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, get ready for map 2 between Zeta Division and T1.
He's going to come in. He gets one as 0 remains in a 1-1. Then Marshall in hand and gets the first and the second.
And probably a third. There it is. And a fourth as well. Old Dorms are one of them. Oh, no.
Oh, Munchkin does get dropped. Maybe not for long. Carpang gets
the Rolling Thunder. They're all getting pushed down. Oh! It's already in. Do they recognize this? No, they don't have the line. Pass at T1 has already happened here.
Oh, he sees the barrel.
Now they know the op is here. 10's on the flank.
Yeah, with the knives out. Already.
This is just a time battle. But Depp currently in his cloudburst. He cannot clear it in time. 1-for-1 trade. Can they get another? Depp with a nasty. Oh.
God! Audio cue. Gets a drop on another. Pulls back away. It's a 1-1 now.
And both goes from long. And
Carpe finds one. 10 finishes what he started.
He saw the tracers. He knows there's.
Excellent work at the casting booth. We just finished game 1 of match 2. T1 winning. Sorry. It's just kind of weird night. It's a weird night.
Yeah.
But yeah, T1, this is not why we're laughing, by the way. T1 ended up winning Haven, which was Zeta Division's map pick, and that's not looking too great for Zeta Division.
No, I mean, look at, like, focus your eyes on the first half, right? Round 1 to round 12. What do you see? What do you see?
I don't wanna.
Okay, you can close your eyes, paper thin. It's fine. It burns. Yeah, you know, what your eyes will see is a lot of green, and that's T1 winning 8 rounds in a row. It took Zeta Division a little bit just to come back into it. And although they did win 4 rounds towards the end of the first half, and they started to change some more rounds towards the end of the second half, it was a little bit too late. And all it took for T1 to win it was 1 more round, and they definitely did on round 23.
I mean, you know, yes, it's impressive that Zeta can string together a lot of rounds on their defender side, but their attacker side is just anemic. I mean, it happened almost exactly the same way against Team Secret, you know, 2 days or whatever it was yesterday. And that's like, it can't keep happening that way. Like, they lost 6 in a row to Secret, now they lose 8 in a row to T1. I mean, you're not going to get over the finish line on these maps if you can't dial up some kind of differentiation in your play, whether it be just a straight up rush. I don't even care, just bum rush B. Just even if it doesn't work, at least it's like making your opponents think about different things going on in the map, whereas T1, their reactions were just easy. They could just sit in the back, just kind of wait around. Okay, well, the clock's down to about 40 seconds. Now let's wait and see where their contact is. Let's send out a little bit of utility to kind of feel them out a little bit, and once we get some contact, everybody can start swinging in that direction, and then Zeta loses a lot of those rounds because there's just, you know, too much preparation that T1 can throw at them.
Yeah, let's talk about that. In fact, you know, since the very beginning, the first 5 rounds was in the bag for T1.
I mean, so much so, and you could see their teamwork was in it. They started off today so incredibly strongly that they managed to actually push Zeta Division and toy around with them on the map itself. Zeta, you know, good effort. They managed to get a couple of trades. They also try to explore different parts, but Munchkin gets a frag from behind them, and at that point, they already knew it was going to be an A-side hit. And look at this util play. It's so smart. You have that fault line coming in from Carpe to stun them, and then Zeta to go in with that Hunter's Fury. Zeta Division, the team, just couldn't deal with that any second longer. Surga Zero down to 5 HP, despite his performance towards the end of the map. You know, in this round, he just couldn't do all that much, right? They really tried. They managed to, you know, fight back a little bit, but it's like what Paper Thin was talking about. It's so slow with the way that they approach the map. They're trying to be methodical about it, and we can appreciate that, yes, but in so much of these plays, T1 expects you to do that. T1 knows how you're going to play around it, and they kind of just poke at you throughout all of it.
Yeah, it's not the methodical that you see with like some European teams, that where it's they're poking and prodding at different parts of the map, trying to get utility baited out. It's kind of like they just sort of move around and wait, and there isn't a lot of like question about what's going to happen at the end. And so the good teams who play a slower style are kind of confusing you on what exactly they're doing, and they're going to show you very different looks from time to time, you know, with some good mid-rounding. Right now, Zeta doesn't have that, and T1 has it in spades, where their mid-rounding is significantly better, at least so far today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see a lot
Yeah,
of it.
I mean, it's a mix of both. Zeta, we were talking about this, like Zeta's pacing is just not quite on point. I mean, you guys already elaborated on this, but T1 also just looking really solid on Haven. Now, let's also, I think it's fair to point out Sugar Zero had a Sugar Hero moment.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give a little bit of credit here. I mean, there was a comeback from Zeta on their defender side, so that's good. That's great, but this is maybe too little too late. But Sugar Zero, I wanted to watch from his perspective so you guys can see, like, the way he operates on this map and the way that he's, like, throwing smokes, immediately ready for these kills. He's coming in, picking up a big 3K. He's even blind, and he finishes off that last one with the shorty. So I just really wanted to show you guys from, like, his perspective, like, what he's seeing, how he's getting these big rounds, and it's just, like, quick reactions, you know. Omen can be kind of challenging sometimes coming in and out of those smoke throws, and he's just perfectly prepared for it. He's a phenomenal controller.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to point out anything. Do you disagree?
No, I think he is, you know, we have to respect all the players. I think they're all incredible, but still, it just comes down to that same story. Zeta Division, they took too long. Sugar Zero, you could see that once they start to find some of those wins, then he gains that confidence to start going. He dove into that dark cover with a shorty because he knew he had the advantage. But when he doesn't have that advantage, you know, it's kind of like that Sova voice line, right? Into the unknown. But these guys don't go into the unknown. They're like, oh, no, no, oh, God. And then they just stay behind it. And that's kind of something that happens so much for Zeta Division. They're so careful about how they want to traverse across the map. And all that time, T1 gets to come in and just, like, tap on their back. Like, hi, you're here. I'm going to, you know, take off one of your teammates. And so much of this comes through, and even the executes get stopped. It's tough for Zeta Division to come through with it unless they really switch up that mentality, I think.
And this is one of those rounds that I talked about where they went to B. They tried something different, right? Like a lot of times on Haven, they're just sort of poking and prodding at A and C and trying to figure out, well, which one of these can we make work, you know? But they're not trying to really pull a lot of attention in other parts of the map, whether it be a garage or B or, you know, even through the links and stuff like that. So you can play back, and this is what T1 does a lot, is you just let Zeta, you know, if you know where they're coming from, let them use a little bit of util, you don't care, and then you just set up for those retakes and you just, you know, kind of wipe them out.
Yeah. At Zeta, I mean, while we talked about this, they have had strong showings on Haven, but it's usually on the defense side. It's very rarely on the attacker side, and it definitely showed here one more time. And this is not the match to be not showing your strongest. And Depp as well, I feel like he started warming up halfway through it. But again, whoever loses this match today, that's it. They're not going to Tokyo. Well, not for Masters anyway. Now let's talk about the key player. We have to, you know, talk about Saya Player. Saya Player's just been so good over the last 3 weeks.
He's incredible. I mean, this is the guy who we thought he would be, and he's really showed up the last couple of the weeks, and you know, a tremendous performance here once again. 248 ACS, 1.7 KDA, average damage per round over 150, which is what you really, really want out of your duelist. Just what else can you say? He's nuts. That Marshall ace was beautiful. I mean, not a difficult one because there's not a lot of armor, but still, he's still an insane player. I mean, he's so good with the Blade Storms. He's aggressive. He can kick doors open, and he's just like, he seems to be getting better and better for T1, and it seems like everybody's getting more comfortable.
Oh, I hate this guy. No, I'm kidding. I love him. He's great. I mean, you have to talk about it.
Whack.
Not the paper X betrayer.
It's because he's like screwing up your predictions. Yeah.
Nah, it's not about the predictions.
But are you gonna stick to it?
I am gonna stick to it, but I'll get to that later. I mean, Saya Player is so sharp and so strong in some of these opening picks, and you see that in his first blood percentage, 26.1. I mean, just thinking about the statistics, I don't really have the first kills that he got on Haven, but you have to imagine that it's really high because he peeks out so much and gets a lot of value away with it, and then just tailwinds off. Depp needs to be a little bit more like that. Depp started to do it towards the end of the second half, but that's, you know, too late, and it doesn't happen all that much. He does it with the operator sometimes, but then, you know, T1 starts to figure you out. Zeta, the IGL of T1, starts to find ways to adapt to it and pinch you down as that single soul operator player. We're moving on to the next map, and that will be Bind, T1's map pick.
Yeah, that's right. So we are going to go into Bind, and T1 has shown us so many times that they are good at Bind. They've got it down. Again, you know, we've only seen Bind show up so many times in Pacific, but they are the only ones who've managed to make Gecko look good on this map.
Yeah, and I'd really like to see a change to KO here or a different initiator. Fine. For Crow. I didn't want to see that Sage again. I don't think that really works against the Gecko comp. The wall doesn't really block the utility, so it's kind of pointless because I think the idea here, since it is the same comp for T1, we know what this comp is now. If you've been watching, you kind of understand sort of the leapfrogging mechanics that go through here, but I think like the Sage wall previously for Zeta when they squared off last time, just I think is more of like an anti-Brim, anti-Viper lineup kind of thing where you can block some stuff like you do on Icebox a little bit, but I'm glad to see them try a different initiator. I was hoping maybe it'd be KO, but Brim, you know, Breach is fine too.
No, I like this because double initiator, double duelist coming in, 10 on the raise. I think it's something that's going to surprise T1, and that's the thing. I love Zeta Division for this. They are a team that's been together for a long time. They are very passionate, and I believe that they can bring that through.
So, with that, you are going to stand by your prediction.
Yeah. I'm not going to flip-flop.
I'm still on T1, but I like the change that Zeta made here. I think they have a chance now of winning Bind.
Yes, that's right. I do want to see Zeta come back a bit stronger on this map, but I have to say my prediction does remain with T1 because of the track record that they've held
That's
so
your
far.
expert opinion as a desker? That's
my expert opinion
us deskers,
as
yeah.
a desker. But let's go to the casters and talk to them because they've been doing some excellent work up there. Over to you guys.
Excellent work at the desk, everybody. Right now, T1 up 1-0. Zeta, if they don't win here, they're out. This is our only Japanese team. If they can't advance, they're not going to go to Tokyo. We're not going to have a Japanese team playing in Tokyo. It'd be a huge bummer. Obviously, a lot of Japanese fans watching. T1, they've really improved. They've really tweaked their performance. That being said, it was still a really close match in Map 1. Zeta was almost able to overcome and actually bring that comeback. So here we are in Map 2 on Bind.
Yeah, and they touched upon the comps a little bit, but of course T1, I mean, it's not just the Gecko and the Harbor and the Viper, but then I think adding in the Sky against so many reusable flashes and stuns where you're going to have that advantage. Now, the change from Zeta Division, last time they played, it wasn't just the Sage. They played Harbor Viper as well. This time, they go double Duelist and then the double Initiator and just the Brimstone, and they choose attack first. I think that's the important part. That's one of the reasons DRX was able to absolutely dismantle T1's composition as well when they faced off on Bind.
All right, round 1 starts, and we've got Zeta here with the spike in hand. They're going to be trying to clear showers out. We've got a triple stack over here onto A with a rotation coming from Swan.
Oh, Depp was so quick on that entry. I mean, as soon as the guiding light clears showers, they just keep running in, and then the main force comes in.
And they've got a very tight position over here onto the A site. It's going to be tough here for T1 to try to come in with that retake. 10 going to be in U-Haul for the time being. Ban doesn't see anybody just yet. 10 going to get tucked in now to the side. Spotted and killed.
Yeah, but the thing is they just have to buy time in U-Haul, right? The real deal was Sugar Zero over in showers because that opens up the crossfire. And both Laz and Sugar Zero winning their duels.
Just Ban left over. They're not going to show them anything here until they absolutely have to. And so this is going to be closed out with a very important Zeta round 1 win. Excellent execution there onto the A site. Now we got to just see how many more can they get. Let's not forget in Map 1, it was really T1 just streaking win after win after win. It looked like it might be like a 13-2 or 13-1 for a little bit with how well they were playing. So it's a little bit of a relief to see Zeta here with a very strong showing, especially being down 0-1.
Now, just in that last replay as well, this is something we saw from Zeta Division when they were playing on Lotus actually against T1, is Laz has been getting very good and crafty with his guiding lights. He's been doing a lot of different fake outs with how to use that flash, so keep your eyes on that. See if Zeta uses that to their advantage.
Ooh! Oh, great shots here from 10 and Depp. They're going to be moving into the site. And it looks like this is going to have to come down to a retake here from T1. They are in a very bad position. 2 in hookah right now with a very long and late rotation here from Ban if he ever gets there.
Sugar Zero is good for 1. Carpe only has a shorty, so he will actually just get spammed out from behind the wall. And teleport heard. Sugar Zero just keeping his eyes on there.
Yeah, not a lot you can work with here for the time being. So it's going to be the same story as the last round. Ban, the last guy standing here as we go into that 3rd round. Zeta, though, looking strong here. At least start things off on Bind.
Yeah, they bought double, or 4 rifles, I believe, right? It was 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal and Phantom. So absolutely trying to snowball things. I think the game plan is very clear. They want to get at least 8 rounds here in the first half. That gives them a little margin, even if you can't really figure out a good answer to this composition when you're defending against it. You'll have such a good lead. And even on defense, once you see the Gecko and Sky pushing one side, the other side, one of the duelists can push out, and you can go for an explosive retake with the double duelist.
All right, showtime here for T1. They need to actually really get control of this in this 3rd round.
Oh, look at the speed. The double duelist really coming in handy.
All right, we have Zeta hanging back here. Gets the first one, beautifully done. 10 returns the favor. Ban now taken out. Munchkin here waiting on the other side in the crisscross of the harbor wall.
I love the rotate as well. They're not sure exactly how many people would have rotated over. 10. Not able to get that one, though.
Beautifully done there by T1. It's not over yet for Zeta. Sugar Zero going to comb back into hookah. Not see anything just yet. Now the spike is actually outside of showers. Although they don't seem to have a great read on what's going on actually at A. Actually, they're going to try to come back in there. Sugar Zero might be able to get one. He sees Zeta behind the tube, but he's given his position away now as well.
Yeah, but now with this much time passed, T1 was able to reposition. I think they actually might have missed the TP sound earlier just because of the gunfights, but either way, counting down the time, just leaving Saya player to scout this out.
Saya is going to have a good opportunity to try to
30 seconds
interfere
left.
with a possible site plant. He's gonna hear the bird and know where it's coming from, and he doesn't get either. Laz gets him from below,
and then they're gonna get the plant. If they can get one more kill, I mean, Zeta Division is looking solid here for the first half. Positioning is pretty decent. They know they have showers control, so no reason to stay there any longer. Laz going to reposition to support Sugar Zero. Crow left alone on the site.
Okay, perfect wall bang. I was gonna say he probably can't hide there for too much longer. This is gonna make it a little bit of an awkward position, but that changes as Sugar Zero gets the downing on Zeta. Munchkin with a nice shot. Only 5 HP though. Laz coming around. And he's gonna hold the defuse. He pops out, beautifully done with that final shot. A very low HP Laz is cleaned up. Zeta getting the first win.
You did good.
All right. T1's starting to come back.
Yeah, they barely get that round, but the thing is they dropped 4 rifles.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it was a bonus round for Zeta Division, and a very strong bonus because they bought up on the second round all the way up to the rifles. I mean, very smart of Carpe to use his wingman there. And of course, that's a much smaller target to try to spam through as well. Gecko always shining in those 1v1s, but the ideas from Zeta Division are good, and them taking that TP early, I like it. They still spend a lot of time, but they heard so many guns that they were able to TP safely in the middle of that round.
We've got T1 actually pushing out here
Zeta
towards the
reads
fountain. Yeah, and it turns out to be a bit of a trade here, but it's one that Zeta ultimately comes out on top of. This is going to crack B wide open as we see T1 scrambling. And this is almost never a retakeable position, it feels like. This door is just brutal if you get pushed out of B site, so... yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's very much the T1 could do right now.
Spike planted.
Yeah, obviously T1 Zeta, you've got to save. There could be an idea for Ban to try to go on the flank, pick up a weapon, try to get a kill or two. If not, he dies. He still gets his ultimate, but looks like maybe he will just save. Now, whether he keeps the Judge... Judge is an iffy weapon, right? Because
yeah.
Well, what I was going to say was cost-wise, if you just die to the spike, technically the numbers don't add up. But at the same time, it's like, well, am I really going to use this the next round, you know, or do we want to buy up? Looking at the economy, they will probably just save in the next round as well, so maybe he will just keep the Judge.
Maybe they put him in showers or something like that, try to get a catch or U-Haul. But, yeah, an unfortunate round here. Again, you know, when you push out into Fountain like that, I mean, if you get shut down, well, then you're just going to lose control of that site and lose the game. So I think it's a cool decision from T1 to try to come out and mix it up and be a little bit aggressive, but unfortunately with gunplay coming into play there, it backfires.
Yeah, and, I mean, the fact that Zeta Division was absolutely ready for this, it goes to show that they have really prepared this bind. They understand the tempo changes that are possible here, and they're going to hit B-site again. Now, because they know that this has to be an eco on the other side, instead of trying to go for a two-way strike and try to fight against U-Haul, they just say, well, if we just push, you know, Hookah very quickly, then it should be fine, and the Blade Storm is good.
Crazy moment back there. Saya does end up getting depth. We got Sugar Zero waiting around the corner.
Oh, they have
no idea. Surprise angle. He gets the one kill, but Saya fights back. Nicely done. Still 2 remaining here for Zeta. T1 on the hunt.
Yeah, but T1's able to pick up weapons now. And T1 Zeta, I mean, he's getting pushed all the way back, but he just has to stay alive. They've all picked up rifles.
It's birds coming out of Seeker's back there. It's going to be driven away. Pro is going to get the plant. This is doable here for T1, but if Zeta takes this, it's going to be a pretty rough loss here for T1.
T1 going with the over-under double swing. They're just trying to stay grouped together. They know they have the numbers advantage.
They're going to try to come back in. The paint shells chase Crow away.
Oh, and now they know where Crow is.
Crow's still there. He could still do this.
This is just a time battle. Wingman's already on the defuse, and he jumps right around the corner.
That was a sick round. I really like that. Very cool to see the wingman with the defuse. And so another round on the board here. Very ulti-rich T1 coming in to the round 6. And yeah, I mean, I gotta say, man, very cool to see the wingman actually in play there, saving the day in the end.
Yeah, and Zeta just swinging right before the flash pops. He dodges it as well. Good decision. Now look at all the ults like you mentioned, even Showstopper 1 point away. T1 in prime position to regain control of this map.
There's going to be some creeping over here towards C-Long. It looks like they might want to try to get a pick. There's Zeta waiting up here. It's pretty light defensive B, honestly. And so he's going to trigger the Viper's Pit to basically make this undesirable. The question now is Zeta going to try to maybe come in here, spam some shots, get a kill, throw some utility, get some intel?
I mean, they have double duelists, right? So they can go above the pit, both of them, if they so choose. And there is a chance they might go for that. Rolling Thunder as well, just to clear it out. The Seekers are shot in return.
Oh, Zeta with the shorty. Gets that kill on the depth. Things not looking so good here. As they're going to try to infiltrate through that Viper's Pit. One by one, we see these Zeta players disappear. Only Crow left over with the spike in hand. Eating shots through the pit. And I think we know how this ends. So 3-3, T1 now catching up, looking very strong here. You know, we looked at Zeta back there basically committing into the Viper's Pit. As you said, William, I mean, there's opportunities that can be created there to try to come in and infiltrate, but if it doesn't work out at the start, it's hard to close it out in the end, you know?
Yeah, I think the idea was fine. It's just, again, too many ults on the other side. The Seekers come out immediately, and just great support from Munchkin to keep that pit alive. Of course, T1 Zeta getting a kill of his own right off the bat as well. Just understanding that it's very possible that they try to jump over and enter from the other side of the pit. And now look at T1 Zeta's positioning. He knows that they've been constantly trying to pressure Hookah so early on, and he fires back.
Yeah, Zeta kind of stuck in the corner here, but as many as he can take down, he will. He already drops one, and Zeta bounces right back off of it, trying to find a new location. But we have the dog coming out here and looking down towards B long. I don't know if Zeta's going to be able to find anything for a little bit.
I would love to see Zeta Division just experiment with showers for 1 or 2 more rounds, right? You don't have to commit to it, but because you have been so focused on B site, T1, they've adjusted. You have to recognize that the adjustment has already happened. The double flashes again.
Again, Laz is doing good. He's starting to pull this back. The question is, can they close it out? Zeta's going to hear the hop down and flanks to the side, gets another spray and a kill. And that's going to be the 4th win here. T1 now in the lead in the first half. It does seem like, at least on Bind for now, the further along we get in a half, the better T1 is starting to look, despite, you know, Zeta having a very good pistol round, a very good start to everything. So Zeta Division calls for that timeout to figure out how exactly they need to adjust moving forward.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think just pure prep-wise in terms of comp and how to combat the advantages that this comp has in terms of an actual skirmish, I get it. Zeta Division, it's clear that they've prepped it, but once your macro play becomes so predictable, I mean, T1's just adjusted, right? And now they have the advantage knowing where you're going to be coming from. And so hopefully this timeout is used to say, all right, slow it down a bit. We got the early couple rounds with the speedy hits on B. Take it slow, experiment with showers a bit, make sure that T1 has to be spread out.
And, you know, it's a funny thing because we talk about a lot of times Zeta being, you know, they get spooked on pushes very easily. Well, they'll turn around and maybe they don't give themselves enough time to get the spike planted. But there is an art to being aggressive and knowing how to do it and not just running in. It's good to see that they aren't just completely getting shut down and wiped out, you know, in these blowouts on the attacker side. But at the same time, I think they need to figure out, especially when they start to run into interference here and there, how to more quickly reconfigure and come in with another angle or another strategy.
Okay, they're all buying down to half armor, but that means 10's on a Judge and Laz is on a Guardian. I don't like this on paper. I'll just say that right out, but of course, with the half armor meta, you'll always be able to get one extra buy at some point.
All right, Sai over here immediately shut down. Depth coming in. Things start to look pretty good here for Zeta.
But they haven't cleared backside yet, and Dizzy's buying just enough time. The Reckoning being used as well, but side already taken over. Can they hold on to you all on the side of T1?
Carpe made, no, he's not going to peek. 10's not going to be able to use his judge for just a little bit. This spike is just starting to get planted. Oh, not yet, excuse me.
Yeah, does Zeta Division recognize, though, that all the backup is here? Because they could just try to teleport out.
Yeah, it's a good point.
They don't have the info. Yeah, they don't have the info. That's why they're just holding on. Oh, and that's making T1 antsy. All right, Zeta Division will use the Seeker. Oh, nice jump from 10.
Very sexy play there from 10, blowing Carpe away. And now they know where Munchkin is. The spike will be planted, but of course it's an afterthought here. Zeta ties us up 4-4, and I gotta say that the timeout worked.
Yeah, and listen, again, just pushing showers, right? I mean, you didn't have to commit to it, but that alone, because T1's been so well prepped on the other side of the map, this should now shake up the defaults for T1 just a tad bit. I will say, I thought Depth was overheating a bit, but it looks like that kind of execute in all the way through showers. That's something they've been practicing in terms of the timing, so Depth able to just catch his opponents off guard.
Okay, round 9 is upon us here. We've got the Jet Depth coming through to Hookah, trying to make some noise, trying to sell a possible push into here. But really it's going to be a push down here through the center of A. Oh, kind of a funny play by 10 there, bouncing off that. Saya's still back here. And they're going to send the spike back around to B. They're now going to leave 10 over here to try to sell the push into A.
Yeah, but here's the thing is that Zeta is starting to really use the map in a wider range. Right now they've brought the Jet back to showers. So not really letting T1 know what is our main force of attack. Is if the Jet is there, does that mean an execute? T1 just doesn't know just yet. Laz is going to be trying to act as the fake now with the Sky over on Hookah.
Doesn't seem like T1 gets very shaken up by this, though.
Not yet. And they're holding a back position on A as well, I think entirely on purpose just in case. And so they should be ready. Uh-oh, Ban gets peeked out an A short, though, and Depp with a nice kill on Evan as well.
Zeta's starting to do it. They're going to be able to set up and plant on this side of A.
Oh, and look at T1 Zeta. And because of all the gunfire from Hookah, he just doesn't know if there's someone on the lurk. He had to wait so long. The backup not going to be here in time.
Yeah, and we'll see how far T1 can really get with this. I mean, basically, they're just going to turtle behind the truck. Sugar Zero takes Munchkin out. There's a point where you got to wonder, is it better to just try to save these guns?
Well, that point is now, it looks like, and I cannot blame them. I mean, sure, most of them can try to muster up the credits to buy again in the coming round, but it's already looking like it's way out of your hands as well.
All right, Carpe gets a good pick. It's a start, right? And so we're going to go into round 10 now. Zeta now back ahead. This is a real back and forth. It's very different from our map 1 where T1 kind of ran away with it, and then Zeta had literally the craziest comeback yet. T1 calls for the timeout. We have a little bit left here in the half. They need to figure out how to come on top.
Yeah, so we haven't seen the defense with this comp from Zeta Division specifically. You know, in our heads, we can imagine what the idea is, but not having seen that and knowing how clean the attack can be from T1 with this comp, again, I want to emphasize Zeta Division ideally would want 8 rounds to feel comfortable. 7-5 is way too much of a median score line. And to do that, they have to win the remaining 3 rounds. So with this timeout from T1, Zeta Division, can they get into heads of T1 and their adjustment? One of the things that T1 is probably considering is, do we start to push out again? Do we eliminate showers or be long? Because right now we're just kind of waiting for info, and then they're coming in with this explosive entry.
It's interesting. We've seen just really good picks right away here from Zeta. You know, they've been patient in a very Zeta way, going back and forth and not overextending, but they are getting that infiltration pulled off, where they actually come out, they take out whoever's guarding A or B, and then get a good setup. I feel like Zeta's in the kind of form we've been wanting to see them in since VCT Pacific started.
Yeah, and I mean, 10 back on that raise as well. It's looking good. Obviously, there was a time when he was kind of hard carrying as the raise for a while on the side of Zeta Division. Now, let's see what the adjustment is. Okay, so a 3-man stack out of B long for T1. No one is that close to their ultimate, but I think with the Harbor as well, they might just try to push all the way out here. And that way, if need be, they can support through the teleporter at showers as well.
Okay, We've got Dep coming up toward Showers.
That's what they're prepping for.
Yeah.
This might actually work out. Dep has been the perfect bait. Everyone comes through the teleport. He even gets one kill.
Oh, this is wild. And he'll just take as many as he possibly can now. Meanwhile, Carpe, finally, the one to do it, the one to get to kill, but like, it's too late, man.
But what a read from Zeta Division. They understand that it's going to be a push out for one or the other, but thanks, I mean, the cherry on top was it was actually a teleport pinch, and the Dep fake works exceptionally.
This is tough now. T1's going to try for that retake. Laz is going to be over here ready to intercept Saya.
He is a bit stuck, but it's just going to be a 1v1, so he has the util he needs.
All they got to do is buy time.
They're going to save.
Yeah, probably the better play, realistically, here. Try to get the next two after this. Laz, I don't think he's going to find anything here. This spike's going off. We're going to go into round 11. This will be a 6th win here for Zeta. Oh, nice. But T1, a 1-by-1. Yeah, maybe a little greedy there.
Yeah, Zeta Division just wants to take at least one more gun out of their hands, right? T1's economy's a bit broken. Zeta Division, fairly rich. And I say fairly, when I say fairly, I actually mean just ridiculously rich.
They're loaded.
They are.
Yeah, deep pockets. Go into the next round. We've got Dep here with the Blade Storm ready. 10 as well. You know, Showstopper, very good at prying open certain positions here on bind, so we'll probably see that use coming up here.
Okay, T1, they're buying down. They are throwing everything in the first half on this round, try to get to 5 and ideally a 6-6 score line. Zeta Division, they've slowed things down. This is an all-in on A short. Guess what? T1, they've already pushed out. Zeta has to go.
All right, Dep moving in. Showstopper going to be inbound here. I don't know that he's going to find a target. I think T1's really pulled back, and they're just going to let this one burn through. This is going to be all about the retake.
Okay, Laz saw the second member, though, right? So now it's up to Sugar Zero to hold that flank.
Mosh pit.
Good mosh pit.
All right, it's a bit of a trade out here. Sugar Zero gets another. Just Zeta and Munchkin left over. The spike is taken away. Dep gets Zeta, and now it's just Munchkin left.
So low, though.
Yeah, very impossible there. 4-7 here. T1 could try to get a 5th win, but they bought so heavy in that last round.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Zeta Division definitely has improved in their pacing. We just saw it. It's just not happening consistently enough. But times like that one where they say, okay, we understand that we've given up the rest of the map, so we're just going to power through nice and early. It does work out because they have a double duelist comp. They even have people watching the flank. A very well done execute, and again, it changes up the tempo, which keeps T1 guessing even until the last round of the half.
It was very impressive, and it's really exciting to see Zeta now in the lead. T1 not looking bad, but clearly not able to really control this defender side as we get further along in here.
Okay, so Guiding Lights came out from both skies. The defense on B long, attackers on Showers, but this means Zeta Division, they're continuing to fish for information on A, keep the possibility open of a rotate. However, what they don't know is this is a 4-1 stack.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that the duel or the big fight on Viper's Pit earlier on in this half backfired, right? They may have a little bit less confidence trying to come in there again.
Oh no, I think they're gonna try to fake with the Rolling Thunder. I think they're going to pretend that they're going through the Viper's Pit again with the Rolling Thunder and then just swarm onto A site. I'm curious to see if T1 bites on this or not. Otherwise, there's no reason. Okay, that is going to be the plan. But the Guiding Light
works. You think it works? Oh, no. They're going to pull back around.
Yeah, the Guiding Light came out way too early. Now they know that there are still members on A site.
All right, Laz gets the first. Munchkin evens it out.
One person's detained, and Van gets the flank.
And this should be a 5-7 here. Let's see what Crow can do. Crow stuck in Shower right now, getting pinged. The spike stuck already on the actual A site itself. He's gonna wrap around here.
Not much you can do.
Yeah, I mean 10 seconds left because all you can do is try, right? So it's gonna be 5-7. T1 really evens us out. 5-7, a completely manageable score.
Switching sides.
But Zeta, I think that last round, look, not great there for Zeta, but a lot of these other rounds we've seen from them on the attacking side looking a lot better than before.
Yeah, I absolutely, sure, they're in the lead. It's just that with the prep, I mean, again, who knows what they've prepped on the defensive side? We don't know yet, but just going off of fearing, going off of how good T1 has looked on attack, I do think Zeta Division, they wanted the lead to be bigger, and they had the right idea. I think the fake itself was a fine idea, and they actually had plenty more time left on the clock, but because they didn't, because they heard maybe a couple footsteps over by a short, but they didn't hear enough, they rushed the guiding light to try to entry in, and at that point, they've been stopped by the Harbor as well, and it all falls apart. So Zeta Division not really doubling down enough on their fake on that last round.
Yeah, it wasn't quite sold, at least the T1. The T1 does get control of that, but it'd be very interesting to see this next pistol round as T1's going to be on the attacking side. And of course, we've got a Gecko here, which has been very fun to kind of see. Not much appearances from him here in VCT Pacific, but we're finally starting to see him kind of get into the mix, especially on Bind.
Yeah, so if you haven't seen this comp in action from T1, the idea is obviously whenever it comes to the Harbor Vipers, you can cut up the map to smaller pieces.
Is this a unicorn eating a cat? What am I looking at here?
I just couldn't comprehend it, so I tried to ignore it.
I couldn't handle it. Sorry, go ahead.
But then you use the Gecko and the Sky, right? So if it was just the Gecko, sure, you can still try to leapfrog forward. But the idea is you've got guiding lights coming off of cooldowns. You're able to refresh Dizzy and Wingman's cooldowns as well. So that means you can use the Trailblazer early as a drone or a stun. I mean, there's just so many times. Trying to break it down, when I looked back at the VOD, they can basically, T1 can get a advantageous duel like every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Because of the way the cooldowns come off across those two initiators. And so the idea that DRX had when they were going up against T1 was just back up once the initial flashes happen, then swarm in during that 10-second window, see if Zeta Division does the same.
Now we've got Depp here with the Sheriff. We want to watch for any possible Sheriff picks that kind of sandbag real progress from T1 trying to overwhelm. So we start the first round in the second half here. Almost dead even.
Oh, no util use early from T1. That makes Zeta wonder what exactly is going on. They're finally going to hear the Trailblazer coming into U-Hall.
They clear that out. Nobody's going to be inside. But Depp here with this Sheriff. I mean, you get one or two shots to the dome, and it becomes a pretty easy round to clear up. He fires, he misses. And this is going to be a very quiet plant. Carpe is going to get it set up. Laz did get Zeta.
Yeah, but the TP comes out, and they'll be able to try to get Showers control as well. Now T1 responds in kind. They're going to try to flank around into Showers from behind as well.
So they're going to leave Gecko over here to U-Hall. Carpe has to have this position very, well, keep this for as long as possible. The rest of the team's going to be able to come back. Saya finds one. His 10 goes down. Laz starts to defuse. Where's the interruptions?
It's not happening yet. The Shower's backup is way too late. He's going to be able to hold it, and the defuse happens.
Yeah, they just got to be, I guess, a second faster. So Zeta kind of scoops that win up at the last second. Kind of a crazy moment. You know, you see that defuse coming, you go, okay, they're going to come in, right? They're going to start to just interrupt this. They did not account for the time it would take to wrap around in Showers.
Yeah, and of course, with the Brimstone smoke as well, it's always going to be harder to just jump into it. Meanwhile, Zeta, they kind of push out from either side of their own smoke to secure that defuse. And then the flank was too late. It didn't even matter.
Okay, we go into round 14 now. Very frustrated T1, unable to let that spike detonate that they set up. Will their coordination be a little bit better this time around? We have a triple stack here into B from long, but Hookah's going to be probably the area of entry if they come in.
All right, well, the smoke comes out. I mean, that is going to be a tough one to jump out of. Yeah, you got to start checking for B long as well, so the jump peaks are coming out. They finally spot the Trailblazer.
Right, gets that shot down. Paint shells come through.
Oh, great flashes.
Zeta just in total control here of the B site. Just gonna be Munchkin left over. This is basically impossible. So they're gonna clear this out. This is gonna be a 9th Zeta win here on the board. Good move to at least farm out that orb, right?
Yeah, I mean, right under their noses.
Yeah. So Munchkin going to come in here and try to grab a gun too. They're really leaving him alone.
Yeah, they just don't want to take any risks.
Left.
That was a funny fight. That was like he saw that side, tried to clear the other side too, and didn't kill the first guy.
Yeah, you just had to swivel around. You just had to hope that you were getting the headshots right away.
I better hope I'm killing people so fast that I'm just, wherever I move to next, the next person's going to die. Man.
I mean, the support from the forces on Garden, right? Crow and Laz able to support 10 on the site. 10 also picking a note from DRX's defense, making sure that he's playing around the tube where you cannot get flashed. Was able to hold on to the site. A great round from Zeta Division, and now they switch it up. It's their bonus shirt, still 4 Bulldogs, but instead of putting a lot of forces on B, they're trying to prep for movement on A, and now that they hear the util, so they're all going to rotate over. This is a heavy rotate.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to send 2 back. Now, the spike's not clearly committed to any one place. It's really just T1 trying to fish for a little bit more information here. Crow doesn't see anything down here.
Yeah, and T1, they bought down just to the point where they can all buy into the next round. So they cannot use their util willy-nilly, right? Because if you have to buy that back, it's going to be rough. Carpe with an amazing shot.
Yeah, giving Depp a haircut there. And the spike is going to be quietly couriered up here into B long. This is a flimsy position as well here. It's just Laz. And so they're going to see Trailblazer come out.
Uh-oh, Saya hears both of them rotating. Oh, and the site is clear. They have showers control as well.
I've got your
And they're going to come into A. This is a really good maneuvering. 10 is ready. I mean, that was a knife in hand there for Sugar Zero.
Yeah, but Munchkin from behind. The Seekers are coming up to 10's position. He's just trying to push through. He actually gets 2 kills for his troubles.
Dan gets 10. Saya going to have to wrap in a U-Haul. Just Crow and Lazar, they need to get this spike defused. Not a lot of time left.
Yeah, they have to push through U-Haul. Meanwhile, Munchkin trying to secure the round from Showers.
Yeah, good side switching there. And it's just Crow left over once again, by the way. And that's going to be it. Saya with a shot to the dome. Brings this up 6-9. And T1, a very important win for them. Because they are starting to stabilize.
There.
All right. T1, now they can buy up into this round. I mean, Zeta Division, most of them can buy as well.
That shot from Carpe is wild.
Yeah, that's just a sink shot. And I mean, listen, they went for that force buy in the second round. We didn't touch upon that too much, but they had to pay for their troubles. They actually, get it in spades here with that thrifty. Oh, early smoke to push out of A short. But again, these are their adjustments, right? They say, okay, T1 loves to fight for B long control, so let's just push out. It's actually just the 2 duelists. They're going to come in for the retake from behind.
Yeah, and I mean, if they can seal off, if they can get into elbow here and control this, it's going to be an entry through door that's going to be a headache. We do have a double push coming up through the garden.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
And we're going to watch Depp come here now. Depp immediately outs Munchkin. Saya getting a double. Elbow is under the control of T1 for now. We've got Crow on the outside, but he's going to need some work down here from 10 in order to get anything done. 10 starts it.
Yeah, meanwhile, Band's already used his Reckoning, right, so they cannot stick the defuse. Saya's already on the flank. Crow cannot respond in time.
Oh, showstopper. And that's going to be it. Nuking Zeta there. 7-9. T1 fighting back. The game of catch-up is real.
Oh, it's happening. I mean, the momentum somewhat now leaning towards them. Economy relatively stabilized on the side of T1. If they can just win one more, of course, it would be absolutely secured. Now, Zeta Division, even with the half armors, they cannot all buy, so curious to see what their decision is.
Yeah, great round there from T1. And perfect use of the showstopper, just to ensure they close that out.
Let's go, Sunny.
All right, so 2 members buy up.
This is, so we got 10 here with a showstopper ready. Trying to see if they can maybe pry open a position or kind of force something.
Okay, Zeta Division, mind you, they can all buy.
I think they're just going to send 10 down here to try to nuke the hull, but Saya gets the flank. And so that showstopper's gonna have to wait for another round. A little bit too ambitious, I think, there.
Well, and the rifle gone as well, right? That was
Yeah.
one of the 2 rifles or 3 rifles they bought up from Zeta Division. Now, what I was going to say was because of the half armor, they can all still buy the half armor rifles into the next round, but this is already looking a little rough. Now, Seekers and Rolling Thunder available for Zeta Division, and they're rolling the dice. They say, okay, well, we're already on our back foot. Let's stack 2 people into, or 1 on tube, 1 backside. That way they do not get tagged by the Dizzy or the Guiding Light too easily. And then you've got Depp covering the wraparound as well.
All right, and they're just gonna fly in here. Oh my God, Saya with a kill in the tube. He's taken out in return. Carpe gonna come out on top. They do get the kill of Sugar Zero from the bottom, and it's just Crow. Another one of these rounds. Pretty fast, man. Crow. Dude, you see this like pattern. I don't want to pick on Crow, but he has these moments he's swinging out, and it's hard for him to find anybody.
It's a 1v3. You can't pick on him for that, right? I mean, he's left alone. He was the one tasked with holding A site for info. I mean,
I'm just saying it's rough.
Yeah, it's rough. And the thing is, in that one, he chose to focus on Cubby first because he saw, I believe, he caught the barrel. So, you know, he flipped the coin. He chose his battle, but that's a rough one. Now, what I will say in that round was Saya player. He's adjusted. Now that they've learned what DRX does or did to them on defense on B site, he double blast packs around the other side of tube and gets into it to eliminate those defensive forces. So,
this is a deep push. Ooh, Depp escapes. I don't know what they're going to find down here. I mean, basically, Depp wants to get a kill or 2.
Yeah, but there's just way too many walls of water and toxins. He has to get out of there. Cannot keep that space. So, a bit unfortunate. They even used the Seekers early to try to plant Depp in deep, but of course they do have a lot of ults stacked up. So I wouldn't say that's a wasted opportunity, but more of an unfortunate one for Zeta.
Well, they're going to come right back to where they wanted to come in to begin with. It's going to be at least a poke into A. Depp is going to be here on the side.
Oh,
should give him a good swing. He just doesn't see anybody. An unfortunate moment. He's going to back out of U-Haul now. And it's going to be T1 coming on site.
Yeah, the wingman's coming in as well, but the Rolling Thunder is able to stop the push. Oh my gosh, they are all stuck in there. That's a double kill.
30 seconds left.
Totally nuked, but you know what? It's still doable. T1's got 3-3.
Munchkin?
Oh my God. The fact that ulti was spent like that and they might not take this is huge. Zeta might make it worth it though. Sugar Zero gets that kill. No plant yet. 15 seconds.
Yeah, Sugar Zero just needs to wait until 10 gets here. Showstopper.
Spike planted.
Tried to get it over those boxes.
Yeah. Crazy moment there. Sugar Zero does get the double.
The ace for Sugar Zero.
Sick play there by Sugar. They're going to get that defused. They're going to get that 10th win. And they're going to stop T1 from catching up.
Ace.
Wow. What a round, man. It was a crazy moment, too. I mean, when you think about the fact that they nuked the position, and then it was just a 3 versus 3 where it's like, well, hold on a second.
Well,
this might still be doable.
Yeah, this moment right here. I mean, Depp even knew to check that little sliver away from the orbital strike, and Munchkin almost makes a heroic attempt at recovering the round, but Sugar Zero continues to stay calm and collected.
All right. Round 19. Getting to the twilight here on Bind. We do have Depp here. Blade Storm ready. Zeta with Viper's Pit. They can find the situation to use it in. Depp on the hunt.
Zeta Division has returned to their initial default of just focusing to fight back on B long with the fault line and guiding light. Now, this allows the timing for Munchkin. He's already close. Depp has no idea. But the...
Depp gets him. Depp fires from the hitman. Beautifully done. But they're going to get this Viper's Pit down, and Depp is shot right out of the sky. It's going to be up to the rest of the team to try to retake this.
This is tough. Depp was trying to pick off one extra member as the pit's going up. I don't mind the timing, but now, they have to push through.
Yeah, it's down to 3 here for T1. The spam that's shot into the smoke can't quite connect anything just yet.
They have guiding light as well. It is available. Double flashes on Breach as well.
And still back here. Wait, Crow gets another one.
Oh, the pit goes down.
All right, it's just Saya left over, and then there's none. This is going to be the 11th win here for Zeta.
I love the way that they use everything they had in terms of utility to just clear out the pit, right? They were just slowly inching in after they get the initial kill, and then the aftershock forces Viper out of that corner. But he had no vision. Crow had no vision, but he uses the aftershock, and he knows, well, if you are there, you would have to move. So I'm just going to spray you down. Gets the kill onto T1 Zeta.
Very expensive round all around here. But yeah, I mean, the patience shown there from Zeta was very important there. They eventually clear that out, get that final kill. And Zeta's looking to probably bring us into a map 3 unless we really start to see some clutch play here from T1. So a timeout's called on the side of T1. They need to figure out how to get those 4 wins. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, T1, I think the reason that they're looking a lot weaker is one of their biggest strengths was the battle of B main, right? You go to B long, and you're able to at least secure control of Garden, and then you can kind of do whatever you so wish.
All right, so coming into this, the question is, how does T1 string this together without allowing Zeta to then try to go into that overtime? I mean, ideally, you'd want to close this out 13-11. That's a real Hail Mary at this point in time. It's possible that we are going to be going to overtime no matter what, but realistically, if Zeta can keep adapting, they squeak by with 2 and move on.
Well, let's see. What is T1's adjustment? Okay, for now, I mean, it is a wonky buy as well, just evening it out for the next round with the half armor. So T1 does this, right? Whenever they're kind of pushed up against the edge, they then commit to the half armor to get that 1 extra round should they be able to string a couple together and lose weapons. They're also refocusing on Belong. They say, okay, even though they're pret for it, let's just see what we can do with it, right? And if there is opposition, we just won't commit.
So we're going to see some action up here in the hookah. Got that harbor wall coming up. That's going to give them the opportunity to maybe try to peek out. They're going to counter smoke that.
All right, just leaving the first step. Zeta Division always willing to just kind of give up. Uh-oh, 10.
Oh.
Caught in between everything.
Yeah, 10 getting beaten up over there. It looks like they're going to be coming in now.
Yeah, but they've been stopped. I mean, this has been figured out, the hold on B site.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god, it's just Munchkin left. This looks so impossible. Spike is marooned on the site. He can't quite get to it yet.
Just hides from the boom bot.
Yeah. And I mean, what do, right? There's no incentive for them to try to move out, so they do get that final kill. Zeta almost there to bring us to that map 3.
Oh man, I mean, that B-site hit is getting figured out, right? That tube is doing God's work for T1's opposition as it saves them from getting hit by all this utility. And then the counter utility, right? The breach able to flash out from the tube, right? Able to fault line out from the tube, things like that. I mean, the composition counters are starting to come in play.
Zeta knows they just need to get that final win. T1's going to be fighting now for that overtime. But I mean, it really looks like Zeta's got control of the defender's side now on this map. We're going to have another push out here. Maybe they're hoping that this time it's going to work out against T1, and so far it doesn't.
Yeah, but the orbital strike comes out. It does get one, allows the sightline for another as well.
And now a thinned out T1 is going to have to flee. There is a lurk over here from Deb.
And they have no idea.
Connector.
Oh, okay. 1-for-1 trade.
Well, they've already got Zeta, the player, over here on A. And so I think Carpe can come up here with a plant, but we need to see how Zeta handles the peak of 3 players moving down.
Surely you flash every corner from Zeta Division. They pinged it already. They understand that the danger is here.
Oh, and he's going to wrap around.
He wants to just play it safe. Footstep. Don't know if Zeta Division picked up on that.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
All right, we're going to have a swing. All right, he gets the first. Carpe detained.
Oh, Carpe was detained by his own thrash and hit the wall. But
it's just Crow.
Oh, man.
It's always just Crow. He starts to defuse.
Can he do it? He's going to hold to half.
And Carpe gets him. Big play there by T1. Big moment. Very good lurk back there. You know, it's funny because what Zeta opened up the round with actually worked, right?
Yes.
It was from there they weren't able to pull it together. Even having Depp all the way back in there in the connector to try to get that pick was good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, a twist of fate where T1, Zeta, and Depp kind of crisscross each other, don't find info on each other, and Depp was able to go on the lurk. but unfortunately not able to secure both kills. But even then, I mean, the numbers advantage in favor of Zeta Division. But now, back to the matter at hand, now Showstopper available for T1. They keep having these singular ultimates to try to string together these rounds.
All right, Showstopper coming through. I don't know if he's going to find a target yet. He's going to swing. He finds one, but Depp was too high in the air to be killed off.
Depp now holding on to backside. T1 Zeta's getting pushed out very far.
10 still inside there. Can't quite get out. And that's going to be its own duel back there. Saya just hanging out in U-Haul now. Are they going to be able to push in? Oh my God, suddenly T1 making it look easy. Saya! Wow, flawless victory there from T1. Keeping the dream alive.
Wow, Saya player doing whatever he can to keep T1 alive. Try to close this out into a 2-0 victory. They already won Haven 13-10. They do not want to let Zeta Division close this one out and have to go to map 3, which is Fracture.
Yeah. Saya back there with his elevated table. Makes my shoulders hurt every time I see him play on it.
That's just a trademark, right?
Yeah. So, another timeout. Things couldn't be more dramatic. This time it's for Zeta. They're trying to figure out how do we close this out. They don't want to get into overtime. They don't want to think about it just yet. And look, they've had good strats. And what's weird is some of the strats, even the first part of it worked. They just weren't able to then, I guess, for lack of better words, just with gunplay or peaks, kind of close it out, kind of wrap it up. A lot of these opening strats, you're trying to come in there, okay, let's get 2 peaks, let's get them in a weird position, let's just confirm they're not an A or B and set something up. But yeah, Zeta in that last, the game before that, or sorry, the round before that last round, not quite able to pull it off.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't mind the 3-man default over by B long, but T1 cannot fight for Showers control that easily. I would love to see Zeta Division focus on that a bit more. And it looks like they will, except this time it is 4 members on A, so just combating that entirely. Now, that will still allow for a flank retake. It worked once before, so see if T1 remembers the possibility of this.
Okay, a push up into B, and it's just going to be Sugar. Depp already gets Zeta. That was fast.
Yeah, the Trailblazer spots him, even gets the stun off right away. T1 has to go in now. They understand that their flank is entirely open. Sugar Zero dodges that. He's holding on to Elbow, and backup's already here. Elbow secured.
All right, Ban's going to be the one in Elbow trying to fight this. Saya hanging around the corner. Nobody's pushed through just yet.
Yeah, Mosh Pit buys time. But Ban is holding on to Elbow for the time being. And Saya, he gets 2, and he's still alive.
God. He's still here. They're getting shut down. That's going to be it. It's 11-12. One more win from T1, and we're going to overtime.
You can tell that Zeta Division is getting a bit ruffled.
Yeah.
As soon as they get the kill, instead of going for a fast flank, they hear that they are already on the entry, and they say, we have the numbers advantage, let's regroup. But here's the thing, if you cannot actually take Elbow, just keeping them from coming in does not do you any good. You still have to only go through the door at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Saya holding that angle was huge, and I love the way that ends there with Munchkin and the shorty into the Vandal, getting the final kill. I think you might be right, William. It does feel like the feathers are getting a little ruffled here for Zeta Division, so to speak. And so now a pretty quiet start from T1. I think they're trying to see, is anybody just going to poke out? We've seen Zeta do that a couple times already. Will they feed into us, perhaps?
Oh, I like the idea, right? That's been one of the weak points of T1's composition, is they can't fight for Showers control too easily on attack. Well, if you have an operator, if they push out, you'll be able to secure that one. Meanwhile, on Zeta Division, you have Rolling Thunder and Seekers. Right, so use your util, fish for it. Maybe think about using the Seekers around the 40-second mark if an entry still hasn't happened.
Is he going to be able to get this pick? He gets the first. That's big.
That's huge. You just have to exit. The Seeker's already used. They know that this is an A-site hit.
Well, Depp finds one. And Depp could just end up gunning everybody down. But Munchkin gets him, and this is bad for the A-site if you're Zeta.
The Rolling Thunder trying to buy time, but Saya player's already in. He is not affected. Showstopper out in his hands.
He's going to just try to fire one over there in towards U-Haul. Doesn't find a target. It's just Crow and Laz left over.
And they're so far apart. They have to win their individual duels, and Laz cannot do it. Crow all alone once again.
It's always Crow, unfortunately so. And you know, he's got the impossible task ahead of trying to win this 1 versus 4. A patient T1 is going to hang back.
I mean, the last round, you got to do what you can, but there are just too many angles to check, and it ends with a shorty.
That is insane. All right, we're going to be in overtime now. Remember, if Zeta loses here, they're gone. They're out of VCT Pacific. They will not be playing in Tokyo in front of the Japanese fans. If they win, we're going to go into map 3. If T1 wins, this is over. It's a 2-0.
Yeah, if T1 wins, they get a chance to rematch once again against Gen.G to fight for that final spot to go to Masters Tokyo. But Zeta Division, I mean, so many fans around the world, and this is nothing against T1, but everyone, I think, just hopes to see a Japanese team play in front of their home crowd at Masters Tokyo, and Zeta Division is the only last hope alive.
Oh, man. I mean, this is so epic. It's been such a good back and forth. I think Zeta's brought a very improved version of themselves here to map 2 on Bind. T1, they fought back really well. Let's not forget, it really kind of looked like Zeta Division was going to walk out of this map, and you know, we're going to decide this on Fracture, but here we are now.
Oh man, now of course you switch sides once again. I mean, the attack overall was better for the side of Zeta Division, and as it should be considering the compositions. See what they can switch up again. Zeta started to think a bit too much, right? They started tripping over their own ideas towards the end, trying to go for all these different Hail Mary plays to close out the map.
All right, Zeta here on that attacking side. T1 ready to defend B and A. I see a double stack on B, a triple onto A.
Okay, so it looks like T1, the idea is just don't give up backside of A. Let's try to delay as long as possible. You've got paint shells. You've got mosh pit. Using the early cascade as well. Nobody tagged by the guiding light over by Fountain.
Right. A lot of silence over here at the entry point of A. T1 is ready.
Yeah, but
Dep's slowly going to slip in.
Yeah, but they just slowly slip in. Oh, 10 finally gets spotted, but do they know that Depp is already in? He dashes forward.
All right, and Depp is immediately shot down by Ban. 10 blinded, but only for a second.
Wingman going out just to delay even further. They are holding on to backside. Now it comes out to Sugar Zero. Can he get a kill in the crossfire?
Carpe still trying to get some shots in there. 10 waiting here with the shorty. Oh, Sugar Zero gets one. Ban out of the picture.
And they went to the teleporter as well, so Zeta Division, but now that Sugar Zero's been spotted, they're recalling back here.
But look at this, T1's not budging.
Oh no. I mean, they were on the rotate, but they come right back because of that kill from Sugar Zero. It's a 3v3 on the site.
Munchkin's just around this corner. Saya's gonna try to wrap around. Crow with a great pick.
Yeah, but do they know that Carpe could be all the way through? Showers already. Okay, well, now that they've cleared the entire site, they just have to be prepared for every single angle. They're trying to bait someone out with the fake plant. Now they'll secure it.
Spike planted.
All right, we've got Carpe coming through Showers. He's been so on point in his gunplay the last couple days.
Oh, they're all stuck in U-Haul, though. They're too scared to push out because they don't want to get into 1v1s, and they don't want to maroon someone all by themselves in U-Haul.
All right, well, this could be a dangerous stack here. All right, Zeta's going to come forward, but 10 gets him. Carpe tasked with the impossible.
Look at that fake. I mean, that guiding light just buying time.
Yeah, Carpe gets the first, but, I mean, I don't know what you're going to do. Yeah, that's going to be it. Okay, Zeta now 13-12. Zeta needs to win this one more.
Switching sides.
I love the switch up from Zeta Division, though, right? They decide to just say, well, we just won't show anything in the first couple seconds. We'll slow creep in, and that completely throws T1 off. They miraculously hold on to backside for just a bit longer.
And, you know, it takes so long to clear those angles, too. Everybody's just stacked back there. Nobody's going to show themselves. Smart moment. Zeta calls for another timeout.
Well, using this time, I mean, we always talk about this whenever a timeout comes out in overtime, but a lot of teams, they try to use it as soon as they win the first overtime round to try to secure it. However, It cools you off. It gives the opponents an opportunity to rethink their ideas.
Right.
We've seen it fail many times.
Yeah, I mean, it's a timeout for both teams, technically, right? I mean,
now, I don't mind it just because they really let the map split towards the end when they were on defense, and now Zeta Division will be going over to that defensive side. So I don't mind it, right? Review what you picked up. Really focus in on that, because obviously as you were coming into overtime in that brief moment, you're just focusing on the next round coming up. Curious to see what the changes are. I mean, honestly, I think you keep the 3-man default on B long. I think that's a very strong counter to what T1's always had prepared. But then just hold on to showers. I mean, you don't even need to peek out of it too aggressively.
so let's see what happens. It does appear to be angled towards B here, if we're looking at T1 right now. But there's that triple stack you were talking about, William.
Yeah, but Depth now has the op. Okay, so this is the other idea, is just hold A with an op.
Blast cannon setup.
All right, this is the go-to bread and butter from T1's composition.
All right, they're trying to come up. They are not going to commit, though, just yet. Carpe actually going to back up, just try to hold this position, see if he can sell the rest of this push, when in fact they're going to be heading up over here towards A.
Yeah, but here's the thing, is that Carpe, not only is he caught off guard, 10, is he going to overeat a bit? No, he's going to get the kill.
Huge play there. The operator's shot misses Deb. Again, with the glass cannon setup, is shot down by Zeta.
And now he knows that 10 is on the flank from the teleporter. T1 Zeta keeping the T1 dream alive.
All right, well, this spike is taken away, man, and Zeta needs to figure out how to stop it. Sugar Zero just on the outside. I mean, they're so iced out, they just don't have that much intel.
Shorty in hand, Van ready for the kill. Oh, he tries to swing, but misses the timing.
Yeah, Munchin got to back up. Zaya sees him. Not able to get those shots to really connect.
But they've already spread the angles. The snake bite. Last fires back! And Zeta Division takes us to a map 3, keeping the Japanese hope alive.
Yep, that spike is diffused, and this is going to be a map 3. We're tied up 1-1. T1 versus Zeta could not be more hype. And map 3 is Fracture. I don't know what to expect, William.
Oh, man. Fracture has been a map that T1 has really grown into with their double duelist composition. Van plays Jet on that map, and the more times they play it, the more he becomes a hard carry on that map. However, momentum now on the side of Zeta, and Fracture across all the different metas has been a map that Zeta Division has always liked to play on.
Get Zeta keeping the dream alive now. Tokyo is still a possibility for them. The T1, I mean, they've shown such an improved version of themselves here in the last week. Really making for some great games here. I'm almost bummed out one of these teams is not going to move on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think we've been blessed with such a good first season of VCT Pacific, right? A lot of people were concerned, what if we still see kind of that big gap between DRX, Paper Rice, and the rest? Yes, obviously, they still seem to be the top 2 as they've proven so far. However, all the other teams have really improved. I mean, every time we have to eliminate a team, we talk about what a shame it is that we cannot watch them anymore until the last chance qualifiers for champions later in the year.
Well, I mean, Zeta, I got to say, I'm really happy to see they made that work in overtime, especially with Deb. Just having that operator and then getting picked off, I thought, oh man, this might actually just fall apart. But a good recovery there from Zeta. And so here we go. It's anybody's game still. And honestly, I think as we go into map 3, it's going to be a close one. It could be very easily another overtime.
Now, of course, all the Zeta Division fans just ecstatic that the hope is still alive. They still have a potential chance to go to Match Tokyo. Winning today will not mean that they've secured it. They will have to play again tomorrow. However, they will save themselves from elimination. Same goes for T1.
Man, the audience here is so hyped tonight on both sides. People are going nuts in that last overtime match. Overround match. But yeah, I mean, it was a really incredible showing. Very exciting to see Zeta staying alive here. But it all comes down to one map. And I think anybody who says they know who's going to take this is crazy. This looks so close.
Yeah, on to Fracture. I mean, yes, you would be forgiven to think that T1 should come out on top on paper just because they've looked better on that map more and more across the regular season. But again, I mean, momentum in favor of Zeta Division, and again, it's an intangible, but this is where Zeta thrives, is when they're pushed up against the wall and they're going for this miraculous comeback.
Yeah. Well, so far so good here. Insane and exciting match. We're going to go to a break. We come back. We're going to find out who moves on here at VCT Pacific. Gets there. For the time being, it's going to be the same thing in back here. Gets the first one. Rizzo gets the downing on Zeta. HP though, last coming around. Found it, yeah. And it turns out to be a bit of a trade here.
Know where Crow is.
One by one.
Pressure Hookah so early.
Now Zeta's going to hear the hop down and flanks to the side. Gets another spray.
Zeta Division will use the Seeker. Oh!
Wild. And he'll just take his menu in here for Zeta. Oh, nice. But T1, this is going to be all about the retake. It out.
One person's detained. Flashes.
Zeta. 10 is
behind. The Seekers are coming up to 10 position. He's just trying to push through.
Munchkin. Saya getting it done.
We've got Crow on the Saya's already on the flank. Crow can't.
Oh, showstopper. And we're just going to send 10 down here to try to nuke the hull. Crazy moment there.
Close Depp has no idea. Oh, but the...
Oh, my God.
On the elbow for the time being. And Saya, he gets the...
Call me the champion. Welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get bounced on, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah. I'ma make them listen. You better listen. Call me the champion.
How much do you guys hecking love Valorant? Zeta wants to make sure they go to Tokyo. They're like, I don't care, T1, if this is your map. Today, it's our map. And they freaking, like, what? What happened?
I'll tell you what happened.
Tell me! Experts, please tell me.
Zeta turned this around, right? I think, you know, they just decided to go a lot more aggressive on this, and that's something that we've been waiting for from them for a long time, and they finally made it happen. That said, I think I'm very impressed with T1 because they definitely kind of knew how Zeta and Depp would play around this.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of back and forth. You don't go to OT without it being that way, and there were some good ideas here off the rip from Zeta. T1 eventually kind of made some adjustments, but T1's comp, you know, on their attacker side, that's usually where they kind of do the heavy lifting, and it wasn't quite as strong as it normally was. I didn't see a lot of that sort of layered utility usage. This felt a little more scrappy from the side of T1. It felt like, you know, Zeta did force some errors here, I suppose you could say, from the side of T1. Saya player still nuts, of course. Sugar Zero, though, was just absolutely bananas this map.
Yes, because I think part of it is due to the map being the way that it is, and also just the composition that T1 employs here. It's slightly different, and you need to go in with that Gecko utility. You also need Munchkin to support Saya player and just to execute that way. And they managed to do that, definitely. But at the same time, Zeta Division. You know, this is a team that we talked about so much. They're always kind of slow. They're always kind of going off of plays like slow starting and then slowly starting to adapt. This was now them being more cutthroat. And at the same time, looking at players like Sugar Zero, those heroic feats that you need from Zeta Division finally show up. And this is what I've been waiting for.
Yeah, they really pushed through till the end. Now let's start at the very beginning.
Yes.
Pistol round.
They won a pistol round.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this.
Yes.
They need to win pistol rounds. It's ridiculous to say it, but it's true. And this is what Quack is talking about as well, where the tempo here for Zeta off the rip is fast. Now, we'll just pretend we didn't see that flash from Laz, but after that, this is pretty good. You know, they're going to use the dog to get space. They throw the smokes down, and Depp's just kind of getting in there underneath the noses of T1. Carpe is only able to trade out just one himself, so it's an advantage here for Zeta. But it's the tempo and the pace here. It's just they come in with no fear. That T1 can't really react to it. Now, yes, you know, they vulnerable 10. They get to kill onto him. Good job. But Crow's been playing really well today. Him and 10 had a pretty good haven between the two of them. Of course, Sugar Zero is going to be our key player, I suspect, from this map. Spoilers. But this is just a really good pistol round here. The way they're covering each other there. Laz with the utility at the end. But again, it's more just the idea. It doesn't really come down to necessarily utility usage there for Zeta. It actually just comes down to we got to come out and we got to punch him in the mouth to start this if we're going to have a chance.
Yeah, because T1 is like that shark, you know? Thrash is a sort of a shark, and you really need to punch it in the nose just to send them away and send T1 reeling. Make sure that they're thinking twice about how they want to play this map, how they want to hit the sights, and Zeta definitely did that. I mean, you're talking about pistol wins. I think it's also, you saw in the first kills statistic with the post-match screen, and at the same time, they didn't just win this one pistol round. They actually won 3. They won 1 from the previous map, and both pistols on bind, which is T1's map pick, which is really impressive from Zeta Division.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could argue that they had a lot of material to work with, too, to study beforehand. But, you know, I don't want to take away from their win. It was a lot of back and forth. Now, you know, as we were saying, it's a back and forth. And let's talk about T1. You know, they set up a Viper's Pit, and they held their ground really well.
Just keep watching this Viper's Pit. It happened twice, in round 6 and in round 12, and this one actually goes and extends up towards Hookah as well as Garden. If you are Zeta Division, this is a really tough one to break through, but look at how Zeta Division actually goes through this. It's the updraft, followed by the tailwind from Depp, but it lands right in front of Zeta, who has a shorty. I think there was a little trailblazer from Laz at the same time that landed a little bit too late, so coordination not quite there. They tried to go off of Crow's Rolling Thunder, but everyone from T1 already responded to this. Munchkin was somewhere on the site to provide Zeta with that assistance and the tenacity from T1 to make this happen. It happened a second time on round 12, and this is such an impressive play from T1. But that said, still, Zeta Division managed to recover.
Yeah. Now, this is a back and forth. So let's talk about Zeta again. Now, T1, Autumn, has some great timeouts, and it usually is very effective. But this time around, Zeta read this. And they were undeterred.
Zeta read a timeout here coming out of towards the end of the first half, and it's a very smart idea here. They're expecting some aggression from the side of T1, but T1's actually kind of faking it to try to convince Zeta that they're doing something different. Which, you know, they're trying to convince Zeta that they're pushing out, but in fact they're going to try to set up for the TP. Now it's just Depp over there. Everybody else is starting to angle towards the other side of the TP, so Depp has to buy time, and he does that and more. He finds just enough space, and he's using T1's utility against them here to perfection, just brilliance. I mean, these are these moments that I love Depp, and you know, sometimes he's a little bit lackluster. On Haven, it wasn't his best map, but like he's so creative on the fly. I've seen this time and time again with him, where he comes up with plays and maneuvers that I don't see anyone else really doing on Jet, in the way that he's able to react just is so intuitively to these things. So he's like, up and over, there's smoke. Oh, look, you guys put up a little, you know, Viper wall. I'm just going to hide over. That's actually their Viper wall, but I'm going to hide in it, and you guys got smokes everywhere. That's fine. I don't care. I'm fine. It's just so smart here from Depp.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome, and that's exactly what Depp has done.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about our key player. It's not Depp, although he did pick it up this game. It's got to be Sugar Hero.
The man. Yeah, I mean, the smoke criminal himself. Like, this guy just absolutely playing out of his mind. He's having a great day all around. He's on his way. If Zeta can take this third map and he plays well, he's on his way to an MVP in my book. It's just
absolutely
solid play from him. I mean, the Brimstone stuff, he got, what, 3 orbital strike kills? Those are hard to come by, and he did a great job pinning people in.
Yeah, so cool.
A lot of times just recognizing the positioning of the opposing players and then knowing exactly how to peek off of it as well. I mean, that was that one round that he actually got an ace off of it. I think 10 assisted him a little bit with the raised grenades, and it just shows how strong Zeta Division can be when they've started to warm up. And that's something that they need to keep on harping at, because if they actually let loose a little, if they actually start to get a little bit more laid back, you know, sometimes they could lose this presence, this strength, and so that's something I'm really worried about for Zeta Division as we move on to the third map. But at the same time, you know, just talking about the agent composition for a little bit, Sugar Zero on the Brimstone is something that we love to see. Zeta Division, they tried to go for that double controller for a little bit in their last match against T1. Didn't go so well, 13-3. This time, much better.
Yeah, again, something needed to change here against this comp that T1 came out with. So they went back to, you know, something they're at least comfortable with. Yeah. But it is a good change. Like, I would have, you know, preferred maybe a KO instead of a breach, but the breach is also mostly fine here. It allows you to try to clear the Viper's pits with the Rolling Thunders and things like that. You can still set up for some flashes. The only reason I like the KO a little bit better is because you can kind of buy a little bit extra time with it, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And the KO knife, like, shuts down a lot of that utility that's so crucial to what Zeta does. But still, regardless, it worked for Zeta, so, hey, great job, great adjustment. You know, going up against a map that T1's been really good on. Now we go to another map that both these teams are pretty good on. T1 very good on so far this year. I think they're 5-1 so far in Pacific.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. Both teams have been really strong on this map right now. And I have to say, we said this right before game 2 started. We didn't really expect to go into map 3, judging how the first one was going, but looks like it's going to be map 3 with Fracture. And really, we were talking about this backstage. We're like, are you going to stick to your predictions? Like, how is this going to go? We're sticking to our predictions, which is Zeta and 2 T1s here at the desk, but I'm not going to be surprised if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and I've said this once, I'm going to say it again, because Zeta Division, they are a team with a lot of heart, a lot of spirit. And when it comes down to moments like these where their backs are against the wall, Depp, now, like, he's resting his eyes.
Yeah, he's not actually tired. Yeah. He's literally, well, he's probably tired, but he's resting his eyes, yeah.
There's that, but it's also kind of like just harnessing your strength from within. And I think that's something that Zeta Division really can't do. Whereas T1, you know, slightly younger, they've been tested today. They've been playing for the past 2 days. They haven't really had much time to rest, but here they are. And they've done this double duelist composition on Fracture before. It's going to be banned on that Jet, and at the same time, Saya player again on the Raze. That could be devastating firepower for Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, pretty interesting. It is the kind of the normal comps for both teams. We're not seeing anything out of the ordinary. Laz does play that fade here. So Killjoy, Raze, Breach, Brimstone, yeah, for them. And then, like you said, the double duelist, this is just going to come down to who's playing better today. I mean, that's all this is. These teams are so evenly matched. The last time they played this, it was very close. It's literally going to come down to some of those individual hero plays. Is it going to be a guy like Sugar Zero?
That's right.
Is it going to be Laz for Zeta Division? And for T1, is it going to be Carpe? Is it going to be Saya player? Carpe's been really good on the Brimstone on this map too, so ban as well. He's been absolutely nuts on the Jet. We can't forget that.
Yeah, I mean, they've been landing so many first kills, but Depp has been trying as well. I just hope he has the strength to follow through on it and not die right after the first kill. For Zeta Division, right, they can do this, but that's what it comes down to right now. Can you do this to make it to your home country for Masters Tokyo?
Well, Saya player's arms are wider than ever. like...
They just keep spreading with
Yeah.
every single game that passes.
Yeah, it's like he's stretching to his limits, and he's been playing like a beast as well. Now we are on the last and final map, and as you guys know, the loser is out. The loser does not go to VCT Masters as a competitor. They don't get to go to Champions LA, but the winner gets one more chance tomorrow, so this is everything. We're gonna go into the final map, Fracture. We have Zeta versus T1. Over to the casters.
This is it. One of these teams is about to be eliminated. The other does get that opportunity to try to survive on tomorrow.
Yeah.
But Tokyo is on the line right now, and I have no idea who takes this. I know I predicted T1, but like, dude, it's so close.
Yeah, I mean, we're split up here as well, right? You predicted T1, I predicted Zeta, but quite frankly, it's a 1-1 scoreline, but not just because it's a 1-1, but the style in which we came here. It's really hard to tell. And I have to say, all right, we already crossed the 11 p.m. mark here in Seoul. These guys have been playing. They already played in overtime over on Bind. Even the first map went 10-13 scoreline. It's really about who's just able to stay focused for a bit longer. And a lot of that power is going to come from their determination to get to that next stage in the playoffs.
We've got to remember that endurance is key in a series that's as long and as dramatic as this one. Both sides have shown they can really bring the other team to their absolute limit. Now we go on to Fracture for map number 3, T1 defending, and Zeta with the spike in hand.
It's just going to be a fast push out from Dish on T1 side. I mean, no surprise here. Now, 10 is watching for this with the turret. Wisely chooses not to peek back out on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're just going to wrap fully around here. This is going to be a funny interaction, actually.
This is going to be a 5v4 battle, though. I don't know if T1 recognizes that that's a possibility.
All right, they come through now. Depp already takes Zeta out.
The Aftershock 10 has to get out. He does barely get out with his life, but so much damage taken on the side of Zeta Division.
And T1, they come out fighting, but Depp gets a double now. He's down and very low on HP, but if he can win 2 individual duels, he cannot. So Ban takes that first win there for the team. What a funny round 1, though.
Yeah. I mean, Zeta Division, I think it was very intentional, right? 10 makes the call, all right, these guys are pushing out. They're going through sewers. They say, okay, let's group up. However, the utility from both sides actually, I mean, the sewers is much narrow, right? So Zeta Division was the one who actually had to push out and continue to face off against this duel. They're actually forced to just push out of their own smokes because they don't want to leave their backs open.
Yeah, we saw T1 go into a bit of a roaming play there, and probably very delighted that that actually panned out. We go into our map 2 now. This time it looks like it's going to be a more standard push into B here with just the Killjoy turret to try to check for behind and flanks.
Yeah, and in a rare occasion, we see Saya with not the Marshall, but the Bulldog. And as, of course, Ban is playing the Jet, he will be taking the longer range weapon here. And now with the Marshall, I mean, they forced Zeta Division to rotate over. T1 is very much expecting this one. I think Saya maybe got spotted. Yeah, he's just going to have to be pushed out.
Yeah, he's driven a little bit further back here.
They're going to try to hold mid? No, yeah, okay. I was going to say, that's a little risky. I mean, you guys are the ones with the longer range weapons.
Yeah, it seems like a bad call to try to fight too closely there. And just Zeta things. They seem to want to back out, maybe getting cold feet. They're going to try to come back up here. Now, remember, Ban is up here with the Marshall.
Yeah.
And you just need 1 or 2 picks before this becomes fairly easy to hold, especially with the Killjoy utility and the not a lot of time on the clock. Biff's the first shot. Ban definitely going to be frustrated with that.
Yeah, but again, only 30 seconds. I mean, the Killjoy util is here.
Oh, they're going to do this?
Oh, they're going to do this, Jesus.
Oh, William.
Oh, we thought we were over it, but Zeta Division says, as long as I'm in this tournament, we get to see the 10-second mark on the timer.
50 seconds up, they go, Zeta Division.
Well, I mean, listen, it's an eco. I can't blame them too much, but they do have to die at the very least, even if they lose the round. They have to go in.
All right. You know, not the best round, but, well, I mean, whatever. You know, we thought they were going to lose it. I guess, you know, the reason why we're teasing them a little bit, everybody, is that, you know, they do tend to get, like, right up to, like, sometimes, like, 34 seconds left, and they're like, nah, we're going to go to the other side.
Yeah. We see that even on non-ecos. And here's the thing is that if you're the ones on attack, you do have to eventually die. And the only way to die, of course, without planting the spike would be to face the opponent. So eventually they will all just fall to the hands of Team 1. Now the bye round coming in. 1 point away from Depth's showstopper. Important to note that.
Yeah, that could be a very handy tool in a moment like this, especially if they're going to come in on a dish, if they can get a kill and then just nuke that whole area.
Oh, an over-under setup here. But there's still so many more. They do dodge the flash, anti-flash there, but oh! Depth drops down!
Well, this is going swimmingly for Zeta. Carpe is still back here, so it's not cleared yet, but, well, I spoke too soon, and so it's just going to be Munchkin over here. We'll see if he can maybe thin out the numbers, but it's hard to imagine this is going to be one where Zeta doesn't pull through with that much-needed win.
Munchkin just going to back out, see if there's anyone on the lurk. Just tries to get these 1v1 duels so he can get 1 or 2 more kills. Of course, the bonus this time around for T1. So the round loss itself, not a big problem, but Munchkin will want to get whatever he can. I love this from Zeta, though. I was thinking, I mean, you guys are 4v1. Pick up every single orb, right? You had the time.
No, take full advantage of the position you're in. There's no reason to rush this. You need to start to stack everything. I mean, with as close as this has been, this could very well be a game where it's one ulti pulling through with a round win here that you actually take it.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Zeta Division being very wise. I mean, the majority of weapons dropped over by Dish side, so they're just watching that, make sure they don't get caught up from behind and maybe give away 1 or 2 extra kills. Everyone for Zeta Division just playing it safe. Oh, even the fault line just to make sure he can get out safely. I like it. Meticulous.
All right. Well, this is going to be that Zeta round win.
Uh-oh.
Can Munchkin maybe get a swing in?
The timing.
All right. Spike goes off, and everybody else is going to live through this. Cool idea, though. Try to trap him in there. So Depp does have that showstopper now. I'm sure that we're going to see Zeta be a little bit more cautious about being too clustered, too collected, too grouped up.
Yeah, curious to see. I mean, you're the ones carrying over, your weapons now. T1 will be buying up, so I would love to see Depp just kind of let the rocket fly here. And it looks like that might be the idea. It is just a 5-stack, just the alarm bot watching your flank on the side of Zeta Division.
All right, a bit more of a basic setup here for T1. They are sending Ban out to try to ensure that nobody is pushing into A, doing the same thing with Munchkin. So it's pretty obvious this is going to be a B push. They're going to try to counter smoke it out here. Showstopper is ready to go. Not clear that there's a target to receive this just yet. He's going to try to bounce up into elbow.
Okay, they know that tower was cleared out, so he sends the Showstopper elsewhere. Meanwhile, Laz watching the rope.
All right, nicely done. Saya gets his first.
Oh, an amazing flash coming out from Zeta, but Laz still holding on to tower. Post-plant position still not terrible. Now Crow's trying to make something happen. Trying to hide here in sewers, but he doesn't have the Rolling Thunder just yet. Orbital Strike is available for Sugar Zero, though.
All right, they're going to just go ahead and nuke that position. Bro gets Zeta.
Oh, Laz still alive!
Tell you what, Zeta Division starting to do it. Not a lot of time left on this spike.
Oh, and the Rolling Thunder as well. They absolutely want to secure this round, because if they do, the economy will be broken for T1.
Bro gets another. It's just Munchkin left over, but the spike is going off. And this round is going to be a win here. A big one, for that matter. We're tied up 2-2. Zeta looking very strong.
Yeah, I love the commitment. I mean, yeah, you could say, well, the Rolling Thunder isn't it too much, but here's the thing. They absolutely wanted to secure the advantages they had. They are continuing on their winning streak. They will be able to buy back into the next round. They just want to do as much damage as possible against T1. I don't mind it at all.
Great round there. They got to be happy with that. And so a pretty busted economy. Not ideal on the other side either here, but yeah, T1 pretty starved now. We're going to have, this time, Saya with the Marshall. And he doesn't get the headshot. Almost gets Depp.
That was close. I mean, if Depp didn't crouch, who knows what would have happened. Meanwhile, look at the north side of the minimap. Alarmbot and Turret watching for any pushes out. So Zeta Division being very cautious of this eco. Now, this is where that timer problem could resurface.
Yeah, I mean, you got a Zeta that likes to try to get right up to the line of danger and see if they can maybe bait out some utility or get some intel. And when they don't get anything, they just go right back to the other side. And T1 has been pretty smart against Zeta in being pretty retracted. I guess not in that moment, but generally speaking.
Well, that was the one rifle. T1 not able to make use of it. They do still have the showstopper and the orbital strike. If they do get one kill, they might set up for these ults to combat. Now, Zeta Division has to remember these ults are online. There is a chance it is used to stall your plant.
Carpe over here immediately gets that kill.
Zeta actually supported him from behind with the classic.
Yeah, I was actually confused. I'm like, I thought he looked like he killed him, but yeah, you're right.
And the ults are still online, Zeta Division. You are running out of time. You will not be able to stick this plant. There's the showstopper.
All right, it's still a bit of a trade. T1
spikes down.
Trying their best. It's just Munchkin left over. Depp is very low on HP. There's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, Munchkin's just going to let the plan happen.
10 seconds
He is just
left.
going to creep up. He knows that time is on his side.
He's going to come right around. Oh, my God!
Oh, my God!
Oh, my God! I almost fell out of my chair.
Yeah, that
was a wild move.
Gave me a heart attack. I mean, great idea from Depp, right? Because he knows that if I fake it once and it goes down to 8 seconds, this is when Munchkin would have to peek out. He didn't peek out from tower, didn't peek out from main. Depp was so low health that a fair fight would not have worked in his advantage, so tries to go for a wide swing run and gun, but unfortunately he cannot hit his target.
It's a crazy moment. Let's see if we actually catch that. This is like a scary movie. He's like, comes out.
Yeah, I mean, it was close.
Yeah.
Listen, here's the crazy part is, ironically, if he had a stinger, he probably would have won that duel, right?
Yeah,
with the running
actually.
gun.
Yeah. All right, T1 back ahead now.
Well, operator's been pushed out and spotted.
Ban up top. I don't know if Zeta's going to be ready for this position he's in. Once the smoke finally dissipates.
Oh, they spot him now. Yeah, they heard the updraft, so they just double-check it. Now, that is both Prowlers used, though. So no way to lead in for their duelist.
All right, Ban gets that kill. Nicely done. Blades are out. He's on the hunt.
Depp is so low as well. The Rolling Thunder just absolutely trapping them, giving a gift over to Munchkin.
And Munchkin just calls the bluff and moves in. He gets a double.
Spike down B.
But
You should
2v2 10? Can he get a third? I mean, the lockdown trying to stay alive. He's trapped, though.
Yeah, Munchkin comes in there with the execute. It's just Sugar Zero left over. Now, he doesn't have the spike in hand. He saw the barrel of the gun. Munchkin thinking about peeking. He's got to be careful, man. Beautifully done. Beautiful round there from T1.
And they'll be able to recover the operator as well. So the economic investment continuing forward for T1. I mean, I don't mind the ideas here from Zeta Division, but again, it's just like 1 second late, right?
Yeah.
After you get the info onto that operator, if you just push immediately after you hear the shot, maybe you have a better chance, but you've already allowed him to reposition on the bottom floor.
It's this characteristic we keep seeing from Zeta. Not always, but it does bubble up to the surface sometimes, and it's these moments they kind of They suffer from a bit of paralysis at times.
Yeah, and I get it. You're trying to be super cautious. You're so desperate for the win, but it's an FPS. Sometimes you just have to let it fly. You just have to let it rip, and that's where Depp shines as well for Zeta Division. Of course, this time it is an eco, so it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, we've got Depp over here. This is just littered with traps over at A. If they commit here, it's going to be a really tough one to get on. They've got sheriffs, but to try to pop out and then find the heads and get the clicks is tough.
Yeah, and obviously the Nightfall, not something that you'll want to invest unless you get 1 or 2 kills. They didn't want to go for the ult too early, but smokes are down now.
All right, well, they smoke it out. They get in, but the spike's not there just yet.
Yeah, but sight has been clear, right? Depp has confirmed it.
They basically sent Depp in there, and then, Spike is down. Depp's going to try to grab it. He's got to get that planted.
Crow tried to go for the plant for main, right? And he tried to just fake him out with that, but they're still going to check every single possibility.
All right, and now T1's going to come in here and try to clear. This is going to flush everybody into the back right now.
Yeah, Laz has nowhere to go, and he cannot pick up that kill either. Saya with 4 on the round.
Saya just turns and executes. That's a 5th round win. Look, actually not bad for Zeta. They get the spike plant. they get in there, they get some kills. You know, you got to try to get something done. Ban, he'll be going into the next round with the operator ready, trying to get those setups, trying to get those kills.
Man, just in that round, Taya gets 5 points for his ultimate, right back up to 7 out of 8 points.
So funny.
Yeah, that was quick.
Meanwhile, we got another guy shooting the sheriff, just kind of going over the head like, come on, come on.
Just got to hope for the best at that point. Now,
Sure.
Nightfall and Orbital Strike available for Zeta Division. Is it going to be a quick strike? Doesn't look like it for now. Depp's going to wait. Depp also only 1 point away from his own showstopper.
Zeta looking to come up into B. So that operator not going to be as much of a rollover here unless 10 decides to peek.
Yeah, but the aggressive push out all the way to the edge of A main for Ban means that, you know, they're safe. You've still got the alarm bot alive over on Dish. I mean, some pings coming out because they have no vision, but...
Well, maybe I was wrong. Are they actually going to commit on to B, or are they going to actually go up to A? You know, it's Zeta, so it's always hard to tell, right?
Sure,
They kind of get close to something and back away.
Yeah, but I think that eventually they will want to go B, looking at Dev's position as well. Now the alarm bot signifies that they've pushed out, but here's the thing, they've pushed out from both sides. Oh, 10 realizes it. But Saya did catch vision, yeah, so they've already emptied the site. They recognize that the main force was in sewers.
Yeah, and so they're going to spring this attack onto the B site now, but T1 is primed for the retake if they can set it up right. Crow's going to get the plant over here right on B. Oh, but they're going to delay it a little bit. He's got to plant that actually in the corner now.
Yeah, Crow purposely baits it out. I love it. He just waits to see where is it going to be before he recommits to another plant. Now, of course, he is stuck in that corner for the time being, but post-plant position not bad. They've still got control of Tree, and 10's still alive in the site.
Zeta making it work right now. Just Ban and Carpe left over. They may want to try to save here.
Yeah, with the operator, I think you have to.
Just seeing if they can get any kills. They're going to have to bail on this one. Is Zeta going to go on the hunt?
I mean, they could buy back even if, you know, a couple of them drop off. Well, I guess Laz is also pretty low on cred, so they're just going to let it slide. I mean, they don't want to take the operator anyway, so it looks like they're just going to let him live for another day.
Well, a much-needed third victory here. Zeta, not bad. Not a bad round at all, actually, on both sides, to be honest. These guys are a real even match for each other. Now, Saya does have the showstopper.
Yeah, Orbital Strike's still on for Sugar Zero as well. And Depp, I mean, he was not part of any of that action in that round, so he will still be 1 point away from the showstopper. Now, curious, will we see any type of like Seize Orbital Strike play? We've seen a couple of cheeky ones of those, starting with Lock-In. Fnatic showed some new tech, and a lot of teams have been making their own variations. No, they're going to continue to wait for these push-outs on the north side of the map.
Right. Zeta with Laz in the front here. Going to start trying to edge forward towards B. Looking for a little info behind the box. Nobody's hiding there. It is going to be Saya up here.
Yeah, Saya's just waiting. Look at the setup. They're waiting to see if they get confirmation the fault line's going to come out and he'll fly out with the showstopper, right? I mean, this is a trap set up by T1.
So they're coming now.
Oh, the
They're
moment
going to
they
hear
tap.
the orb.
Oh, but the Orbital Strike being used first. He's pushed out, but the showstopper.
Oh, he didn't quite have the right angle. He couldn't get the aim off because it was so abrupt.
Yeah, he had to just let it fly because of the Orbital Strike, and then he gets caught on the wall. And Zeta Division, now that they realize it's been a trap, they get their kill, they move out, but 10 actually gets picked off over by B main.
Yeah, big moment here. The question is, how much can Munchkin mow down?
Oh, do they check for it? Oh, they thought
totally
no!
Screwed that up.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, that is a screw up. That's the only thing we can say about that one. I mean, both sides made a mistake, but Sugar Zero recovers.
The battle of the bads there for a second. Yeah, unfortunately, Munchkin doesn't even shave off any. And so this spike's going down, and I don't know if this retake is going to be possible. Sugar Zero and Laz are low.
I mean, T1, you do have to try, right? You've got some creds banked up. You got to try to do whatever damage you can.
Hold on. Hold the phone.
2v2.
They're halfway there.
The Rolling Thunder being used to secure it. Crow, excellent decision making. This has allowed Depth to reposition as well as a crossfire.
Okay, can't quite get it. Good round, regardless there at the end. T1 fighting back very well. Yeah, you know, that was a fascinating interaction there at the start of that round. You know, they realized, okay, he set up a trap. We're going to flush him out of tunnels. But, yeah, that showstopper comes out, and everything's happening so fast he can't quite get it pointed where he wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think Saya, understood that he was dead no matter what, right? It was either the orbital strike or the enemies. So he swings out just hoping to get a couple kills, but he sees them going into sewers, so he tries to swing a bit further right and ends up hitting the corner of that wall. And then, of course, over by Dish, Laz thought he checked the corner, he walks by, Munchkin sees Laz, but then sees Sugar Zero, so both of them kind of making that mistake in the heat of the moment, and Sugar Zero able to recover for his teammates.
Yeah, it's so close so far here. A fascinating back and forth. T1 is just slightly in the lead. And honestly, with teams this close, that's a little scary for Zeta, you know? This could very well be like, you know, a 13-11 ending here. Although, honestly, I've probably got my fingers crossed for overtime. If I'm being honest here, this has been such an exciting and close match. But there are mistakes being made here on both sides as well.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, and that's not a condemning statement, but, you know, it shows you how tense this is.
Well, yeah, again, we not only is it a map 3, because at that point it's already an endurance battle, but it's everything on the line, right? You're eliminated if you lose. I mean, again, we keep emphasizing this because it cannot be said enough that this is just a battle of focus and endurance at this point. Both these teams have had some great moments on Fracture. They enjoy playing on this map. That's been proven time and time again, but it's whoever makes less mistakes at this point. And I just want to point out one thing. T1 is ahead by a round, but Band's not having as explosive as a Fracture than we've seen the last couple times T1 played this map.
Laz inching up here. We've got Munchkin camped down over here onto the A site.
With a judge. He's been
He's
spotted,
got to be
though.
careful. You want to make sure this utility gets its value and you don't want to be overexposed.
Oh, he cuts off Depp on the entry!
And he lives on. He's still there.
I mean, what
Judge in hand.
What a decision by Munchkin to push out. He eventually gets spammed down, but now the flank coming in from Ban. He's good for one.
Pro takes him out. But it's Ban and Saya. You never want to count these guys out.
Don't use that yet.
Yeah, ideally they would have loved to have 10 get the plant for the lockdown, but they don't have the time to do that right now. 10's already positioned with the alarm bot in main. They know where they're coming from. Dish and main, both things triggered.
Yeah. Ban advances pretty nicely here, but when he goes for the reload, 10 gets him. Leaving just Saya. He goes for a wall bag. Can't find anything over there just yet.
Yeah, just the fake up, but there's 3 people. Yeah, they can still have every angle covered. Well, they're all focused on Sands for now, but there's not enough time. Yeah, they're just playing for time at this point. They can still buy into the next round. Zeta Division is very rich. They know that the onus is on Saya player, and he will have to save.
Yep, and that's going to be another victory here for Zeta. Great round, though. T1 no longer in that lead, excuse me. It's 5-5. Zeta with a great infiltration. Kind of crazy, though, to see back there Killjoy just lurking with the judge. Just pops right out, shoots, and goes right back in.
Yeah, I mean, the idea to push out once he's been caught by the Prowler, right? Just accepting that, well, I'm dead no matter what. So if this is the entry point here for Zeta Division, I might as well try my hand at it. He's successful in that attempt. Now T1 switching it up. This time they say, okay, well, you know what? It's another eco. We have a Hero Vandal saved over, so let's just support Saya player. Push out as 4.
All right, coming in now. Oh my God, he doesn't quite get it.
Well, now Zeta Division's on the run. They just have to rush in.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to bum rush into this. And Munchkin just not able to make a whole lot work. We can get this lockdown set up over here as well. Ben on the hunt. He's got to back out, and he just barely gets out in time.
Okay, Zeta Division, they want to secure a bit more space, so they want to push into defender spawn, but they cannot. The smokes take too long. Okay, good position for the lockdown. Buying enough time.
Not bad. And so this is going to give them plenty of time, and it's going to be a real strain here for T1 to try to come break through this.
Sugar Zero still has the molly, but he's not using it just yet, but an excellent fault line coming in from Crow.
Yeah, Sugar Zero advances, gets behind the box, and he has no idea that he's back there. And dude, Zeta is just on point.
Yeah, they take the
It was
lead.
a really good round.
They take the lead for the first time here in Fracture. I mean, they've only been tied up until this point, finally leading 6-5. And, you know, while Sugar Zero, he didn't have to use his Molly, he will go for that crafty repositioning as well. I will say, I do think the the dual setups, right, the skirmish setups here, much more dialed in for Zeta in the current state of Fracture.
This is it. Last round in this half. Can T1 tie this up 6-6? Or does Zeta just squeak out a little bit ahead with a slightly more comfortable second half to start?
Yeah, I mean, either way, neither team can relax in the second half, but of course, we do have to consider momentum, especially at this hour, you know, this late into the match.
There.
Okay, Ban is actually going to come down. Oh, God. Dude, he's so good with these shots.
I mean, and this is what T1 needed, though, right?
Yeah.
The times that they've looked even cleaner on Fracture was when Ban was popping off and playing confidently. He's able to get it, and that means no smokes here for Zeta Division. Now, back on Haven, they actually got their first couple round wins without their controller, so see if that comes true here on Fracture as well.
Laz can't quite get that shot to connect. Are they going to commit anyways? Is Zeta actually going to double down?
Well, they already have tower. They're already right up to the lip of tower. Oh, no, the rope finally heard, though.
Oh, he tries to switch to the shorty. Got not out in time.
Yeah, the stun hits both teams, and Zeta Division is able to take control of that.
Ban really has a comfortable spot over here, huh? It's kind of a fish in a barrel situation here if they try to get onto B too quickly.
They don't have a choice. They cannot rotate at this point. They have no information on A.
Okay, he sees the Molly come out. Oh, great shooting there from Zeta.
Oh no, Carpe's caught!
10 seconds left.
Saw one cross.
Spike planted.
We're gonna Molly it and try to flush him out.
Last player standing.
And it's just Carpe. Hold up, hold up.
Orbital strike. All right, now he could be corner or up. The Nanoswarm gets
destroyed, right? Okay, yeah.
Oh, but 10 swings back out.
That was sick.
Yeah, I mean, 10 in a bit of a panic there, just trying to throw it out.
I was like, am I going to learn something? Like, does that not damage that when it's happening? Like, funny moment. Kudos to Zeta. They're just slightly in the lead.
Oh, man. Oh, actually, that fault line was just straight up coming in from Pro with a great hit onto Munchkin. I thought Depp was hit by it as well, but I take that back.
Yeah.
And Zeta Division, I mean, whenever they lose their controller, they somehow play these ridiculous trade setups.
I don't know what to make of it either. You know, it's so funny. We were talking about what was it on Haven. We're like, just let Sugar Zero get shot and start, and you guys are going to be fine. You don't want smokes. It is a pattern. I don't know what to make of it, William. Okay, well, I mean, this is still anybody's game. The tension is palpable.
Oh,
We've been here all night, and it's still not clear who's going to move on. We've had a crazy overtime in Game 2. Zeta survives now. We're here in Game 3. After the first half, Zeta is just so slightly ahead. But we know how good T1 is. We know T1 can string them together.
Yeah, I mean, T1 is a strong team, but this was my question. Does T1 have the cohesion and mental endurance to win out in a map 3? Because Zeta Division has done it time and time again.
Yeah.
Now, the individual players on T1, very storied careers, right? I mean, we know like Munchkin, Carpe, Saya, they've all had extremely successful careers prior to Valorant, and T1 Zeta as well, you know, and then even in Valorant, but not together as a team, and not to this level where you've had to go through these just grindy gauntlet of a match.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that sign.
Def Rays right there with the showstopper. You love it. I also just love how lost the rest of his teammates look at that sign there at the bottom.
All right, into the pistol round here for the second half. This time Zeta is defending B and A. T1 here trying to get that spike planted. Again, the loser of this is gone. They're out of VCT Pacific. The winner, will they go on to the next round? As it's just going to be one team surviving here to Tokyo.
And look at T1. Munchkin, no util as a Killjoy buys the Sheriff. They are just trying to open up the site with duels. I mean, Munchkin has been so good with that Sheriff. Of course, he still has the turret to watch his flank. So they say, you know what, we're on the attack. Just watch one side with the turret. Let's go in and win these fights.
It is going to be Laz over here. Ready to try to get this shot. Sugar Zero as well. They might just kind of give it to him and then try to do that retake. Laz with a very important first kill there on the ban.
Yeah, and Sugar Zero doesn't get a hit from the Sheriff either, so he survives with 100 health. The Molly's already been used by Carpe as well. I mean, now Zeta Division knows that once the Molly ends, they can power through.
Yeah, was it a little bit too soon? We'll see. Munchkin doesn't get the kill. So Carpe comes forward here, taking Tep out. It's only T1 players left over here.
Side player. Good swing out there on the timing along with Carpe.
Hold up. Josiah.
Enemy
He gets
remaining.
one. And he gets two.
Side player. What a clutch.
Nading the body. All right, it's 6-7. It just gets closer and closer. It's likely going to be 7-7 here unless we have some real surprises.
I mean, the retake looked like it was going to start great with Depp swinging out like that, but they had lost track of Saya entirely. Laz not able to get the duel first, and that leaves 10 all alone to fend for himself. Tries to hop off of the defuse, can't make it happen. Now Zeta Division on their own eco on the defensive side. They will just push out aggressively. Munchkin, I think, may even just take the rope if he gets spotted here, looking at his position. Trying to go for one kill. No, he's going to back up now. They are committed to that B site.
Okay.
Uh-oh, the stun.
Oh, no! No, not like this!
Not like this!
No, into the pit he goes.
but here's the thing. Of course, that Bulldog now drops with him, so not recoverable by Zeta Division. Important to remember.
Oh, that's fortunate. All right, a double kill there. And a Carpe thinning the numbers out here for Zeta already.
I mean, Zeta Division, they'll just take whatever extra kills they can get. If not, they might just have to die to the spike here. I mean, yeah, you have a shorty. I honestly think Zeta Division, your options are this, right? Either die to the spike or have one person go in, try to go for a ninja defuse if you think they've all left. But you got to imagine, I mean, T1, they have no reason to leave early here.
That's going to be that. This spike B exploding. It's going to be 7-7 now. T1 winning the first two in the second half. Zeta looking to try to come back on top here as we go into round 15 or 14.
Got this.
Well,
15. I'm bad at counting.
Yes, 15.
Sorry, guys. Math is hard.
I wasn't going to call you out on it.
Well, I'll let you wear that one, Tasteless.
All right. Now that the buys have come in, no ults online just yet for either side. Depp only 3 points away, though. If he gets an explosive round, they may be able to snowball that forward. Killjoy set up on B side. No signs of pushing out from Zeta Division. They don't want to take a risk. They understand it's the bonus on the side of T1. They don't want to give away weapon upgrades for free.
A slow creep up to B. I don't think Zeta's going to show them much. They're going to farm that orb out.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is that you're also allowing them to get these orbs for free. You're allowing them to sneak up without sound, check for the turret position. I mean, T1 is getting so much free real estate in the last 2 rounds.
You know, it's a really good point, William. I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, it wouldn't have hurt to have somebody out there to try to at least get a pick or two and drive them away.
Yeah, they're playing so safe. I mean, this opens up the arcade ult orb as well. And they've made no sound. So Zeta Division has 0 idea. 10 may as well just be stuck here on the site. Now, finally, some noise being made.
All right, he's coming in now. Oh, 10 gets the first kill. Can't get the second. Zeta gets him back. Shot spam through. Sugar Zero receives a couple on his own end. And T1's going to get the plant set up. Zeta needs to come in here with this retake and make this work.
All right, so now Zeta is very damaged. He's stuck in this corner. Boombot gives notification a little bit of B main as well.
Loosen up.
I mean, they're doing it. T1's dropping them one by one. Laz has something to say about that.
Yeah, Laz, he just has to win the duels on his own. He is all on his own. No support available because of these angles held by T1. Now goes down to Crow. Time not on his side.
Yeah, he tries to start the defuse. No one's having any of this. They're just going to run right out.
No time. He gets one kill, but he cannot find the last one.
All right, T1 scoots ahead, 8-7 here. And they are starting to string these together. I mean, I'd be a little bit worried here if I'm Zeta Division. This is going to be a tough round they're going into now.
Yeah, I want them to discuss what are we going to do about this, you know, giving away so much space for free. And part of it is not peeking out, but the other part is your util is set up in such a way that you think you'll just be able to bunker down on site. But if T1 is able to creep up with no audio like this, if they can just cut noise, get right up to your doorstep, and then literally just blow down the entire wall of your house, you will not be able to bunker down on that site.
You know, I feel like, especially in the position that Zeta was in that last round we saw, they should have been ready to like try to get some setups, some kills, and then pull back, fall back, reset. It was like they were wound up so tight on their own position. They let T1 basically sneak right up to the front yard.
And the other thing to consider is the composition of T1, right? This is not a team that will constantly be throwing util out to let you know what they're thinking. They don't have any info gathering initiator. They just have the breach that's just going to try to open up the site for his duelist. So the way that Zeta Division is playing right now is actually the most ideal scenario for T1, where they can just get right up close, and then they say 3, 2, 1, go, throw all our utility, 2 of our duelists dive right in, and then we get the plant. Curious to see Zeta's adjustments.
And T1 here on the attacking side is really starting to surpass Zeta. I mean, yeah, we need to see Zeta adjust. I think the timeout was appropriate. The question is, what are those changes? How are they implemented, and do they work?
All right, so an early smoke. And Zeta Division's been doing this. They actually even did it over on Bind, where they'll just throw out a smoke early just to buy time. No confirmation off of it. It's actually such a risky play, especially when you only have the singular Brimstone, but it has been working out for them.
All right, well, they're going to continue to come towards A. Obviously, this is not an ideal position here for Sugar Zero. He's going to try to smoke him out again, but the Jet's going to dash in, so this is just going to come down to him now.
Do they check the upper floor? They do. He's pushed right out with the blast pack as well. Ban already ready to receive the gift on the stairs. Site opened up.
Well, it's going to be up to this retake right now from Zeta. They are outgunned and outnumbered. Carpe with a lurk down here.
Bring them down.
Oh, well, he's going to get pinged, but it doesn't matter because there's a good setup over here from Munchkin. He gets a triple.
And Carpe goes up the rope for the flawless as well.
Carpe getting the cherry on top. T1 getting another. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was a good spring onto A. Obviously, they had a heavy stack on a B, and they weren't able to get that retake.
Well, yeah, the 4-1 stack is fine, and normally you would want to have an exit plan, but because of the econ situation, Sugar Zero only had the Stinger, so I get it. What I do think is hopeful for Zeta is the position they were holding earlier was one step forward on Arcade, right? They were not just within the site. So clearly during the timeout, they discussed the troubles they are having. They understand what the homework is. Now the question is, can they find the solution?
A quiet start here for T1.
Yeah, and the Prowler, it didn't catch Ban. He's able to just get right up to the door for free. I mean, Zeta Division, they are caught with their pants down.
Zeta already getting flushed out. We already have that Jet coming in now. And this is just going to have to be another retake. It's kind of the same thing as that happened before. We even have the lurk right down there below the entry from Heaven.
Yeah, they also don't have the flank, so Munchkin is keeping control of Dish.
10 gets one.
All right, the showstopper trying to get work done. Deb gets another as well.
Can they keep sequencing this? They are. They're doing it. Just Zeta back here.
Gets taken down, but do they know about Munchkin? Now they know.
Yeah, Munchkin never going to be able to take that one back here. It's 9 to 8. could not be more exciting. Yeah, a little shaky there on trying to hold that position.
Yeah, well, Carpe, I think, understanding that he was basically going to be caught if the Prowlers come out again, he goes for that quick orbital strike. Now, not able to really secure any, position off of that, actually has to move out. And during that time, we actually, I believe it was Saya, it was actually Ban trying to create some other space because they thought they were going to lose Sands. He loses that duel. The Zeta Division able to succeed in the retake.
So we have another timeout called here for Zeta. And they called the timeout before, right?
Yes.
So they've used there are two timeouts right here.
Curious to see. Now, I think it was probably called because even though you won the round, the same mistakes happened again, right? The Prowler didn't clear the corners carefully enough. You kind of just let your own smoke sit there, and then you let them creep up into the site. Now, the retake thankfully works, but next time it might not, and then you would be on your back foot.
Yeah. It's still anybody's game. It's still so close. But we're running out of rounds. It's going to be so important for each of these guys. They do their absolute best in every round coming forward here. It's neck and neck. Again, if you're just now tuning in here to VCT Pacific, the losing team is out. They are gone. And there's only one spot for Tokyo right now remaining here. And that's all going to be sorted out here in the lower bracket, which finishes tomorrow.
Yeah, Gen.G currently waiting in that lower bracket semifinals for the winner of this match. Now, Zeta Division, again, more adjustments, right? The early smoke, now Ban has actually just run right through it. They recognize that this is a potential problem.
So you're just going to dash in.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think T1, they can also hold off because you've now drawn out 2 out of the 3 smokes from Sugar Zero. They don't have many smokes for the retake.
That's a good point, William, yeah.
Yeah, so they're just going to hold. They're just trying to draw out some more util from the Zeta Division side. But the rotation's good from Zeta, right? They have dish control. They understand that they are set up for a retake on A. So now they rotate over to B, trying to provide support once that turret hits. I mean, Orbital Strike is ready from Sugar Zero.
All right, they're going to be coming through.
I'll find you.
And I don't know that they're going to get good entry on here. In fact, they're going to be chased away. But they, with the jet coming in here, Ban just looks at this and says, okay, A site is naked. Come back over here. I can cover you guys from afar. Run through. Let's smoke this out. Let's set this up, and let's win this round.
Yeah, now they don't have any smokes left on the side of Zeta Division. However, Depp is in dish. They are aware that that's a possibility. Cloudburst just to cover the entry in. The Orbital Strike comes out. Just trying to buy time. Oh, Saya player gets caught. He misses the first jump, and Depp does not miss that opportunity.
Yep. He sends that out. The spike's going to be planted, but it's going to be a pretty scary push coming here from Zeta. We do have a deep lurk here from Munchkin, which could be handy if and only if T1 can slow this down.
Oh my god, in a twist of fate, Munchkin's going to go through defender spawn, so 10 might get the free kill over onto Carpe. But Carpe's already good for 2. The damage has been done.
Oh, Carpe.
Oh no!
10 messes up his shot, and Carpe gets him.
T1 Zeta just buying time until his teammates get here. But now a 2v1. Oh, Zeta Division.
Woohoo! 9-9.
I cannot believe they succeed in that retake. I mean, Carpe with 3 kills already even down the numbers, but they just swarmed the site.
I'm not sure about Munchkin relocating how to come back from behind.
I mean, it's one of those things, right? It's very result-based. I mean, timing-wise, you would have actually thought it works out well, but they just suspect it right at the end, right? They are able to recognize that that's where the final shots were coming from. Because Carpe getting so many kills over by Sands, I mean, that alone should have set up Munchkin for success.
All right, round 19. Here, T1 fishing for information at B. They smoke it out, but they will get the orb here. The attacker Killjoy is going to set up the lockdown, so we're going to have the another lockdown put down here.
Okay, counter lockdown. Saya's hunting for it. He's trying to figure out where is it. He will find it, so the spike plant does go down.
Yeah, no one detained right now. The spike ticks away. Zeta has to come pry this position wide open. Now, there's going to be a big stack up here in Tube.
They have to power through because the orbital strike is available for Carpe. Zeta Division has to push all the way through.
Zeta's doing it. They're holding this defuse. They try to nuke it, but it only buys a little bit of time. As long as they can control that area, they're going to be okay.
Enemy remaining.
Just Zeta remaining, trying to buy some kind of time. He gets one. It's still halfway.
The Molly does pick up one kill, T1 Zeta, but he's so low,
Yeah.
he doesn't have a chance.
Zeta now back in the lead.
I mean, a great push in from Zeta Division, right? They understood we need to go fast because the orbital strike is ready. We need to push through because the orbital strike is ready. They draw out both the orbital strike and the Molly so early. Coming out from Carpe, that alone gives them enough hope. I mean, yes, you know, they died to the Molly trying to get the half, but still a 2v1 with T1 Zeta too low on HP.
Yeah. Such a great game here. This has been such a fun best of 3. We still have no clue who's going to take this. Operator in hand here for Depp on the defender's side. Now on A. Ban triggers the Blade Storm.
Yeah, and the Prowler, once again, it doesn't quite reach that corner. Does Laz understand that, yeah, he recognizes, okay, there is this risk, but it's too late. You have to back out, but they're already in the site. Depp is all alone with just a shorty. He survives for one with this operator.
The nade!
No, Depp already dies. And Ban survives. The operator now dropped in the middle of the site. Zeta Division, not only do they need to win this round, they want to secure that operator.
All right, they're on the hunt now. Rolling Thunder comes in.
Counter Rolling Thunder, but Laz is already forward. He doesn't get hit by the stun.
Pro gets banned. Just 2 left over here. Munchkin on the outside.
Oh, and Carpe with the operator picked up 4 kills on the board.
10-10. The back and forth has been so good. Who is ultimately going to take this? This has been wild, man. We got a showstopper ready now for Depp. Quick recap here.
Man, I mean, it all starts with Laz. He thought it was absolutely clear because the Prowler shot out, and then he realized this was a mistake. He's like, maybe it didn't cover that corner, but you had already let Dish go, which already jeopardized Depp's position, which was on site. They tried to recover it, but not possible, and now because of that economic investment, Zeta, only 2 rifles in their hands.
Well, Zeta is very much ready over at A, if that's the direction they actually want to take this in. We've got smokes, could be restacked over here at B. And a very quiet start.
Zeta Division just committing to that 4-1 stack. Sugar Zero just going to back out as he wasn't able to get a cheeky early kill. He heard the orb, though, so that's the other reason. He just says, okay, well, they're not rushing in.
Coming back up over here towards the top side of B. And they smoke it out once more. All right. It's going to be up to another retake here from Zeta. They're going to be on the outside here of B.
The site's been, you know, left empty in its entirety. Now, Showstopper is available. Does Depp use it to break open the site? He's going to try. But there were too many members. He is able to get one, but 2 of his teammates already traded out.
T1 starting to just line him up and take him out. This is 11-10 now. Excellent coordination there on the side of T1. Again, so much at stake here.
Okay.
With Tokyo just around the corner here. If Zeta loses, we don't have a Japanese team playing for a Japanese audience.
Yeah, I mean, they will be eliminated, right? Either team, they lose. This is map 3 in the lower bracket. You are out of contention for that last ticket to go to Masters Tokyo. No ults on either side. Sugar Zero is 1 point away, but this is, quite frankly, just a purely set-up battle here. 10 only able to afford the judge. He's just going to be commissioned to hold on to tower. This is a fake coming in from T1.
And they're selling it pretty well. Zeta seems to be overreacting. In fact, it's only going to be Depp back here at A, and he just keeps pushing in. As long as Ban keeps moving forward.
Oh, but he gets shut down.
Yep, but A is still available.
Depp trying to get just 1 kill. He's got to play it safe. I like that decision.
Good call.
You have a 5v4. 10 can recover the rifle. You can try to go for this retake. They already have Sans control.
Right, another paint shells comes out here. This spike is now finally planted.
I mean, this is a battle between T1, Zeta, and 10. If 10 can win this duel, oh my gosh, if 10 can win this duel, he gets the timing. Zeta's not looking behind.
Munchkin gets the drop. Carpe, beautifully
No,
done.
they have to wait for 10. They've already all gone in one by one.
Yeah, the patience wasn't there for Zeta.
But now they know where Carpe is. 10 already threw A main. The crossfire set up in favor of Zeta Division. He's sticking it. And because of the flash, Carpe's not quite certain. Oh, Carpe with the check around the corner.
That was sick.
Match point.
Oh, man. And Crow did
Oh,
not need to
God.
swing out off of that flash. All you had to do was check to see if he's eventually going to peek the defuse.
That was an insane moment. Looking back here, Munchkin with a great job just buying time under pillar. I think Carpe, it's like, can you strafe any faster?
Man, I mean, Carpe, he did not hear the audio confirmation that the defuse had happened, but because of Crow peeking out, he just decides to go and check for it. Now an aggressive orbital strike being used, and then they recycle it for the ult orb, now creating
There.
1 point away from that lockdown for 10.
Zeta needs these picks early on. We've had a lot of rounds where T1 gets in, and sometimes Zeta gets the retake, but other times they don't.
I mean, yeah, it's been a very, kind of heroic retake-heavy second half for Zeta Division.
Yeah.
Now, the positioning itself not bad, right? They're trying to just keep hold of Arcade. Depp is positioned to step forward. You're holding on to defender spawn. 10's holding on to A main. The position is there, but T1's not making any sound. Depp, he cannot get the first kill. And now Laz all alone with a judge.
Zeta starts it, for T1 at least, I should say. Lockdown comes down. And
Laz is stuck. There's nothing he can do.
Laz is just going to have to kick it back there in tube and hope they can concoct a solution. He does get the shot.
Okay, he gets one. I mean, that's the most he could have hoped for.
He's going to be executed. It's up to his teammates now.
3v4, they're all running in, but Munchkin hiding in the smokes, and that is going to be the end of Zeta Division. T1 stays alive for one more chance to go to Masters Tokyo.
In an unbelievable best of 3, T1 comes victorious 2-1. Zeta Division, our Japanese team, will not be playing in Tokyo. What a hell of a series, man.
Heartbreaking for Zeta Division, and I mean, my heart goes out to the Japanese fans. I know a lot of them still, they love to see the international teams. It will still be a fun event, but to be this close to seeing your heroes play an international tournament in front of the home crowd, and for them to miss out, absolutely a heartbreaking moment. Meanwhile, I mean, T1 fans, absolutely ecstatic. They get one extra chance tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, their story's far from done. They got to come back the very next day. Do it all over again, William.
Yeah, it's not looking easy.
No, a very exhausting lower bracket here. But I got to say, Zeta was an inspirational team here. They really have improved so dramatically. But yeah, I mean, a heartbreaking moment here for the Japanese fans. Obviously, a really exciting moment if you're a fan of T1. I mean, the truth is that T1, they were very much overshadowed by a lot of the other teams here. And we didn't really know what to expect with them. In some ways, they were a bit of an afterthought compared to some of these heavyweight teams and some of these teams from the other regions. We were really curious to see how they would play, but they've really brought some great games. They're going to move forward. Let's see how far they can go.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a absolutely crazy story if T1 was able to go to Masters Tokyo, in their first season as a team together. Of course, Gen.G would be in the same boat tomorrow as well, but Zeta Division, they played their hearts out, and we thought that fairy tale run could be repeated here in the playoffs of VCT Pacific, but it was not meant to be. T1, just the stronger team to the very end today in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, this was a real privilege to cast, honestly. I don't know what else to say, man. Like, I think that, we really have seen both these teams grow so much. I'm sad Zeta's not going to be going further on. down the road. But Valorant, let's never forget, it is a young esport compared to so many other titles, and it will be an esport that will age like a fine wine, as I think Zeta will age like a fine wine. They just need more time to grow.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to focus on just one side of the story here because it's a heartbreaking one, right? I mean, it's an absolutely ecstatic story for T1. It is absolutely crazy for T1. I mean, no matter how storied these guys are as individuals, people still doubted chemistry does not come that quickly in a game of Valorant. And then Carpe picking up the game fresh at a professional level to come into the season. And yet, Coach Autumn makes it work.
Yep.
And now they are one step away from going to Masters Tokyo. Meanwhile, Zeta Division, I mean, what else is there to say? They played their best. They played quite well, but T1 was just cleaner a bit earlier and for a bit longer during the match.
Yeah, with those incredible seizures of the spike site, whether it was A, whether it was B, Zeta comes back in, tries to get the retake. Sometimes they do it, but honestly not enough. And so T1 survives at least for one more day. If you enjoyed what you saw here today, we are going to be back on tomorrow here with more VCT Pacific. As
I mean, tomorrow is going to be crazy, right? We got GRX versus Paper X to decide who is going to go to the grand finals first, right? Get that first chance to go for first seed. And meanwhile, in the lower bracket, now it's Gen.G T1 again.
Yeah.
They face off again to decide who goes to Masters Tokyo.
Yeah. We're running out of tournament, man. We're going to have an actual champion here for VCT Pacific very, very soon. And look, I know that we're in the losers bracket right now, and these are not the teams you necessarily expect to win. They could. They look very good. They played very close matches with these teams in the winners bracket. And I think it's still a very tough region to call.
Yeah, and again, I'm just impressed by T1 and how much they're able to come together as a team in such a short period of time.
Yeah.
I really think the reason they won today was that they started off stronger, right? Their overall team comms and coordination looked a lot cleaner. Just, a bit earlier, right? For that first half of map 1, that's when T1 started so hot that they were able to try to continue their lead in this best of 3. And then the focus, hanging on to it all the way to the end.
Yeah. Well, look, for Zeta, obviously this is far from the end of their story. They did improve in the ways that we said they needed to improve. They also occasionally fell back into the problems we were worried about them having before. Zeta and the Japanese teams in general tend to be hyper-conservative. They tend to really want to eke out as much intel as possible before they commit to any kind of peak, to any kind of spike site. Now, there were a couple rounds in this best of 3. They did look a little bit like that. But there were also more rounds in this best of 3 where I think they showed a more refined Zeta. A Zeta that was able to probe correctly, to get intel, to not waffle over A or B.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't see much of that back and forth and flip-flopping going on. Sure, the timer sometimes still ran very close to the end, but the improvements were there. But alas, it was just a step too late for Zeta Division, so we will have to say our heartfelt goodbyes to Zeta Division. Meanwhile, T1 stays alive. We're going to hear from one of the players on how they feel staying alive here in the lower brackets at the VCT Pacific Playoffs. It's Carpe.
What a thrilling match we just had. I am here on stage with Carpe of T1. Congratulations, 축하드립니다.
고맙습니다.
오늘도 T1 show great teamwork on Zeta's pick on Haven. And you showed great performance till the end. So what do you feel about today's victory? 오늘 또 이제 제타가 이 헤이븐을 고르면서 좀 자신감 넘치는 모습으로 시작했는데 그럼에도 침착함 유지하고 승리를 거두셨어요. 오늘 소감 어떠실까요?
일단 저희가 헤이븐 들어가기 전에 팀 안에서 회의를 잘 해가지고 어떻게 할지 잘 정했던 게 초반에 잘 맞았던 것 같고, 그리고 후반에 이제 제타가 되게 잘했었는데 그거 경기 중에 이제 선우 형이 IGL링 잘 하면서 서로 의견 잘 모아가지고 마무리할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, we discussed a lot before starting Haven, so I think that worked well. And also the IG calls were really good, and every players were listening to it and showed great performance. Also, you really popped off today with perfect aim. So how are you satisfied for your performance today? 또 오늘 또 완벽한 에임을 보이면서 눈에 확실히 띄었던 경기력을 보였는데 오늘 본인의 경기력을 매기자면은 좀 어떻게 평가하시나요?
솔직히 마지막에는 조금 잘한 것 같고요. 근데 그거 말고는 저희 팀원들이 더 캐리해준 것 같아서 마지막에 좀 빛나서 더 그렇게 보였던 것 같아요. 네.
I think I did good at the end, but I can like toss the good work to all of my teammates because they helped. We worked as a great team throughout the whole round, and it was a competitive match going to map 3. So were your like players feeling nervous or anything? 또 이제 맵 3로 가면서 너무 막 긴장되거나 그런 건 없었는지.
오히려 저 같은 경우는 오히려 더 재밌게 했던 것 같아요. 긴장감 이런 거보다는 오히려 좀 더 재밌게 할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
진짜 멘탈이 단단하시네요.
감사합니다.
Well, for me, I wasn't feeling that nervous. I just like enjoyed the game, and that made to victory. And because of all the continuous matches we've been through, fans were worried about your stamina. Like, how do you manage to keep focus throughout all of the playoff matches? 또 이제 계속되는 그 경기로 인해서 조금 체력이 많이 부족했을 거라고 팬분들이 좀 걱정을 했거든요. 그래서 어떻게 끝까지 집중력을 유지할 수 있었는지 그 비법이 있었을까요?
그냥 저희가 이번 주 경기에 들어가기 전에 뭐 감독님이 얘기하신 게 저희가 이제 정신적으로 이제 많이 힘들 거다 이런 거를 준비를 잘해야겠다라고 좀 마음을 좀 깊게 먹고 해서 이번 주에 좀 잘 버티고 있지 않나 이렇게 생각해요.
I mean, before going into this week's match, our coach told us that it will be really difficult mentally and physically, but he told us to like grab and have great teamwork, so that made us to like just pop up for this victory. And now your next match will be with Gen.G, 2 Korean teams fighting for the final. So how do you feel about this? 이제 두 팀, 한국 팀과의 그 경쟁이 펼쳐지는데 이 대전에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
T1이 젠지랑 되게 경기를 되게 많이 하는 것 같은데 저희가 이번에 젠지가 되게 어려운 경기 속에서 극복 잘하는 거 봤기 때문에 저희도 준비 잘해서 재밌는 경기 할 수 있도록 할 것 같아요. 네.
And I'm feeling that we're having a lot of T1 versus Gen.G matches, but we saw them like overcome the difficulties. So I think our team will prepare well, like facing that team and win throughout the game. So thanks, Carpe. Best of luck for the next match.
감사합니다.
And now we also have Zeta's fan meeting after this match, so don't miss it, fans. And now toss it back to you, Victoria.
Thank you, Kyungmin. And it's T1 who stands a chance to make it to Masters Tokyo and Champions LA. And of course, you know, it's a sad day for Zeta Division. All the fans of Zeta Division saw a lot of tears being shed in the audience because we all want to see a Japanese team play on their home turf over in Tokyo. But sadly, you know, they fought so darn hard on all of these maps. It was so close. And unfortunately, T1, you know, carried through to the finish line here.
Yeah, it's a tremendous performance from both teams. I mean, all the teams that played today really put everything out there. I mean, you could see how much it means to them, you know, to get through to Masters and then the Champions. And, you know, it just wasn't meant to be for Zeta today, unfortunately. It was a very back and forth day. A lot of streaky rounds. It was kind of interesting in that respect that both teams were able to kind of put together some big streaks here and there and kind of kept the other teams off balance. And Carpe had another brilliant Brimstone performance, a player that we were talking about before the map, a guy who really shines on this age and on this map, and he was able to do so once again for T1.
I mean, I think today was a test, and for the two teams, you know, it's the human spirit can be indomitable, but at the same time, it just shows that T1 is a team that has that much potential. They have so much prospect that when it comes down to it, even though they've played so long, it's a really long day, they managed to keep themselves together, like to keep their spirits up together as a team. And that's what T1 stands for today. They showed that they could think outside the box. You know, just thinking about that little graffiti on Icebox, there's that little sticker. Thinking outside the box is something that Zeta does best. And they did so much of it on their attacking half. Zeta didn't really adapt to that as well. I think Laz was having a tough time, and you could see it in bits of their gameplay, like certain shots were being whiffed, or maybe Depp going off on his own sometimes, and it wasn't as cohesive as you would have liked it to be, and some certain timeouts also being called, but towards the end of it, T1 really was this team to kind of pull off maneuvers that Zeta Division did not expect, and by the end of it, you know, we see this result, and hats off to T1. They did a great job, but we will just say like one final nice for Zeta Division.
Yeah, no, I mean it was hard because there was like times when I thought that T1 was like making a lot of unforced errors. Like it seemed like their mental game, maybe they were getting tired, maybe they were the ones crumbling. But then at the end, when it kind of mattered most in that longer stretch, you know, Crow peeking onto Carpe in that 2v1 that gave him the opportunity to take 10 down where he does not need to peek on that at all. Saw us yesterday with Paper X in a much less important round. But things like that, like these little things, these protocols, and I mean, I'm sorry, but that timeout, that second timeout, assuming that was actually a Zeta timeout and that wasn't like the wrong graphic that came up, that was back-to-back timeouts there, unnecessary. That like stopped the momentum of Zeta. I understand he might have saw something and he wanted to try to fix it, but I don't think that that's the right time for it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Not to be too harsh on anyone, of course, but if you saved up that timeout, from the moment round 20 onwards started going through, like T1 was starting to go on a streak. If there was a secondary timeout being called by Zeta Division, you never know. There could have been a different result, but whatever happened, happened. I think Zeta Division was still really tenacious and they fought really hard. Even down to that little clutch where I think 10 was trying to stick on the spike, but it didn't go through. They tried, you know, and this is what happens, but there's still LCQ. They might not be able to go through Mash Tokyo, and that kind of sucks, honestly. But it's not over.
It's not over, honestly,
It's not over.
and there are more seasons in the league. But, you know, I'm not even doing this as a pity party. Zeta Division, when
They
we
fought.
saw some of them, they were fighting the entire time, and I saw some of the players just now before we
Walking
came
through,
here to this desk, and they didn't look sad. They look angry and frustrated. They want to keep going. So I expect to see Zeta come back looking amazing in LCQ.
100%.
But T1, you know what, we talked about, we commended T1, and they're up and up throughout the last couple weeks here at Pacific, and they were stellar. You know, we nicknamed them Teamwork One for a reason, and, you know, they really came together here. Carpe also said it himself, and you know what, we also have got to give kudos to their coach, Autumn, who definitely also was spearheading all of this with the team. Now let's break down the match, because this was a hugely long match to break down, but we're going to try to sum it up as best as possible for you guys with some of the key highlights here. Now let's talk about round 8. Quack, you know, you were noticing 10's kills were pretty insane.
Superb. I mean, I think this was one of the rounds where it started that Zeta streak towards the end of the first half. Notice the Nightfall being sent out by Laz from under tunnel, and at the same time, just robbing sound from T1. Allows for 10 to sneak into this corner that wasn't really checked, allowing 10 to get a couple more frags, and by the end of it, Zeta was so much in control of the round that T1 had to back off. Off of this one little win, Zeta Division continued on for 4 more wins, and by the end of the first half, it was a fairly even score, something that, you know, could have helped Zeta Division. But at the same time, I mean, after that, like, you can see what happens with T1. They're doing really well.
And you know what? Zeta, though, was prepped, and this is why there was so much back and forth, these streaks that you were talking about, Paper Thin. Even on T1's Thrifty, they were expecting their aggression and just handled it well.
Yeah, I really wanted to highlight a round that I thought Zeta managed some chaos here very, very nicely, and Ban right away gets up into the air and does a really good job of getting at least some damage, but that pushes Zeta in here. Munchkin at least gets one and trade out, but 10 is recognizing this pressure instantly. It's a good reaction here to pop this Nanoswarm, and then they have to use the Orbital Strike as well to buy some time to make sure they can get this plant down. So a really good exchange here for the side of Zeta. Yeah, you got to use an ultimate, but there's only a couple rounds left in the half anyway. 10 then going to use his lockdown to make sure that if anybody's coming from Dish, if there's somebody unaccounted for, that's checked for as well. Keep delay, and then Sugar Zero makes a brilliant micro play here to sneak underneath Carpe's nose. Carpe, as great as he was on this map, not even in his, like, mind that could possibly happen. So, like, again, it's like Zeta here, just a lot of protocols that were really strong for them in a kind of difficult situation potentially. That could have gone sideways really fast if they didn't handle that well.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about our key player, Carpe. I mean, that's a pretty obvious one. He was fantastic on this round. I mean, his KDA was insane.
Through the roofs, right? I mean, having that much impact as a controller, as a Brimstone, shows how much value you bring to the team as that player. Because not only does he stay alive in a lot of these rounds, that's what KASD stands for, like surviving in the time in the round also,
Cast.
Yeah, cast. It's kills, assists, surviving, and a lot of it as well, like time. But he manages to pull off some of the most impressive utility plays, just sending down utility at the right time, winning out in a lot of one-on-one duels, but also some clutch and key moments. Remember the one where he picked up an operator off of depth?
Yeah.
He managed to land a no-scope, and you pointed that out, Paper Thin. Like
I saw it, and I was like,
how?
We didn't see it in the PGM. Originally, we didn't see it from the observer's perspective during the round, and then during the replay, they showed it, and I'm like, that was a no-scope. Like,
from that
what?
range.
Yeah, no, it was insane.
And, you know, maybe it's a bit of luck, but also just having that calculated risk, thinking about even going for something like that. This guy is impressive. He's insane. He plays the Gecko on Bind, and there's so much more that he can do, and I'm excited to see what happens next.
Yeah. I mean, going into tomorrow with Gen.G, we're going to have to look out for Carpe. But another player we're going to have to definitely look out for is our MVP for today. You called it earlier, Paper Thin, the Saya player is going to have to be our MVP. He was our key player in the first 2 games already, and this guy also just on fire.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a couple players you could definitely go for MVP here today, and Saya player was absolutely nuts, especially in the first couple maps. It cooled down a little on Fracture compared to especially Carpe, who was absolutely nuts, but that's okay. He still like kind of led the way in some of the other rounds and had a really, really solid performance here today on that Raze and on the Jet. So definitely a guy that, you know, gets it done for T1 in important respects that sometimes Depp can't, where he's able to kick those doors in a little bit more consistently. And yeah, I think sometimes you could argue he has better support with the utility, but regardless, he's still very consistent in that role. But, you know, I got to give credit to Zeta for calling a great game today. A lot of great mid-round adjustments that he's making, a lot of changes that he's able to like think of on the fly, whereas Zeta's a little more static, a little less maneuverable,
Zeta
flexible.
Division,
yeah, they're very Zeta Division.
Yeah, I think definitely honorable mention to Zeta, the player, the IGL of T1, because that's the thing, you know, thinking out of the box, we saw like a couple of rounds where Zeta Division was holding a lot of like default or standard-esque kind of defensive positions on the defending side, but then you would see Zeta, the IGL, call for T1 to do some kind of interesting rotation. Like, we didn't really have time to highlight a lot of these rounds, but you see it happening throughout the game. And he does it so much, so often that if you were in Zeta Division shoes on the defensive side, if you were in Laz's shoes, it's like, how do you read that? You can't really tell unless you do something as daring as that yourself. You know, who dares wins. And today's Zeta Division,
a little more daring, slightly more daring.
Just slightly, a little bit, but could have gone a little bit more as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are going to see more T1 tomorrow, which we're definitely going to break down all of this in our weekly recap that happens after that. And tomorrow is going to be a really big day. We got DRX, PaperX, and then we got the lower bracket with the 2 Korean teams. So it looks like it's pretty secure now. The 3rd team going in is going to be another Korean team's Gen.G or T1. And this is, I have to tell you guys, this is not what I expected to see. You know, 2 days ago, if you told me these are the 2 for the lower brackets, I would have been like, no way. It's just, you know, a lot of teams just showed up.
The only one that surprises me is Gen.G beating Team Secret. Like that is the one that I thought, I don't know, I didn't know what, like how Gen.G got it together for this, but they did, and that's what's important. We know Gen.G is capable of it. We talk about it all the time. We know they have the potential if they're all just kind of like mentally together, so they can beat T1 tomorrow if they're at their best form. They're a better team at their best, I think, right now, but T1 is playing better, so you know, I think you got to lean T1.
I think so as well, but at the same time, I mean, just Gen.G having prepared against Team Secret's Haven, Sylvan coming in, that's something that I would hope to see for tomorrow.
God,
maybe put Sylvan in and have him play against T1, and let's see the results of that, because this is like the 3rd time we're seeing Gen.G versus T1. If Gen.G continues on this losing streak against T1, I'm not going to say anymore that Gen.G is like the 2nd best Korean team. And at the same time, you know.
I think T1, if they just go for maps that Sylvan doesn't play, if you go for Ascent, if you go for Fracture, I think you've got a really good chance tomorrow, because those are the maps definitely where, again, no offense to Eco, but Sylvan, with what we saw from Sylvan today, I don't, you know, this is like, I would not want to play him. That is nothing against Eco at all. It is just like what we saw from Sylvan. He is too good today, and I don't want to see that again tomorrow.
And both of those teams know each other so well. Like you pointed out, Quack, this is, I mean, they faced off even just this season
it's hard
so
to
many
analyze
times.
them. Yeah.
It is at this point, and you know what? It can be anyone's game, just like today. DRX and PaperX in the upper brackets. That's gonna be pretty crazy too. And you know what? Earlier in the season, I think a lot of us, including us PaperX fans, we were doubtful about how they would match up against DRX. But now it's a completely different PaperX. They've like upgraded, and it's going to be a scary matchup. So I think we're going to have a really exciting day tomorrow. And I have more exciting news. If you guys missed this earlier, the grand finals are next week. And we're going to have a show match with some of Pacific's favorite players, streamers, ex-pro players, forming two teams. We got Team Bunny and Team Superbus here. With, you guys know these guys, right? Like, the combo of all these guys from all around the region, which I think is super cool. I don't know if they practice together before the show match.
Yeah, whatever.
It's going to be fun.
Just Bunny satcheling around.
It's
That's
show
all
match.
You just need Bunny and on race, and I'll be happy. That's all I want.
We know these guys. Also, there's a girl, Yuri Hana. Who's
Yuri
one of
Hana
the game
plays for
changers.
DRX.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's important too. I think it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, this is gonna be so much fun. I mean, I'm really hyped for next week. I can't believe it, guys. We spent so many weeks together, and we're finally at this moment. Tomorrow is the final day of playoffs, and then we're gonna go into the finals at a different stadium. We won't be at this desk anymore. Tomorrow, that's it. This is our last day on the desk. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I'm just watching from the stands tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, so
yeah.
I didn't realize.
I'm excited to enjoy it as a fan.
Yes. It is so
Finally.
cool. Soak it in. Throw things at the casters.
Oh, that I do anyway. So yeah.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed. It's been a really long night, and we totally expected a long night tonight. But you know what? I think we wanted to spend as much time with the teams as possible before we had to say goodbye to some of them. With that, we'll see you guys tomorrow. We got more VCT Pacific action going on the very last day of playoffs. Thank you guys so much for joining me. We got Quack here, and we have Paper Thin. I'm Victoria. See you guys, and good night. Playoffs of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We're going to go into the first matchup of today. It's kind of a big deal. All 4 teams are playing today. 2 of them stand a chance for not making it through. Today we got Gen.G and Team Secret. Let's look at some pineapples and tissues.
Whoa! Oh! Can he survive to get another? Nico not wanting to give over a weapon yet.
See what he can actually get done. He'll try to get a killer too if he can. He does not. Second and expected win here.
He immediately
sees the top of the head. It's another unreal play. He's going to get that triple kill and the defuse.
Okay, eventually he will. He's back in form. I mean, we've been talking about...
We're waiting for this round to end, and it does. Dubstep does get that on a kick.
Cleared by the alarm button. You do not check your corners. You're trying to rush through. You're trusting the null command.
It's going to be a 1-1 again. And there it is once more. Envy is starting to string together these wins. Flash.
Wasn't able to get in, and all down to just
that is it. It is a Gen.G victory, 2-1 in overtime.
What's up, guys? This is VCT Pacific. We just finished the first matchup of today's playoffs, but we're gonna have one more of these matchups coming up right now. Let's go over the stage listing Zeta and T1.
Gonna come in, he gets 1 and a second. That's a bit of a trade out. Just Sugar Zero remains in a 1-1. Then Zeta getting the kill on the last Zeta player.
Routes out, you've got to try whatever you can. Now Sia's mission is just to take the guns out of their hands, and he will not succeed. Zeta finally puts one on the board.
Marshall in the head and gets the first and the second.
And probably a third. There it is. And a fourth as well. Ace. Ted's able to go for the lurk, but Def, okay, he gets it. He opens up the sight.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Second victory there, as you said, without controllers here.
Down. Def, he cannot get the first kill. That's the most he could have hoped for. Before they're all running in, but Munchkin hiding in the smokes, and that is going to be the end of Zeta Division. T1 stays alive for one more chance. Go to Masters Tokyo.
make waves.